खुलेआम खाते हैं, चुपके चुपके आते हैं, खुलेआम खाते हैं। और ये इनका तरीका ही बहुत पहले थोड़ा लालच में जरूर फंसाते हैं ताकि आप पहले आओ लालच में, और उसके बाद इनकी दुनिया चलती है। अरे पहले तो ये लालच देकर लोगों को फंसाते हैं, पहले तो ये लालच देकर लोगों को फंसाते हैं। मचाते हैं, धंधा जम जाए तो भारी लूट मचाते हैं। अरे लोग हैं, लोगों की मुसीबतों का पूरा लाभ उठाते हैं। अरे आवे 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 रे अमेजॉन फ्लिपकार्ट, आवे 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 रे अमेजॉन फ्लिपकार्ट। अरे चुपके चुपके आते हैं ये खुले आम खाते हैं, चुपके चुपके आते हैं ये खुले आम खाते हैं। ना गाड़ी है ना ड्राइवर है, कमाई इनकी भारी है, गाड़ी है ना ड्राइवर है, कमाई इनकी भारी है। कई बार ओला उबर में आप सफर करो तो उसको पूछ लेते हो ड्राइवर से कहाँ के हो, तो बताता है मैं यहाँ का हूँ वहां का हूँ। कब से चला रहे हो गाड़ी? आपकी? हाँ मेरी। आप चलाते? हाँ। और फिर कमीशन, मतलब जो आप दे रहे हो उसको, चाहे आप ऑनलाइन दो या ऑफलाइन दो, उसमें से उसको कमीशन जाता है जिसने केवल ऐप का काम करके किया। ना फैक्ट्री है ना माल बनाते फिर भी बिक्री भारी है, ना फैक्ट्री है ना माल बनाते फिर भी बिक्री भारी है। एक और अलग धंधा है जहां माल भी नहीं बनाते, फैक्ट्री भी इनकी नहीं, लेकिन सब खरीद लेते हैं, तो और कोई बचता ही नहीं है खरीदने वाला, सारा का सारा तू यहां लिया, अब जो लेगा वो मेरे से ही लेगा। ना फैक्ट्री है ना माल बनाते फिर भी बिक्री भारी है, ना फैक्ट्री है ना माल बनाते फिर भी बिक्री भारी है। ये स्टार्टअप क्या है? स्टार्टअप, हाँ स्टार्टअप कह कर स्टार्टअप कह कर ये पैसा ले, स्टार्टअप से पैसा लेते सरकारों को पैसा देते, स्टार्टअप से पैसा लेते सरकारों को पैसा देते, स्टार्टअप से पैसा लेकर सरकारों को पैसा देते, स्टार्टअप से पैसा लेकर सरकारों को पैसा देते। दुनिया की सरकारें डरती वो भी इनका कहना करती, दुनिया की सरकारें डरती वो भी इनका कहना करती। सोचिए लोकतंत्र में इतने सारे लोग वोट देकर सरकार बनाते हैं, वो सरकार इनसे डरती है। ये तो वोट देने भी नहीं जाता। मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई कंपनी वाला मालिक वो वोट देने के लिए जाएगा, जाता ही नहीं, निकलता ही नहीं है। वोट आप देते हो, सरकार आप बनाते हो, लेकिन सरकारें कहना इनका करती है, जैसा कहते हैं वैसा करती है। तो दुनिया की सरकारें डरती वो भी इनका कहना करती, दुनिया की सरकारें डरती वो भी इनका कहना करती। कोई देश बचा नहीं है जिसको इन्होंने ठगा नहीं है, कोई देश बचा नहीं है जिसे इन्होंने ठगा नहीं है। अरे चुपके चुपके आते हैं ये खुले आम खाते हैं, चुपके चुपके आते हैं ये खुले आम खाते हैं। घाटे में ये खुद को बताते टैक्स में ये छूट पाते, घाटे में ये खुद को बताते टैक्स में ये छूट पाते। इनको जो सीए या वकील ऐसे मिलते हैं, सुझाव भी देते हैं कि कैसे आप घाटा बताओ ताकि आपको टैक्स में और छूट मिल जाती है। छूट लूट के खेल में ये पैसा खूब कमाते हैं, छूट लूट के खेल में ये पैसा खूब कमाते हैं। ना दफ्तर ना है ठोर ठिकाना, ऑनलाइन धंधा चलाते, दफ्तर है ना ठोर ठिकाना, ऑनलाइन ये धंधा चलाते। कोरोना की आपदा का अवसर ये बनाते हैं, कोरोना की आपदा को अवसर ये बनाते हैं। अरे आवे 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 रे चुपके चुपके आवे रे, आवे 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 रे चुपके चुपके आवे रे। अरे चुपके चुपके आवे रे खुले आम खावे रे, चुपके चुपके आवे रे खुले आम खावे रे। तो आज इसके बारे में बात करेंगे कि इनका खाने का धंधा कैसा तगड़ा है, और इनको जो कमा के देने वाले हैं उनकी हालत सबसे ज्यादा खतरे में भी है, सबके ज्यादा पीड़ित भी है, सबसे ज्यादा दुखी भी है।
तो सभी को गुड मॉर्निंग, शुक्रिया। और मैं I just want to understand भाषा का preference. Is there anybody in the room who will not be able to understand Hindi? So if we can sit with some of us who can do simultaneous translation, तो अभी सबकी सहमति है तो हम ये सेशन हिंदी में चलाएंगे। तो शुरुआत में तो मैं पहले निवेदन करती हूँ कुछ ऐसे 2-3 लोगों को पैनल में बुलाने के लिए। ये सत्र एक बातचीत की तरह ही होगा, पर कुछ ऐसे हमारे पैनलिस्ट में रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो कड़ी जोड़ते रहे, इस चर्चा को कैसे और आगे बढ़ाते रहे। तो पहले तो सिद्धेश, आप सब सिद्धेश से वाकिफ हैं, कल भी थे हमारे पैनल में और सेशंस पे थे, तो सिद्धेश को एक वेलकम, थैंक यू। पंकज जी, अगर आपकी सहमति है और अगर ठीक है, ठीक है, तो पंकज जी भी हमारे इस मुद्दे पे तो जुड़े रहेंगे। फिर मैं शेख सलाउद्दीन, अगर हाँ शेख जी, तो शेख जी को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वो आए। शेख सलाउद्दीन इंडियन प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स के पहले एक यूनियन को सेटअप करने के लिए उनका क्रेडिट जाता है, और अभी वो तेलंगाना गिग इन प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स यूनियन के कर्ता धर्ता है, और वो अनेकों लेवल पे, स्टेट लेवल पे, नेशनल लेवल पे, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे, क्योंकि इनका सबसे पहले यूनियन था प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स का, वो हर लेवल पे पॉलिसी पे भी बहुत इनका प्रभाव रहता है और एडवोकेसी में इन्वॉल्व है। और अभी आप ये नहीं मानिएगा कि इस पैनल में केवल 2 पुरुष हैं, मैं भी हूँ, लेकिन मैं ज्यादा बैठूंगी नहीं, मैं इधर उधर चल रही हूँ और मैं भी इस चर्चा को थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाती रहूंगी। तो शुरू, और हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं लोग जो एक्चुअली उबर, ओला, रैपिडो में काम करते हैं, और वो भी अपनी व्यक्तिगत एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर करेंगे। बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, जस्ट वांटेड टू स्टार्ट विथ यूजुअल थिंग कि इस कमरे में कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जो उबर, ओला, रैपिडो का इस्तेमाल करते हैं? जैसे मैं तो हूँ, ठीक है, तो वी हैव एन ऑडियंस वास्टली जो इस सर्विसेज को इस्तेमाल करते हैं। स्विगी, जोमेटो, आई एम श्योर ये वही हाथ खड़े होंगे स्विगी जोमेटो के लिए, अर्बन कंपनी के लिए। तो आपके जीवन में कन्वीनियंस जरूर आया है, मेरे जीवन में जरूर आया है, तो उसके बारे में ज्यादा चर्चा, आई थिंक वी कैन अज्यूम, एक प्रिजम्पशन है कि हमें पता है क्यों हमारे जीवन में काफी ईज बढ़ा है। एक फोन पे बुक करने के वजह से 5 मिनट में, 7 मिनट में चीजें आ रही है। हमारा एक्चुअली सुबह से रात का काम इन एप्स के ही थ्रू हो रहा है। हमारा टूथपेस्ट इनसे आता है, सब्जी इनसे आता है, हम ऑफिस इससे पहुंच रहे हैं, भूख लगे तो खाना इससे आ रहा है, घर की सफाई, प्लम्बर चाहिए तो ये भी ये एप्स प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। तो एवरी एस्पेक्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ इज एक्चुअली बीइंग टच्ड बाय दीज प्लेटफॉर्म्स, एग्रीगेटर्स एंड एप्लीकेशंस। बट मैं सत्र खोलना चाहती थी इससे कि आपको, और आपको क्या लगता है कि जो लोग इस सर्विसेज को प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं उनको क्या बेनिफिट्स मिल रहे हैं? एंड इट्स अ जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि ऐसा तो नहीं है कि किसी को कुछ नहीं बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, और एग्रीगेटर्स भी हमेशा ये हर जगह और ये मैं बस वोकैबुलरी क्लियर करना चाहती हूँ, ये सारी कंपनियां जो है जिसके ऊपर गाना भी लिखा गया, ओला, उबर, स्विगी, जोमेटो, अर्बन कंपनी, रैपिडो, amazon, फ्लिपकार्ट, ये सारे हम इनको एग्रीगेटर्स रेफर करेंगे इस पूरे कॉन्वर्जेशन में, क्योंकि उनका परिभाषा ये है कि हम कुछ करते नहीं है। जैसे शंकर जी का गाना है, हम फैक्ट्री में कोई माल प्रोड्यूस नहीं करते, हमारे गाड़ियां नहीं है, हम एग्रीगेट करते हैं, जिसको सर्विस चाहिए उसे कनेक्ट करते हैं, जिनको सर्विस, जो सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर सकता है, तो उनको कहते हैं डिजिटल इंटरमीडियरीज। वी आर, एंड दे आर ऑल रजिस्टर्ड एज डिजिटल इंटरमीडियरीज। आज के दिन उबर इज नॉट रजिस्टर्ड एज अ टैक्सी प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विस, तो वो ट्रांसपोर्ट रेगुलेशंस के तहत नहीं आते, वो दे रजिस्टर्ड एज अ डिजिटल इंटरमीडियरी, क्योंकि उनको लगता है हमारा काम यही है, हमने ऐप बनाया, आपको चाहिए ये प्रोवाइड करेंगे, आप दोनों आपस में बात करिएगा। ये उनका क्लेम है। तो प्रश्न में आती हूँ कि आपको क्या लगता है जो ड्राइवर्स है या जो डिलीवरी बॉयज है, ज्यादातर पुरुष ही है, या अर्बन कंपनी प्रोफेशनल्स है, उनके जीवन में आपको क्या लगता है, क्या बेनिफिट्स या सुधार हुए हैं? तो उससे चर्चा शुरू। बोल दो। Okay. So I'll just repeat. The question I was asking is, how do you think, how have the workers, how have drivers, delivery agents, professionals who work in this sector, how do you think their lives have improved or how have they benefited? I'm asking that question. As consumers, of course, we know how it's benefited us. तो इनका ये था कि इन लोगों को कहीं जाना नहीं पड़ता, वो घर बैठे उनको पता लग जाएगा, ठीक है यहाँ पे मुझे जाना है तो मैं यहाँ पिकअप कर दूंगा, यहाँ पे ड्रॉप करना है। तो सहायता उस तरफ से होती है कि हमें कोई हर दिन कोई जगह नहीं जाना पड़ता काम ढूंढने के लिए, घर बैठे पता लग जाता है कहाँ जाना है। ठीक है, दिस इज अ बेनिफिट। ऑल्टरनेट सोर्स ऑफ इनकम, ठीक है।
But they are providing to the customer service at the doorstep. So they are much more humane than their masters
अच्छा,
on one side, irrespective of what they get or do not get.
ठीक है। तो ये है कि भगवान के तहत है, क्योंकि आप तो इतना अनोखा काम कर रहे हैं कि आप घर पे जाके उनको ये सुविधा दे रहे हैं, तो आपका तो भगवान जितना स्टेटस है। और सरकार भी मानती है, कोविड वॉरियर्स, कोविड एंजल्स, क्या क्या नाम मिले हमको। और ये कह रहे हैं कि हाँ, कमाई शायद कम होगी, लेकिन आपका स्टैचर तो भगवान के लेवल पे है।
Ma'am, this type of aggregators also provide job to unskilled people on a large scale. Like for say, Infosys teachers used to only pay or only employed the skilled persons, but these companies pay the salaries or the income to the unskilled or not that competent people.
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो इसका ये है कि जिन लोगों की कोई और क्षमता नहीं है, जो क्षमता है लोगों की वो तो काम पे लगे हैं, जिनकी क्षमता नहीं है उन जैसे बेचारे लोगों को काम मिल रहा है, वो है। और कुछ?
सॉरी, एक स्मॉल पॉइंट।
हाँ, सॉरी। ठीक है, यू कैन स्टार्ट योर वर्क एनी टाइम यू वांट, यू कैन एंड द वर्क एनी टाइम यू वांट। तो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, ये सारी चीजें फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के नीचे भी आती है। हाँ, आप कुछ
नहीं, एज सच कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं है मेरा, बस एक रिएक्शन था कि हम मतलब कुछ भी कहे, अनस्किल तो नहीं कह सकते। मतलब 8 घंटे गाड़ी चलाना, चीजें को पहुंचाना, मतलब ये सब स्किल्स ही है, दैट्स ऑल। तो अनस्किल नहीं किया जा सकता।
They make things easier and convenient. They save our time so that we can do more productive activities.
ठीक है।
To the customers, very much access to customers, as well as they can spend the time from where they want to go and where they want to live.
Yeah, I do want to repeat, we are not asking how our lives have got easy because we know it. I'm trying to ask कि how much do we really believe the lives of others have got easier? हाँ,
There's also greater.
एक सेकेंड, सॉरी। अच्छा, जो भी बोल रहे खड़े होके बोल दे, मुझे दिख नहीं रहा कौन शुरू कर रहा है। That's what.
There's greater accountability and transparency in the whole system. Even the operators, the Uber or Ola or whatever it is, they're also ensured of the payments. There's a whole lot of monitoring. There's a feeling of security and safety for them as well as the customers also.
Sure.
That's it.
I think the last we'll take and then we'll go. हाँ, बोलिए आप। Can monetize your own asset.
There is one more. Excuse me, ma'am. Here.
आप प्लीज खड़े होके बोल दीजिए। हाँ,
Okay, so what I was saying is through these apps, what the workers has got was the agency of workers has increased. For example, it's not only the customers who are rating the aggregators or the workers, but also the drivers. Rapido drivers can also rate you. I mean, about your behavior. How did you book that? What was your way of talking to them? So they can also rate you. Rapido driver actually rates the customers. Yeah.
ठीक है, तो I get a broad, हाँ, अच्छा, हाँ.
Just one question. You've been working a lot and you must have talked to thousands of people in among the gig economy. Is there any instance where any gig worker, like in the startups and the other technology companies, has been offered an ESOP anywhere in the world?
Not a single one. Not a single one. Okay, तो get the broad picture. यही मोटा मोटा है. And it's also very interesting कि ये इन सारे जो लोग काम करते हैं, इनको तो वर्कर का भी तवज्जो नहीं दिया जाता है. इनको पार्टनर्स बोला जाता है. Rapido calls them captains. We'll call them anything but a worker, which is what that person is actually doing. He's working, she's working. But एक मुद्दे पे, and this was an interesting start because instead of हम शुरू कर रहे हैं कि हमें क्या लगता है, we wanted to get a sense of the room कि as consumers जो इस पूरे इंडस्ट्री को फ्यूल कर रहे हैं, मतलब हमारे डिमांड के वजह से ही ये सारा एक इंडस्ट्री चल रहा है, हमारे मन में क्या एक जम गया है पर्सपेक्टिव कि हम इसको यूज करते हुए, इसको बढ़ावा देते हुए कि हम इस पूरे सोसाइटल में एक्चुअली वी आर एनहांसिंग गुड एंड हम अपने परचेजेस एंड कंजम्पशन से लोगों का भला कर रहे हैं. ये भी एक नया एक डिस्कोर्स शुरू हो गया है इस प्लेटफॉर्म इंडस्ट्री में. तो एक एक करके हम समझे हैं. अब मैं निवेदन करूंगी, एक तो कुछ जो आए हैं हमारे साथ वर्कर्स, वो जुड़े, वो स्टेज पे आए प्लीज और अपना परिचय भी दे. कुछ नाम मैं जानती हूँ, संतोष जी, मजहर जी, बट बाकियों से लेट परिचय हुई. प्लीज आप जुड़िए और एक एक चीजों पे हम सुनेंगे कि आते रहिए और फिर परिचय करेंगे. फिर हम सुनेंगे कि ईच ऑफ दीज क्लेम्स that either we feel or aggregators very expensive public relations machinery has made us believe, ये कितना लेवल पे कितना हो रहा है और कितना नहीं हो रहा है. तो instead of us having a theoretical conversation, हमने सोचा कि हम वर्कर से ही सुने हर एक मुद्दे पे रियलिटी लिव्ड एक्सपीरियंस क्या कह रहा है इस मुद्दे पे. शुरुआत परिचय से करते हैं.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, गुड मॉर्निंग. मैं मोहम्मद जावेद, ट्रांसपोर्ट फील्ड में मैं 2012 से हूँ. 5 इयर्स मैंने लोडिंग गाड़ी चलाया था. उसके बाद में ये ख्वाब देखा कि इसके अंदर फ्यूचर अच्छा है. ऊबर में बिजनेस बहुत अच्छा चल रहा था. उस टाइम पे मैं जॉइन किया जब 90,000 और 1 लाख का बिजनेस दे रहा था. ऊबर इंसेंटिव भी अच्छा दे रहा था. तो हम सोचे कि बच्चों का फ्यूचर, मैरिज के बाद में न्यू लाइफ था मेरा, चेंज लाइफ होता बोल के हम इसके अंदर आए. आने के बाद में धीरे धीरे देखे कि 2019 और 20 में लॉकडाउन हो गया. लॉकडाउन के बाद से इतना गिरा, हद से ज़्यादा. एक्सपेक्टेशन कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते. आज के पीरियड में इतना एग्रीगेटर दबा रहे हैं. हाँ जी, बस.
मेरा नाम संतोष है. यूबर रैपिडो का ड्राइवर हूँ, गिग वर्कर हूँ. ये ड्राइवर बोलना बंद करके गिग वर्कर बोलना बेहतर है, मेरा एक मशवरा है. थैंक यू.
मेरा नाम मोहम्मद मजहर, मैं एक गिग वर्कर हूँ एज कैब ड्राइवर. मैं इससे पहले 2016 से पहले अब्रॉड में सऊदी अरब में था. जब मैं सऊदी अरब से 16 में आया 2016 में, तो यहाँ पे ओला उबर रैपिडो चल रहा, तब से मैं यहाँ पे जुड़ा हुआ हूँ.
मैं पहले एक ड्राइवर करता था, एक साहब के नीचे, कमिश्नर के नीचे काम करता था. मैं पहले ड्राइवर था.
मेरा नाम अब्दुल नईम है। मैं पहले मैकेनिक का काम करता था। टीवी में एड्स वगैरह देखकर थोड़ा कमाई ज़्यादा होती बोलकर एड्स देखकर थोड़ा कन्विंस होकर मैं डिलीवरी बॉय का काम शुरू किया। तो अभी मैं स्विगी जोमेटो में डिलीवरी बॉय एज ए काम कर रहा हूँ।
गुड मॉर्निंग, मेरा नाम शेख सलाउद्दीन है। मैं ऊबर ड्राइवर हूँ। मैं पहले हायर व्हीकल चलाता था, जो गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में ऑफिसर्स को लेके आना लेके जाना। तो उसके बाद में मैं शिफ्ट ओला एंड ऊबर में हुआ। आईडीज ब्लॉक है, बट ऊबर में अभी भी स्टिल नो मैं चला रहा हूँ।
मेरा नाम सिद्धेश गौतम है और मैं भी एक गिग वर्कर हूँ, क्योंकि मैं एक आर्टिस्ट की तरह गिग वर्क्स ढूंढता हूँ और करता हूँ। तो मैं इस पैनल में इसलिए थैंक यू वेरी मच।
वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्लैरिफिकेशन। ये सही है कि हम गिग वर्कर की परिभाषा भी हम समझ ले। पीस रेट वर्कर्स आर गिग वर्कर्स। एनीवन हु इज कॉम्पनसेटेड फॉर अ टास्क कंप्लीटेड। ऐसा नहीं कि आपका काम जितना किया नहीं किया, क्योंकि जैसे सरकारी ऑफिसर्स, आप मान लो अगर आप नरेगा के, आप पता नहीं आपने कितने कल देखे थे हियरिंग्स में, लेकिन अगर होता कि और जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी ऑफ अ नरेगा's इनकम इज लिंक्ड to how percentage of how many works you have opened up for Narega workers, he or she would also be a gig worker. But उनका पूरा स्ट्रक्चर है कि आप जो भी काम करो, ठीक करो, बढ़िया करो या ना भी ठीक करो, आप एम्प्लॉयड हो तो आपका सैलरी आता रहेगा, आपका पेंशन आता रहेगा। गिग वर्क विच इज more than 93% of India's workforce are piece rate workers, जिनका सिक्योरिटी नहीं है कि वो जितना काम करे नहीं करे। तो गिग कोई नई चीज नहीं है। हमारे पूरे भारत के इतिहास का अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्क का पूरा गिग ही रहा है। ये जो नई परिभाषा आई है कि ये गिग वर्क फोन से चलाया जाता है। पहले गिग वर्क आप बाहर जाके, यहाँ पे भी अगर आप लेबर चौक में जाओ, हर सुबह लोग आपको दिखेंगे कि उस दिन का मेरा कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर उठा ले, मुझे काम के लिए दिला दे, वो भी गिग वर्क है। अभी ये चीज ऐप के थ्रू हो रही है। कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स आर ऑल्सो बीइंग hired through apps. Startups are being funded actually for finding more and more ways of unorganized workers coming on this platform. So thank you for also clarifying.
पहले चाबुक से चलता था और अब फोन से चलता है गिग वर्क।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो शुरू करते हैं। एक जो चीज एक जो आप लोगों ने बात रखी है उसको एक एक करके सुनते हैं। जब हम कहते हैं कि कमाई, एक तो आई थिंक वी कैन फैलेसी एविडेंट है, जिनकी क्षमता नहीं है, वी हैड सेड अनस्किल्ड वर्कर्स आर नाउ फाइंडिंग वर्क, who are not doing anything before are finding work, and also aggregators greatest PR, creating employment in this country. Nobody out of this panel was not working before. Nobody has the luxury of not working. Everybody was doing something. They have now, some of them, most of them actually were doing this profession only. वो टैक्सी ही चलाते थे, गाड़ी के बिजनेस में ही थे, लोडिंग में ही थे, टैक्सी करने लगे हैं। कुछ ऐसे लोग हो गए जिनका कोर प्रोफेशन ही शायद बदला होगा, जैसे सर का है कि वो पहले एक मैकेनिक थे, अभी फूड डिलीवरी कर रहे हैं। ये फैलेसी आई होप दिख ही रहा है, और ये एक छोटा सैंपल है, लेकिन आप किसी से भी हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं अगले 5 दिन, अब जब कोई भी आप ऐप यूज करें, आप प्लीज पूछेगा वो व्यक्ति क्या करते थे पहले। आपको कोई नहीं मिलेगा जो कहता था हम तो कुछ नहीं करते थे, या आते ही हम काम करने लगे, या अक्षमता थी और इससे क्षमता बढ़ गई। सो दैट्स वन। दूसरा, कमाई बढ़ी है या ऑल्टरनेट इनकम, मतलब दो रास्ते खुल गए आपके कमाई करने के। तो इसमें अगर आप, क्योंकि संतोष और हर एक वर्कर से हम एक गिग वर्कर से नोटेड हम एक टेस्टिमनी लेंगे, तो आपसे हम सुनना चाहते हैं कि कमाई में जो कंपनीज कहती है आपको कितना मिलता है और कितना एक्चुअली हाथ में फाइनली आता है।
मैडम, शुरुआत में तो 70,000 80,000 आप कमा सकते हैं। आप किसी के हाथ के नीचे काम नहीं करने का जरूरत नहीं है। आप खुद ओनर है, आप खुद पार्टनर है, हमारा कंपनी का पार्टनर है बोल के उन्होंने थोड़ा अट्रैक्टिव करके हम लोगों को ये फील्ड में लाए बाद से अभी मेरा घर का खर्च है 40,000 रुपये, मेरा घर का खर्चा है। वो अरे को रहता, वो बचे 30,000 रुपए, मेरा जिंदगी बनती, मेरा ब्राइट फ्यूचर रहता बोल के मैं फील्ड में आया, लेकिन मेरे को महीने को 20,000 रुपए किसी और से लेना पड़ रहा मेरे को। अभी शुरुआत में तो अच्छा ही दिया, एक 6 महीने तक, उसके बाद जो है अल्लू अल्लू धीरे 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 कम हुआ, उसके बाद कोरोना के बाद और कम हो गया। हम ना जी सक रहे ना मर सक रहे, हमारा हालत तो बेहालत है मैडम।
तो संतोष जी, आपने ही हमें इन चीजों के बारे में आज सुबह समझाया, तो आप थोड़ा, आपके पीछे जो हम दिखा रहे हैं ये आपसे ही बातचीत करके हमने लिखा है, आप एक एक करके थोड़ा समझा सकते हैं कि खर्चा।
हाँ मैडम, ये जो है मेरा डीजल का दिन को 1,000 रुपए जलती मैडम, मेरा कार का EMI है 9,000 रुपया, मेरा मोबाइल डाटा एक्सपीरियंस 400 रुपया मेरा और मेरा घर का, एक इंश्योरेंस 2,000 रुपये है, 20,000 रुपये 5 इयर्स बिलो, 5 इयर्स के 1 to 5 इयर्स वर्क तक 30,000 रुपये इंश्योरेंस आता, 5 इयर्स के बाद थोड़ा थोड़ा कम होते रहता। अभी मेरा गाड़ी 8 साल का है, इसलिए मेरा 20,000 है, वही मेरा नई गाड़ी है तो 30,000 रुपये, तो वो 1,000 रुपये बढ़ता। फिर मेरा व्हीकल मेंटेनेंस है 2,500, फिटनेस एंड परमिट 500 रुपीज है पर एनम। ये टायर सेफ्टी, मेरा गाड़ी का टायर 1 साल में 4 टायर बदलना पड़ता, एक टायर आके 6,000 रुपया मैडम। और मेरा जो है सब्सक्रिप्शन 2,100। हाँ, सब्सक्रिप्शन जो है रैपिडो में 10,000 रुपये का फेयर करे तो 500 रुपीज सब्सक्रिप्शन प्लस 18% GST 90 रुपीज, यानी कि 600 रुपीज। मैं महीने में 3 बार कराता हूँ मैं, ये 1,800 रुपये उसका ये सब्सक्रिप्शन रैपिडो का। और मेरा AC में साल में एक बार AC फील करना पड़ता, AC का, बगैर AC का गाड़ी नहीं चला सकते, अगर AC कम है तो फिर कंप्लेंट करता मेरा ID ब्लॉक होता है, इसलिए वो कंपल्सरी मेंटेनेंस करना पड़ता। और मेरा कार एक्सपेंसेस है 38,700 है मेरा कार का, इंटीरियर हो, डैशबोर्ड का हो, वॉशिंग का हो, एयर का हो, गाड़ी भी नीट नहीं है तो कस्टमर कंप्लेंट कर तो मेरा ID ब्लॉक होता, ID ब्लॉक हो तो फिर मेरे भीख मांगना पड़ता बोल के वो सब करना पड़ता। पूरा मेरे को 40,000 रुपये आता मैडम। पहले जो 2014 में होर्डिंग जो बताया 70,000 रुपये, 40,000 मेरा मेंटेनेंस गया था, अभी 30,000 रुपये बचा। 30,000 रुपये में मेरा बच्चों का, मेरा और बच्चों का फीस भी नहीं आया मैडम इसमें। मेरा 2 बच्चे हैं, 2 बच्चों को 3,000 स्कूल की फीस है, 6,000 रुपये उसका भी है मैडम, स्कूल की फीस है, ये भी नहीं आया। और उसमें मेरे को 30,000 रुपये बचे तो मेरा लाइफ बनती बोल के मैं इसमें आया था मैडम, लेकिन इसमें तो मेरा जिंदगी खत्म हो गया मैडम। अभी मैं जी के भी फायदा नहीं है मैडम, क्योंकि मैं पीछे मुड़ के देखो तो इसको पैसा भरना पड़ता, उसको पैसा भरना पड़ता, मेरा पूरा ट्रैवल ही दिख रहा मैडम। मैं चला चला के मेरा कमर का दर्द भी आ गया, अभी मैं ज्यादा काम नहीं कर सकता हूँ, ज्यादा बैठ सकता हूँ नहीं, ज्यादा कर सकता हूँ मैं, क्योंकि 12 घंटा मैं काम करे तो ही मेरे को ये आना मुश्किल है, मुश्किल है आता, लेकिन मुश्किल है, 12 घंटा पढ़ना पड़ता, 30 डेज काम करना पड़ता मेरे को। अभी ये ट्रैफिक में 12 घंटा 30 डेज करना बोलता, बहुत ये तो क्वेश्चन मार्क है, हर एक आदमी की क्वेश्चन मार्क है।
आप क्या कहते हैं कि जब लोग कहते हैं, जब ये कहा जाता है कि कमाई बढ़ रही है, कमाई का अवसर, आपका उत्तर क्या है उस?
हाँ मैडम, कमाई बढ़ रही मैडम, बढ़ रही बोल के भी नहीं, लेकिन वैसे मेरा मेंटेनेंस भी बढ़ रहा ना मैडम, जैसा कमाई बढ़ रहा वैसा मेरा मेंटेनेंस भी बढ़ रहा। जब के टाइम पे 50 रुपीज डीजल था, अब के टाइम पे 100 रुपया है मैडम। इस सिटी में मेरी गाड़ी दी थी मैडम 10 माइलेज देती, अभी यहाँ से 10 किलोमीटर जाना बोलो तो मेरे को 150 रुपीज देता, 100 रुपया डीजल की जगह तो 50 रुपये बचता मेरे को। ये 50 रुपये कितने करूँ मैं, कितने 50 करूँ मैं दिन को 1,000 रुपये कमाए तो बहुत हो गया मैडम। 1,000 रुपये कमाए तभी मेरा मेंटेनेंस की ज्यादा, मैं कैसा जी पाऊँ, मेरे बच्चों को कैसा मैं ये देख सकता हूँ, वो भी तो है ना मैडम।
तो इसके बारे में भी थोड़ा हम सत्र खोलेंगे, अगर आपके कोई फॉलो अप क्वेश्चंस है, समझना है, पर ये हम जरूर एक केस स्टडी, लेकिन आप ये समझ सकते हैं इस पूरे हियरिंग का अलग अलग सेशंस का यही फॉर्मेट है, हम आपको 1-2 एग्जांपल्स ही दिखा सकते हैं इस तरीके के फॉर्मेट पे, पर ये बिल्कुल ऐसा एक्सेप्शन नहीं है। Can we just open it out later? We just want to hear from other gig workers as well. तो ये तो सबसे पहले चीज था कमाई का। तो ब्रॉडली हमें ये समझने की जरूरत है, जब हम कमाई सोचते हैं, हम खर्चे का कोई हिसाब नहीं रख रहे अपने खुद के दिमाग में, मतलब इवन इन आवर परसेप्शन वी जस्ट डोंट हैव एन एक्नॉलेजमेंट ऑफ कितना उनका खर्चा निकलता है। एंड ये जो कंपनीज बोलते हैं 40,000 50,000, इट्स नॉट नेट, इट इज एक्चुअली हम इतना दे सकते हैं। दूसरा ये मैं क्लब कर रही हूँ पॉइंट्स, ईज ऑफ कन्वीनियंस वर्कर्स, गिग वर्कर्स के लिए, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, आप अपने मन के मालिक हो, जब उठना है उठो, जब काम पे जाना है जाओ, जब नहीं करना है नहीं करना है, ये सब बेनिफिट्स लेने हैं तो इसी प्रकार का एक प्लेटफॉर्म चलेगा। तो ये फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी आई एम कंबाइनिंग 2-3। तो शेख जी
जो एग्रीगेटर कंपनीज है, चाहे ओला, उबर, स्विगी, जोमेटो, रैपिडो, डेंजो, जितने भी एग्रीगेटर कंपनीज है, वो सारे एग्रीगेटर कंपनीज पूरा डेटा अपने कंट्रोल में रखते हैं। और वर्कर्स का भी, जैसे कि सोचो कोई इंसेंटिव के नज़दीक है, अब तो इंसेंटिव का मॉडल बहुत ख़त्म हो गया, अगर जब कोई वर्कर इंसेंटिव के नज़दीक में है तो उसको इंसेंटिव मिलना या नहीं मिलना, और उसको कितना दूर लोग, कभी भी आप लोग, अभी सब सवाल में आप लोगों के सुन रहा था, आप कभी भी देखे होंगे आपके सामने गाड़ी रहती है, आपके नज़रों के सामने, मगर वो गाड़ी नहीं आती, आपको 5 किलोमीटर 4 किलोमीटर से दूर से गाड़ी आती रहती। वो क्यों? वो एल्गोरिथम डिजाइन करता कि वो कंपनी को पता है कि कौन सी गाड़ी को ही भेजना है आपके पास, वो ऑलरेडी उसके फ्रेम में फिक्स होके है। तो वो डिसीजन मेकर वर्कर नहीं है, कंपनी है। तो यहाँ पे अकाउंटेबिलिटी यही चीज के ऊपर होना है कि वो जो डिसाइड करने वाला राइट है वो कंपनी का है। इतना ही नहीं, अगर जा डिलीवरी बॉय के अंदर भी अगर जा आप देखेंगे, सेम डिलीवरी बॉय को भी पैरेलली आप थर्ड पार्टी के अंदर डिलीवरी बॉयज को देखेंगे, शैडो फैक्स, रैपिडो वाला डिलीवरी बॉय वहां पे रहता, और रेगुलर जो स्विगी जोमेटो के डिलीवरी बॉय रहते, उनसे भी राइट इनको आते रहती इमिडिएटली। वो बोलता कि यार मैं तो डेडिकेटेडली स्विगी जोमेटो के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को राइट नहीं गिर रही, मेरे को ऑर्डर नहीं गिर रहा, मेरे बाजू वाले साथी को ऑर्डर गिर रहा, बैक टू बैक। ये जो बैक एंड जो इसका डेटा का जो कंट्रोल है, जो मैकेनिज्म है, वो सारा जो है एग्रीगेटर कंपनीज के पास ही है। और वो बोलते कि हमारा कंट्रोल नहीं है किसी के ऊपर। अगर जब कंट्रोल नहीं है तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ना।
बट शेख जी आप बताइए, आप भी कंट्रोल्स कैसे आते हैं? जब कहते हैं फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है, यही चीज कि आप जब चाहे काम कर सकते हैं और नहीं करना चाहे तो नहीं कर सकते, वो कितने लेवल तक
वो नहीं है? क्योंकि अगर जब आप देखेंगे, आपको पार्ट टाइम वर्कर बोल रहे हैं, आपको 4 घंटे 5 घंटे प्लेटफॉर्म पे आके काम करो बोल रहे हैं, और वही प्लेटफॉर्म पे बोल रहा है कि और आप 2 राइड मारो 3 राइड मारो, इंसेंटिव के नजदीक में है। वो कंट्रोल कौन कर रहे? अब वो इंसेंटिव के चक्कर में वो डिलीवरी बॉय 4 घंटे का जो काम करने का पार्ट टाइम बोल के बोल रहे, वो 8 घंटे हो जा रहे। 8 घंटे मारते ही और 2 पार्सल दे दो आप लोग, उसके बाद में जो है और आपको इंसेंटिव मिलेगा। आप उसका चार्ट देखेंगे, डिलीवरी बॉयज का चार्ट अगर जब आप देखेंगे, 5 राइड, 10 राइड, 8 राइड, 12 राइड, 15 राइड, ऐसा आपको बढ़ाते रहते। जैसा आप राइड्स कंप्लीट करते रहते, नेक्स्ट राइड पे जाने के लिए नेक्स्ट 2 टारगेट करे तो आपको फिर इंसेंटिव मिलता। ये जो कंट्रोलिज्म है ना, बैक एंड से पूरा उसको वर्कर को छोड़ना नहीं चाहते हो, फुल टाइम उसको।
चीज क्लैरिफाई करना चाहती हूँ सबके लिए, इंसेंटिव क्यों जरूरी है? अगर आप देखते हैं, अगर रेट के अनुसार ये चले, आपको ब्रेकअप दिखा, इस पर डिलीवरी पर टैक्सी राइड के भरोसे अगर ये चले तो ये कर्ज पे रहेंगे, ये इनको ये प्रॉफिटेबल एंडेवर नहीं है। इंसेंटिव्स आर द ओनली थिंग दैट कीप देम अफ्लोट। तो वो जो अगर एग्रीगेटर वो लालच नहीं देगा तो ये सारे लोग छोड़ के जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये सच में कर्जे में जा रहे हैं। तो एग्रीगेटर्स को ये समझ है कि इनको इसी हाल में छोड़ दे तो, एंड विदाउट द गिग वर्कर्स देयर इज नो गिग इकोनॉमी, since they produce nothing. These are the only ones sustaining that industry. तो they understand incentives are the only thing that will keep them. और उसका जो मैं बस क्लैरिफाई करना चाहती हूँ, जो आप कहते हो कि लालच देते हैं, वो लोग लेते एक्स्ट्रा कमाई के लिए नहीं है, वो नहीं मिले तो उनका दिन का खर्चा नहीं निकलेगा, तो इसलिए इंसेंटिव्स इतने जरूरी
नहीं। इसमें और एक चीज भी अगर जब आप देखेंगे, इसमें 2 किस्म का, अगर जब कैब में आएंगे आप, ओला और उबर के उनके लीज के व्हीकल्स है। अभी तो ओला का लीज का व्हीकल नहीं है, बट उबर का लीज का व्हीकल है। अगर जब आप बिजनेस देखेंगे, फर्स्ट आप बुकिंग डालते पहले उसके लीज की व्हीकल को जाएंगे, उसके लीज की व्हीकल एक्सेप्ट नहीं है या नज़दीक में गाड़ी नहीं है, फिर भी 4-5 किलोमीटर का रेडिएशन कवर करके बाद में जो है रेगुलर कस्टमर को बुकिंग देते रहते। और सेम ऐसी ही डिलीवरी में भी है। देखो अभी मेरे सामने अभी मेरे साथी बता रहे हैं 60 ट्रिप मारने पे 350 रुपए मिलेंगे आपको। फिर उसके नीचे है 13 ट्रिप मारे तो आपको 650 रुपए मिलेंगे। अब वो 60 ट्रिप मारे तक पाप बेचारे को शाम हो जाती 10-11 बज से, और ये क्या समझ और 7-740 ना भी एक 6 ट्रिप मार लेंगे कैसे भी करके, और ये भी मेरे 650 रुपए और एडिशनल जमा हो जाते। वो 650 रुपए की लालच, जैसा रक्षिता जी बोल रहे ना, वो लालच के हिसाब में जाके बहुत सारे ड्राइवर मेंटल और फिजिकल स्ट्रेस के कारण हो रहे, रोड के एक्सीडेंट्स मल्टीपल हो रहे, और नींद नहीं रह रही ड्राइवर्स के लिए। फिर कंपनी बोलती कि हम 10 घंटे 12 घंटे से बढ़ के काम नहीं कराएंगे। अगर जब 10 घंटे 12 घंटे कमाना है, आपको काम कराना है, तो वेज इंश्योर करो, एक मिनिमम वेज लेके आओ, और उसके ऊपर काम करने के लिए सही नहीं है। अगर जब आप, और एक बात बोलता हूँ, आप आईपीएल मैचेस दसरा दीपावली के फेस्टिवल, रमजान ऐसे फेस्टिवल्स पे देखिए, बहुत सारे डिलीवरी बॉयज को जो है ना रोबो के सब भगाते रहते। आप जाओ, इंसेंटिव मिलेगा आपको, प्लेटफॉर्म पे बहुत धमाका ऑफर दे रहे, बम्पर ऑफर दे रहे, कैसे टाइटल्स लगाते मालूम आप लोगों को, परेशान हो जाना वो टाइटल्स सुने तो आप। जो बंदा पढ़ा लिखा बंदा भी है ना, 2 दिन के लिए बाजू रख दे के अपना रोजी रोटी दूसरा, अरे बम्पर ऑफर है कहते उसके अंदर 20 राइड मार लिए तो आ जाते। वो चक्कर में बहुत सारे डिलीवरी बॉय अपना कभी भी इंसेंटिव रीच नहीं हो पाते, और वो कंपनी उसका फायदा उठा दी। और एक मजे की बात बताऊं मैं, जितने भी आईडीज ब्लॉक होते उस दसरा दीपावली रमजान जो भी फेस्टिवल्स है उसके लिए खुली छूट है, आईडीज भी एक्टिव कर देते। वो तो कंपनी की मनमानी देखो आप, जब चाहे उनकी आईडी ब्लॉक कर सकते, जब चाहे अपनी आईडी वर्कर की खोल भी सकते, और उसको ऑफर भी दे सकते। आओ जुड़ो प्लेटफॉर्म पे इमीडिएटली, बारिश होने वाली है 1 घंटे के अंदर। अरे हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी में अभी तो बारिश होने वाली 1 घंटे में बोलते नहीं बोलते वेदर रिपोर्ट, मगर इनके पास पहले वेदर रिपोर्ट आया था 1 घंटे के अंदर जोरदार बारिश होने वाली है, आ जाओ सड़क के ऊपर, सर्ज और पीक बहुत मिलेगा आपको। मगर उसकी जान की हिम्मत नहीं है, वो एरिया थ्रेट है, वो एरिया ब्लॉक है, वो एरिया में आप नहीं जा सकते, पानी बहुत आता, वहां पे बहने के चांसेस है, आपकी गाड़ी खराब होने के चांसेस है। ये नहीं बोलता कोई कंपनी बोलता कि आओ प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम करो, सर्ज मिलेगा, पीक मिलेगा, रेन मोड मिलेगा। वो तो वर्कर्स की कोई इज्जत ही नहीं है, और उसके काम की अहमियत, उसकी पहचान, उसकी मार्केटिंग, जो ड्राइवर को खींचना है, जो डिलीवरी बॉय को खींचना है, ड्राइवर को भी क्या दिखता मालूम, अब 4x गिर रहा, अब मेरा सर्च फुल बन गया भाई, अब मैं घर को नहीं जाना, बारिश हुए तो भी हुई, मैं गाड़ी यहाँ पे रख के चले जाना। मगर सोचो आप, ये हैदराबाद जैसे सिटीज, बैंगलोर जैसे सिटी, मुंबई जैसे सिटीज में 3-3 4-4 घंटे ड्राइवर जो पैसेंजर को कार में बिठा के ले गया था, कितना मेंटल फिजिकल स्ट्रेस गिरता मालूम। क्लच ब्रेक मारते 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 शाम तक गए तक उसका जो पैर का हालत है ना, बहुत बुरी हालत हो जाती। वो तो पूरा कंट्रोल, मैं यही कहना चाह रहा हूं आप लोगों को कि पूरा कंट्रोल एग्रीगेटर के हाथ में है। एग्रीगेटर कंपनी जो है खेल खिलाते रहती, जिसको जैसा खेल खिलाना है, नचाना है, वो उसके हाथ में कंट्रोल है। वो एल्गोरिथम के हिसाब से, वो डेटा के हिसाब से जो है अपने वर्कर्स के साथ खेलते रहती।
सो जैसे आपने लालच की बात की, तो वो लालच को मैं एक दूसरे तरीके से डिफाइन करना चाहूंगा अपने एक एक्सपीरियंस से। तो 2017-18 के बीच में जब जोमेटो और ये सारी जो कंपनीज चलती थी, तो उस टाइम पे आपने देखा होगा कि पुराने जोमेटो के जो राइडर्स होते थे उनके पास बहुत सारे फोन नंबर्स होते थे और वाइट कलर का जोमेटो बड़ा बड़ा लिखा रहता था और उस तरीके से वो चलते थे। तो हमें उनकी यूनिफॉर्म को रीडिजाइन करने का प्रोजेक्ट मिला और हमें बहुत सारी दिक्कतें पता चली। हमें पता चली कि किस तरीके से स्किन रैशेस होते हैं, स्किन डिजीजेस होती हैं क्योंकि आप कितनी देर तक काम करते हैं, पाइल्स की प्रॉब्लम होती है क्योंकि आप इतनी देर तक ड्राइव करते हैं, राइड करते हैं। सो हमें बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स पता चले जिसके हम अलग अलग सोल्यूशंस के बारे में हम लोगों ने बात करनी शुरू की। सबसे पहला, क्योंकि हमें यूनिफॉर्म डिजाइन करना था, तो सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने बोला अपना टेक्सटाइल चेंज करो। आप पॉलिस्टर पहना के एक ट्रॉपिकल कंट्री में लोगों को इधर से उधर भगा रहे हो, हैव सम डिग्निटी के आप उससे कॉटन पे आओ, एंड यू आर अ बिग कंपनी, आप इनोवेट करो टू मेक न्यू टेक्सटाइल फॉर योर राइडर्स। जो आपके साथ जो लेके आ रहे हैं, यू हैव, आपके भारत में बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टेक्सटाइल्स हैं, आज के टाइम पे बैम्बू और कॉटन को मिक्स करके ऐसा टेक्सटाइल बनाया जा सकता है जो एंटी बैक्टीरियल होता है, जो आपको रैशेस कम देगा, कम नहीं, खत्म नहीं करेगा लेकिन सिर्फ कम देगा। लेकिन हमारी सबसे बड़ी जो प्रॉब्लम थी वो थी रिफ्लेक्टर्स की, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा लोग एक्सीडेंट्स में मारे जा रहे थे और स्पेशली नॉर्थ इंडिया में बहुत कोहरा होता है, बहुत सारे लोगों की बाइक्स में बैकलाइट काम नहीं करती है। कंपनीज जो होती हैं उनको कोई आइडिया नहीं होता है कि किसकी बैकलाइट काम कर रही है कि काम नहीं कर रही है। सो बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट्स इसकी वजह से होते थे, रात में एक्सीडेंट्स होते थे। और हम बस एक रिफ्लेक्टर लगाना चाह रहे थे जिसकी कॉस्ट कुछ 3 से 4 रुपए की थी। उसके लिए हमें 2 महीने लड़ाई करनी पड़ी है कि वो 4 रुपए की कॉस्ट आप अपनी टी शर्ट पे बढ़ाओ तो आप लोगों की जान को सेव कर सकते हो। सोचिए आप सिर्फ उस 4 रुपए के लिए, उस लालच को आप देखिए कि सिर्फ वो 3 से 4 रुपए को बढ़ाने के लिए हमें 2 महीने उन लोगों से लड़ाई करनी पड़ी, 2 महीने उनसे लगातार मीटिंग्स करनी पड़ी कि क्यों ये जरूरी है। हर बार एक नई प्रेजेंटेशन बनाओ, हर बार एक नया रीजन दो उनको। तो सोचिए कि उनके दिमाग में लाइफ की कीमत क्या है। तो वो ये लालच, तो कितने सारे अलग अलग लालच वो अलग अलग जगहों पे यूज कर रहे हैं, कितने अलग अलग लेवल पे।
अब मैं अगले मुद्दे पे जाना चाहती हूँ जो आप ही से आया है कि इंटरेस्टिंग ये था कि ग्रेटर अकाउंटेबिलिटी, पता तो चलता है किसको, एक लेवल ऑफ ट्रांसपेरेंसी है कि किसको काम पे लगाया, कितना मिला उस पैसे से, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा। सो देयर इज अ ग्रेटर मॉनिटरिंग एंड ग्रेटर अकाउंटेबिलिटी ऑफ वर्क ऑपरेशंस एंड वर्कर्स थ्रू दिस प्लेटफॉर्म। तो इसके लिए मैं मजहर जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो जब काम करते हैं, आपको अपने काम और कमाई के बारे में क्या सूचना आपको मिलती है, कंपनी को मिलती, कंपनी को तो सर्वप्रथम वो तो सब कुछ उनके पास है, उनको तो पता है। आपको जो सूचना जरूरत है उसकी कितनी सूचना आपके पास आपको मिलती है?
कंपनी से तो जो हमारे को बताया जाता है कि हमारे को किसमें कितना क्या जीएसटी टैक्स टीडीएस कट कर रहा है या सर्विस टैक्स, जब उसके बारे में डिटेल मालूम करेंगे तो वहाँ जाने के बाद जो है सो वो लोग यही बोलते हैं कि हम टीडीएस सर्टिफिकेट नहीं देंगे। जीएसटी के बारे में पूछेंगे तो वो बोलेंगे कि जीएसटी भी सर्टिफिकेट नहीं देंगे, पर पैसा तो हमसे पूरा टैक्स के नाम पे पूरा वसूल किया जाता है। बताते ये है कि 20%, मगर उसको जब कैलकुलेशन करेंगे तो ऑलमोस्ट 35 to 40% तक चले जा रहा हो। अब जैसा कि एग्जाम्पल, ये आपके पीछे ये एक ट्रिप है, इसमें आप देखिए अप फ्रंट फेयर कितना है 142.84। ये मेरे को ट्रिप एक्सेप्ट करने के टाइम पे मेरा अप फ्रंट बता था। जब मैं ट्रिप कंप्लीट कर लिया हूँ तो वो मेरे को पे क्या करा 136 रुपीज। ऑलमोस्ट उसमें से 5% चला गया, ऑलरेडी उसमें से चला गया। अब वो जाके मैं उसको पूछा ये कहीं का 5% है, वो कभी नहीं बोलेगा मेरे को, कभी बोलेगा कि टीडीएस है, कभी बोलेगा कि जीएसटी है। एग्जैक्ट क्या है वो किस चीज का टैक्स ले रहा वो आज तक हमारे को पता नहीं है उसके बारे में, मगर हमसे लिया जा रहा। आप जब उसको ब्रेकअप करेंगे आप देखिए कस्टमर से पे आउट 212 रुपया ले चुका है वो। 212 में से मेरे को फेयर क्या दे रहा है 136, तो इसमें से 75.96 वो ऑलरेडी हमसे ले चुका है। इसमें से उसका ब्रेकअप पूछेंगे तो वो कभी नहीं बोलेगा हमारा।
सॉरी, अभी अपना फोन का कैलकुलेटर खोल के कैलकुलेट करेंगे कि 75.96 जो टोटल वैल्यू थी 212 रुपए, उसका कितना प्रतिशत है, तो आपको पता चलेगा कि 37% है, 37 से 38% है। तो ऑलरेडी इतना कमीशन तो कट गया है, जबकि यहाँ नीचे उन्होंने लिखा है कि एवरेज 20% काटा है। हम आपको ऐसी 10 राइड दिखा देंगे उसी महीने में और सबका 40% के आसपास का कमीशन है।
अभी ये टोटल कस्टमर से मैं लिया 212 रुपया, इसके अंदर ड्राई फेयर भी आ गया मेरा, और कस्टमर को जो ड्रॉप किया हूँ वो टोटल आ जा रहा 7 किलोमीटर अप्रोक्सीमेटली मैं उसको ड्रॉप करा 212 रुपए में 7 पॉइंट कुछ किलोमीटर मैं उसको ड्रॉप करा, और पिकअप के लिए मैं 2 किलोमीटर गया, टोटली 9 किलोमीटर। अब 9 किलोमीटर में 212 में से उन्हें 75 अमाउंट लेने के बाद मुझे मिल रहा 136। अब आप इसको कैलकुलेट करो कि 11 किलोमीटर्स मैं ड्राइव कर रहा हूँ और मेरे को क्या दे रहा 10 रुपीज, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 10 to 11 रुपीज मेरा इसका कैलकुलेशन आ रहा। अब इसमें से मेरा फ्यूल निकालना, गाड़ी का मेंटेनेंस निकालना, मेरा अपने लिए निकालना, एट लास्ट मेरे को क्या मिल रहा है, कुछ नहीं बच रहा, जो भी आ रहा है पूरा उसी में चले जा रहा।
और जो आने जाने का 11 किलोमीटर उन्होंने कहा, हमारी सबकी राइड में तो दिख रहा है 6.14 किलोमीटर ही गाड़ी चली है, तो वो आने का 2 किलोमीटर और जहां से ड्रॉप किया फिर वहां नए पिकअप का जो 2 किलोमीटर है वो तो इसमें कैप्चर्ड भी नहीं है, तो वो तो खुद का पैसा ही लगना है उसमें। और दूसरा आप ये देखोगे कि जो बता रहे थे कि 142 फेयर था, 136 इन्हें मिला, तो ये थर्ड पार्टी फीस और अदर एक्सपेंसेस करके उन्होंने दो अमाउंट डिडक्ट किए हैं, टैक्स ऑन फेयर एंड टैक्स ऑन फी। तो वो जो शुरुआत का 6.80 रुपीज था वो टैक्स ऑन फेयर है, तो टैक्स है वो जीएसटी कटा है, टीडीएस कटा है, जो वो बात कर रहे थे कोई आइडिया नहीं है, इसका कोई सर्टिफिकेट इन्हें नहीं मिलता है, कितना प्रतिशत है वो भी हमें जब मैन्युअली कैलकुलेट करते हैं तब पता चलता है कि ये 5% है। टैक्स ऑन फी है जो हमने पे करी है उबर को एज कस्टमर्स, तो इनसे भी पैसा कटा है, हमसे भी पैसा कटा है एज कस्टमर्स, क्योंकि वो दोनों को सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। जब आप उबर नेक्स्ट टाइम ले तो आपके उबर प्रोफाइल में जाके उसके इनवॉइस डाउनलोड करना, दो इनवॉइस निकलेंगे, एक इनका इनवॉइस मिलेगा और एक हमारा इनवॉइस मिलेगा। आप उन दोनों का टोटल करेंगे तब जाके आपको वो 225 रुपए मिलेंगे। तो समझ भी नहीं आता है कि किससे कितना कटा है, क्यों कटा है, और जब प्रूफ मांगते हैं कि ये 6.80 रुपए का हिसाब दो तो वो भी नहीं मिलता है।
और एक था प्रीमियम,
कौन सा
प्रीमियम वाला भी दिया था?
प्रीमियम वाला इसमें नहीं है, पर आप वो बता सकते हैं वो। हाँ,
तो
सर्च
इसमें
का भी आप समझा
इसमें एक और एक चीज भी हमारे को देखने को मिलती है, इसमें जब भी फेयर आता तो इसमें प्रीमियम बोल के एक ऑप्शन आ रहा है, अभी लेटेस्टली नया आया प्रीमियम। वो क्या है प्रीमियम, वो किस चीज का प्रीमियम, किस सेडान गाड़ी का है, एसयूवी गाड़ी का है या हैचबैक गाड़ी का है, प्रीमियम का मीनिंग ही नहीं पता है। बस वो लोग बता देते हैं कि प्रीमियम हम ड्राइवर को दिए, किस बात का प्रीमियम दे रहे हैं वो पता ही नहीं है। प्रीमियम के नाम पे अलग से वो एक नया चल रहा है इसमें।
हाँ, वो आज ही कटा है, तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि अगर मैं इसमें दिखा पाऊँ वो तो।
और ये जो उबर सर्विस फी है 58.61 वो क्या है?
वो 20%।
अच्छा, वो कमीशन।
हाँ,
20%।
वो बेसिकली ये जो इन्होंने 75 रुपीज काटे हैं, उसका एक कंपोनेंट 58 है, दूसरा कंपोनेंट ये 10.55 प्लस 6.80 है, तो वो मिला के फिर वो 75 होता है।
शुक्रिया
प्रमोशंस भी है।
हाँ,
कस्टमर को प्रमोशन दे देता पर ड्राइवर के लिए कुछ भी नहीं मिलता।
सही है। तो ये अगेन एक एग्जांपल है, लाइक आई एम सेइंग, आप अगर हमारे जन सुनवाई में आएंगे, पब्लिक मीटिंग्स में आएंगे, आपको यही स्टोरी दिख रहा है। यहाँ आपको शायद एक व्यक्ति बोल रहा है, आपके दिमाग में लग रहा होगा कि ये एक एक्सेप्शन है, ऐसा तो हर व्यक्ति का नहीं होगा। बट अगर आप टी हब में समझना चाहते हैं ये सारे समस्या है, तो आपको एक दो लोग ही आके बता पाएंगे। आप आइएगा बाहर, मीटिंग्स, प्रोटेस्ट्स, रैलीज इनके मुद्दों पे, और आप सुनेंगे कि यही कहानी है। एक चीज जो मैं अभी डिलीवरी, हमने अभी तक टैक्सी सर्विस का ज्यादातर सुना है। एक पक्ष जो एक्चुअली बिल्कुल साइलेंट है आज के पोडियम पे भी, पर ये मुश्किल भी है, अर्बन कंपनी के विमेन प्रोफेशनल्स, उनका मोबिलाइजेशन बहुत मुश्किल है, वो बहुत मुश्किल से यूनियनाइज हो पाते हैं, आके बोल सकते हैं। उन पे डिग्रीज ऑफ सर्वेलेंस जो होता है, जो आप कह रहे थे फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी अर्बन कंपनी का, ये हम जानते हैं कि सैटरडे संडे अगर वो 12 घंटे वर्क नहीं डिलीवर कर पाए उनके आईडीज, और वो अगर 3 बार कंसेक्यूटिवली हो गया कि आप सैटरडे संडे वीकेंड्स में 12 घंटे अगर आपने सर्विस प्रोवाइड नहीं किया तो आईडीज ब्लॉक होते हैं। तो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी का तो मतलब ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट एक टोटल झूठ है, वो पक्ष नहीं आ पाया क्योंकि अर्बन कंपनी के साथ ही हमारे साथ आज है नहीं। लेकिन मैं बस रखना चाहती थी वो। अभी आपसे
जी, मैं ज़ोमैटो में बुकिंग्स कंटिन्यू करता हूँ, ज़ोमैटो डिलीवरी बॉय। तो अभी रिसेंटली एक कंपनीज क्या है, 10 मिनट में डिलीवर करने का एक कस्टमर्स को एक अट्रैक्शन कर रहे हैं, और उसमें हमको एक पेनाल्टी के रूप में 30% डिटेक्ट कर रहे हैं अगर 10 मिनट में हम अगर डिलीवरी नहीं कर पाते। तो इस तरह से भी हम डिलीवरी बॉयज़ के माइंड्स को ब्रेन वॉश कर रहे हैं, वो लोग इतना प्रेशराइज कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग उस कारण सिग्नल्स भी एक बार ब्रेक कर कर वो चालान हम अपनी जेब से भरने की नौबत हमारे फेस हो रहे हैं। और ये 10% का जो बहुत सारे डिलीवरी बॉयज़ एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, फ़ोन गिर जा रहा है, ये 10 मिनट्स का जो टारगेट रखे हैं कंपनी वाले, बहुत ही एक डिप्रेशन का शिकार हो रहे हैं हम लोग डिलीवरी बॉयज़। और ये जो सलाउद्दीन भाई ने बताया था टारगेट इंसेंटिव का, 26 ट्रिप्स को 325 रुपीज़ स्विगी में देता है डिलीवरी बॉयज़ को। तो ये टारगेट सुबह से लेके शाम तक हम 10 साढ़े 9 घंटे काम किया, फिर भी मेरे 26 ट्रिप्स कंप्लीट नहीं हुए। 21 ट्रिप्स को मेरा डे एंड होगा। ये इस वजह से भी हो रहा है कि थर्ड पार्टी इसको ये लोग ऑर्डर सप्लाई कर रहे हैं। अब जब मैं 21 ट्रिप्स मार चुका हूं तो उसके बाद मैं खाली बैठ रहा हूं, बुकिंग बज रहा नहीं। मेरा टारगेट रहता 26 कंप्लीट करके जाना। मैं फिर ये 9.5 घंटे काम करके फिर एक्स्ट्रा 4 आवर्स ये 5 ट्रिप कंप्लीट करने के लिए वेट कर रहा हूँ, मगर मेरे को ये 5 ट्रिप नहीं आ रहे। ये थर्ड पार्टी मेरे बाजू में ठहर के रहता, थर्ड पार्टी वो ले लेके जाते रहता बुकिंग्स, मगर मेरे को ब्रेक करके रख देते। तो ऐसा भी हम लोग को एक मेंटली टॉर्चर हो रहा हमको। ये जैसा कि आप लोग अभी रिसेंटली बताया कि ऐप्स के जरिए पब्लिक को फैसिलिटी अच्छा हो रहा, मगर वर्कर के लिए कोई किसी किस्म का फैसिलिटी नहीं है। हम लोग तो एक हमारे लिए तो एक अजाब जैसा ये ऐप क्यों आया बोलकर हम लोग सोच ले रहे हैं हमारे दिल में, क्योंकि इससे पहले ऐप नहीं आने से पहले जब लेबर एक्ट सारे इम्प्लीमेंट्स होते थे लेबर्स के लिए, जब से ऐप्स आए हैं ये लेबर एक्ट के अंदर आ रहे ही नहीं है ये लोग गिग वर्कर्स, एग्रीगेटर्स, गिग वर्कर्स, क्योंकि हमारे लिए कोई कानून ही नहीं है। अगर हमारे लिए भी कोई कानून होता तो हम शायद लेबर एक्ट्स के तहत लेबर ऑफिस को जाकर हमारे कंप्लेंट्स कर सकते, हमारे कुछ लाभ उठा सकते हैं। तो हम भी इस तरह से भी हम लॉस हो रहे हैं। बहुत अफसोस होता है हम ये कंपनियों में काम कर 30% पेनाल्टी जो हमसे ले रहे हैं और कस्टमर को वो 10 मिनट्स में जो डिलीवर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं हमसे लेकर कस्टमर को दे रहे हैं 30%।
अच्छा, क्योंकि ये हमेशा पूछा जाता है उनसे कि ये 10 मिनट में आप कंफर्म, कंपनी से पूछा जाता है कि आप वर्कर को तो पिनलाइज नहीं करते हो ना कि 10 मिनट में नहीं, तो वो अभी भी अगर मैं ऑर्डर करूं ब्लिंकिट में नीचे एक मैसेज आता है, आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव रेड इट, अभी भी अगर आप ब्लिंकिट में करो कि नो वर्कर इज आता है कि
और
हम उनको नहीं बोलते।
नोटिस भी आ रहे हैं हम लोग को। अगर हम जो अमाउंट अगर माइनस बैलेंस फ्लोटिंग बढ़ जाता है तो अगर नहीं भी बने तो हमको नोटिस भी जा रहे, लीगल नोटिस, हम आपको आपका सिविल खराब कर देते, आपको कोर्ट को पेनाल्टी के तौर पे, अब हम 1,000 रुपये कंपनी को बाकी है तो उसके ऊपर 4-5 हज़ार रुपये ऐड करके पेनाल्टी के तौर पे ये टोटल अमाउंट आपको लीगली जाएंगे तो इतना हम आपसे वसूल करेंगे बोलकर ऐसा नोटिस भी जा रहे हैं हमको।
मैप इसमें 10 मिनट्स का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है इसके बारे में बताता हूँ आपको। ये 10 मिनट्स तो बताता कस्टमर को, मगर इसमें होता क्या है बोले तो अब जब डिलीवरी बॉय को मैप में जब उसको ऑर्डर आता वो मैप अलग रहता, उसका एग्रीगेटर कंपनी का मैप बनाया हुआ मैप रहता। जब डिलीवरी बॉय स्टार्ट करता है अपनी कस्टमर के पास डिलीवरी देने के लिए तो ऑटोमेटिकली नेविगेशन के तौर पे गूगल मैप यूज होता। तो गूगल मैप और इसके मैप में दोनों में डिफरेंट है, वो यूज नहीं होता, गूगल मैप यूज होता, उसके ऊपर भी उन्हें चालान डाल देता। और रास्ते में अगर उसको 2 सिग्नल मिल रहे हैं तो एक सिग्नल पे कम से कम 2 मिनट तो रुकेगा ही रुकेगा, तो वो भी कैलकुलेशन बढ़ जाता। जब बढ़ जाता है तो ऑटोमेटिकली कंपनी वाला उसके ऊपर चालान डालता।
राइट, तो अभी मैं थोड़ा कॉन्वर्सेशन को थोड़ा आगे लेते हुए ये आप एक तो यू कैन सेंस कि इतनी बारीकी से गिग वर्कर समझ सकते हैं क्या दिक्कत है, इतना क्लियर डिटेलिंग है इश्यू का, और मोर देन इश्यू का एविडेंस का, वो देख रहे हैं, स्क्रीनशॉट्स, लीगल नोटिसेस आ रहे हैं, तो एक बहुत क्लैरिटी है किस प्रकार के परिस्थितियों में काम कर रहे हैं। और फिर भी हम देखते हैं कि जब पॉलिसियां बनती है, दीपेंद्र गोयल को लगता है कि वो स्कूटर चला के डिलीवरी एजेंट के परिस्थिति को महसूस कर पाएंगे, उसका एक रील बनता है। ये कभी प्रयास नहीं किया जाता है कि एक्चुअली वर्कर्स को फॉर्मली इनवाइट करे, उनसे सुने। कलेक्टिव बार्गेनिंग के कोई प्रोविजंस नहीं है, यूनियंस के कोई रिकॉग्निशन नहीं है। तो ये भी जो खेल चल रहा है, और ये हम बस रखना चाहते हैं, खेल तो वो चलाएंगे, उनका काम है, वो ऑब्वियसली अपने कंपनी को प्रोजेक्ट करेंगे कि वो इस देश का सबसे बड़ा अनोखा एक गिफ्ट है, पर हम कितना उसमें बाइन करते जाते हैं और हम कितना सवाल उठाते हैं, नहीं उठाते हैं, उसको होपफुली थ्रू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन हम, आई होप वी प्लांट अ सीड ऑफ at least some doubt, a very necessary doubt to start understanding. अब मैं conversation थोड़ा, और इसमें भी अगर आप जुड़े रहे, ये हम हमारा ऐसा पक्ष बिल्कुल नहीं है कि सारे एप्स बंद हो जाए, डिजिटलकरण बिल्कुल इस सभी बर्बादी का कॉज ये है, सब बंद हो जाए डिजिटाइजेशन, वी रियली वैल्यू, वी अंडरस्टैंड इसके क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज है, इसके क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। और हम कुछ लोग जो है जो इस एक कानून के लड़ाई में इन्वॉल्व है, राजस्थान में, तेलंगाना में, कर्नाटका में, कोशिश कर रहे हैं झारखंड, तमिलनाडु में। हमारा पक्ष ये है कि डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, वी आर नॉट सेइंग इट्स अ टेरिबल थिंग, we will tell you how to leverage that digital technology for the benefit of workers. तरीके हैं, आपके प्लेटफॉर्म में तरीके हैं, आपके ऐप में तरीके हैं, जो लोग इन प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे काम नहीं करते, जैसे कि कोल वर्कर्स, कोल माइनर्स है, कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स है, डोमेस्टिक वर्कर्स है, एक पूरी तादाद में वर्कर्स है जो इस डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू उनका काम नहीं चलता। ऐसे कुछ बेनिफिट्स हम कर पा सकते हैं जिन लोगों का काम इन डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म से होता है। तो हम एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग ऑल्टरनेटिव डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करने की बात कर रहे हैं, और ये हमें बिल्कुल, वी डू वांट टू क्वालिफाई कि हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि सब खराब है, हम कह रहे हैं कि आप हमें मौका दीजिए, हम बताएंगे कि इसी टेक्नोलॉजी को अगर वर्कर के हित में यूज करना है तो ये कैसे दिख सकता है। और उसमें जितना रेजिस्टेंस आ रहा है, कंपनियां नास्कॉम के अम्ब्रेला के नीचे आके सीएम, डिप्यूटी सीएम से मिलते हैं, कहते हैं कि ये अगर आप कानून लेकर आएंगे तो सब बर्बाद हो जाएगा, सारे स्टार्टअप्स बैंगलोर से निकल जाएंगे। इस प्रकार का जो लॉबिंग होता है, रेजिस्टेंस होता है, वो एक क्लियरेस्ट, most naked indication कि you only want to use digital technology as long as it's serving the interest of companies. You are not interested in using digital technology if it works for the interests of workers. तो इसी तहत मैं 4 चीजें कानून के बारे में जोड़ना चाहती थी। राजस्थान पहला राज्य था जिसमें कानून पारित हुआ। कर्नाटका में हम कड़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं विद वेरी वेरी स्टिफ रेजिस्टेंस कि कानून हो। तेलंगाना सरकार से भी हमारा एक प्रेशर शेख जी का बना हुआ है, हम सब है कि कानून हो। ये कानून में 4 मुख्य चीज क्या कहते हैं। पहले है कि, और ये कानून के प्रावधान क्या होने चाहिए, हम इन 3 सालों से इन प्रकार के वर्कर्स यूनियन से बातचीत करके ही निकल के आया है कि कानून में क्या होना चाहिए। कोई थिंक टैंक, कोई कंसल्टेंसी फर्म बैठ के नहीं लिख सकती कि एक कानून में क्या होना चाहिए, लोगों की क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स है वही बोले। और इसीलिए कानून भी इतना सरल है, आप देखेंगे कोई मिस्टिफाई, कोई टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज नहीं है, साफ 4 चीजें कह रहे हैं। एक, रजिस्ट्रेशन, हमेशा वर्कर्स का रजिस्ट्रेशन is always the burden of the worker. आप आधार कार्ड लाइए, आप जाके डिपॉजिट कीजिए, आप इसका वेरिफिकेशन कराइए, आप लाइन में लगिए, ये हमेशा बर्डन उन्हीं पे जाता है। तो यहाँ पे क्योंकि आपका Zomato at any given point of time today, because it is digitally operated, has आज के दिन पूरे देश में कौन से वर्कर्स Zomato में रजिस्टर्ड है, Zomato के पास ये पूरी सूचना है। तो हम कह रहे हैं कि इस कानून में रजिस्ट्रेशन का बर्डन तो Zomato पे होना चाहिए, एम्प्लॉयर्स पे होना चाहिए। आपके पास सूचना आई है डिजिटली, तो आप फिर से इनको क्यों कहेंगे कि ये रजिस्टर करें अपने आप को। आप सूचना दीजिए, सरकार को डिजिटल है, आप सूचना दीजिए, और जो लोग आपके प्लेटफॉर्म पे रजिस्टर्ड है वो ऑटोमेटिकली रजिस्टर्ड हो जाएंगे बोर्ड में या सरकार के साथ। तो ऑटोमेटिक रजिस्ट्रेशन कानून का पहला प्रावधान है, और ये डिजिटल आर्किटेक्चर के स्ट्रेंथ पर ही ये डिमांड किया जा सकता था, और हम कर रहे हैं। और इस पे ठोस विरोध है कंपनियों का, हम नहीं देंगे। हमारे पास है सूचना, लेकिन आप इनसे कहिए फिर से रजिस्टर करने को। क्यों? हम डेटा नहीं शेयर करेंगे, डेटा प्राइवेसी का मुद्दा है, इनका डेटा प्राइवेट डेटा है, हम नहीं देंगे। तो हमेशा कंसल्टेशंस में शेख जुड़े हैं, हम वापस कहते हैं हम ही हैं भाई, आप वर्कर हम ही हैं, हमारा ही डेटा है आपके पास, हम ही मांग रहे हैं अपना डेटा अपने पास। एक्चुअली डेटा तो उनका भी नहीं है, वर्कर का ही है। तो पहला ये कानून का प्रावधान है, और थोड़ा हम ये मौका, ये प्लेटफॉर्म इस्तेमाल भी करना चाहते हैं आप सबको इन प्रावधानों के बारे में बताने का। We also hope you can play a part, however small or however big, in advocating for these provisions. I am only going through the 4 contested provisions. यही 4 चीजें हैं जिसमें एग्रीगेटर्स और वर्कर्स के बीच में काफी विरोधाभास चल रहा है। ऑटोमेटिक रजिस्ट्रेशन एक है। आप में से कितने लोगों को लगता है कि एक अनफेयर डिमांड है ऑटोमेटिक रजिस्ट्रेशन? अच्छा, आपको में से कितने लगता है कि फेयर डिमांड है? कोई है अगर बता पाए और हम सच में पक्ष समझना चाहते हैं कि ऐसा कौन सा रीजन है कि ये नहीं हो सकता या नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है, आप सोच लीजिए, अंत में we'll also take a critique of these provisions if necessary.
Forcing them to be to continue as a gig worker. I am not attaching anything in a very plain way. I am telling. I am telling. My name is Ram Mohan Namine. I am a retired banker and a freelance personality development trainer. From the view of personality development, I am telling. आप जिंदगी की शुरुआत में say 20 to 25, 30 years, when you are not getting other job, कौन सा भी नहीं मिल रहा, you can be in this. Lifelong, you need not be in this. And unfortunately or fortunately, we are in a free market setup. So that we should understand. And then, let me complete. I take another 1 or 2 minutes only for their benefit only. When I travel in Ola, Uber or Rapido, I pick up a dialogue with the driver only just to motivate them. I will ask about their family, their children, what they are studying. To motivate them, at least you make your children you be proud of your children when they grow up and they are much above you. That is one thing. I was talking with a Rapido car driver. He was telling that he has taken a loan from SBI. Anybody who has taken a SBI loan, they can connect with me. Apart from everything, they are charging 15,000 per annum. हर साल 15,000 अधिक they are taking. And I asked him to send it one so that I will check up being a banker and come back to him. That is towards what we say collateral free loan, something insurance, all those things. But 15,000 per annum over and above, despite the reducing EMI year after year, that is continuously there till the last day of the closing of the loan. That is one thing. And then as per Labor Act, you are saying that the Labor Act is not applicable to you, that I am not sure of it.
It's
And
absolutely right. Labor laws don't apply to them.
won't apply to them. That itself you can question in the court. And according to the labor law, any employee has to work only for 8 years. Worker part of it, leave officers, there's no timing for them. But for workers, it's only 8 hours. How is that they are deprived of this that I am unable to understand? So this much. And one more thing, very practical this one. आप जब कभी कंज्यूमर को ड्रॉप करते हैं, you take a personal mobile number of them and collect such 100 to 200 numbers. उसके बाद you tell them that मैं आपके लिए आता हूँ outside this ambit, checker of this one. How many of you are trying this one? अरे we have to innovate. Formal education न रहने पर भी हम नई तरीका से सोच सकते. And you can also establish a rapport with the customers and get the help from them to get an alternative employment. Are you working on this? ये दिशा में आप काम कर रहे क्या? No, ये जो है, whenever we want to, whenever we want, I am least bothered, madam. If it is going to help, that is why I am saying.
Thank you very much. Just a second. I mean, what this whole thing about free market, that this is free market and this is privacy problem with this thing. I'd like to say something that everything was free market before the SEBI, which is the regulator for the companies, came into effect. Okay, and now every company has to, which is listed, has to on its website and at the SEBI platform has to tell you who owns what in that company. Has the board of directors passed certain decisions of the company? So why these companies should be out of the ambit of that also? That's number one. Number two, is small entrepreneur, we keep talking about MSME and all that. Every MSME, if you have more than 10 people, have to go to the EPFO, register itself and start giving them pension. This is like these companies are like thousands and thousands X to any MSME. So there's one law which is basically applying to your MSME sector, and it's very difficult for an MSME company. I run a startup and I know how difficult it is to for CGHS and for EPFO to do that. These huge companies, if they can't do this basic thing, I think that there is a case for intervention by the state, that there should be some regulatory provision, and this is the regulatory provision they are talking about under the new law. So that is what it is. So for them, free market rules will apply. It's free market, it's privacy, we can't do this thing. But for the workers, it will not apply. For the smallest of the small industry and manufacturing unit, it will apply. But for this multinational behemoths, it will not apply. And that's why the question I asked in the initially was that how many ESOPs these people have given to their partners. Now that they are not workers and delivery boys and courier boys, they are called partners. So how many ESOPs they have given? Half a share, 1 share? What have you done for your own people, which other companies do? And then say, Swiggy just went on this thing,
Got
IPO
listed.
just came out, and they say ki, 1,000 people are going to become crorepati's because of that. How many of these people are going to become lakhpatis in that? They should also have a share in that IPO because they are the ones who are working. So these are the kind of things which is put on the agenda.
सर ये एक मिनट सर, ये जो पार्टनर बोल रहे हैं हमारे को, जैसे ओला पार्टनर, उबेर पार्टनर, ये जो पार्टनर है, ये किस टाइप के पार्टनर, ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा। शहर मेरा है, पैसेंजर मेरे है, गाड़ी मेरी है, मेहनत मैं कर रहा हूँ, फ्यूल मैं लगा रहा हूँ, मेंटेनेंस मैं कर रहा हूँ, और उसके अलावा इन लोगों को पे भी कर रहा हूँ मैं। उसके बाद ये किस बात क्या पार्टनर बोल रहे हैं हमारे को? सबसे पहले ये जो पार्टनर लफ्ज है ना, इसको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए, और इसको लेबर लॉ में या एम्प्लॉइज में ये होना चाहिए पहले, सबसे पहले। समझ रहे हैं? लेबर लॉ में आना चाहिए इसको। जब हम काम कर रहे हैं किसी के अंडर, तो लेबर लॉ में आना चाहिए। समझ रहे हैं? काम ले रहे हैं, साथ में हमारे साथ बहुत सारे चीजें भी है, ये नहीं करना, वो नहीं करना, ऐसा नहीं करना, वैसा नहीं करना। आप समझ रहे हैं? ये क्यों करे आप? और जो भी इनका जो सपोर्ट है ना, सिर्फ थपथपाने के वास्ते है, कोई हमारे काम का नहीं है।
सही
समझ
है,
रहे
मैं बस एक
हाँ,
clarify-
टाइम नहीं है, और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं बोलने के लिए, टाइम लग जाएगा अगर बोलूंगा तो मैं।
हम इसीलिए 11:30 खत्म करना चाहते हैं ताकि 20 मिनट खुला सत्र हो बात करने के लिए, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा जल्दी कर रही हूँ। एक क्लैरिफिकेशन मैं सबको दे दूं, अगर आज के आज अगर कोई भी सरकार कह दे दीज आर, आप इनको पार्टनर बुलाओ, कैप्टन बुलाओ, इट डजंट मैटर, दे आर वर्कर्स, ऑल लेबर लॉज विल अप्लाई टू देम, हमारी लड़ाई आज खत्म होगी। दे हैव कॉल, ये टर्मिनोलॉजी ऐसा क्या है, ऐसे सोचा क्यों है, ये इनको इस शब्द से बहुत प्यार नहीं है। दे हैव थॉट ऑफ अ वर्ड पार्टनर, कैप्टन, बिकॉज दे डोंट वांट टू रिकॉग्नाइज देम एज वर्कर्स। मिनिमम वेज लॉज एप्लीकेबल नहीं है, ऑक्यूपेशनल सेफ्टी हैजर्ड लेजिस्लेशंस, ओवर टाइम कुछ एप्लीकेबल नहीं है, ये बाय डिजाइन है। तो और इसीलिए मैंने कहा इनका नोडल डिपार्टमेंट, आज किसी भी गिग वर्कर के पास कोई भी शिकायत है वो लेबर डिपार्टमेंट के पास नहीं जा सकती। लेबर डिपार्टमेंट कहती है ये प्राइवेट मैटर है, ये आपका और किसी प्राइवेट, यू आर नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज अ वर्कर अंडर लॉ। और इनका नोडल डिपार्टमेंट आईटी डिपार्टमेंट है, because all these aggregators are registered as digital intermediaries. IT डिपार्टमेंट के पास जब ये लोग जाते हैं अपने शिकायतों के साथ, IT को उनको पता ही नहीं है क्या करना है इसके साथ। तो ये द कोर फाइट इज कि इनको वर्कर का रिकॉग्निशन देना है, और जब तक ये नहीं मिलेगा तब तक हम ये कोशिश करें। और ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का लॉ है विच इज एप्लीकेबल टू ऑल, तो इसीलिए सारे राज्य फंस गए हैं इसमें, और कुछ राज्य कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उससे रास्ता कैसे निकाले। और उसी कानून के बाद, एक सेकंड में बस 5 मिनट में खत्म कर दूंगी, फिर ये सत्र खोल देंगे क्योंकि बहुत सारे इनको भी बहुत चीजें जोड़नी होगी। कानून जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, एक तो मैंने कहा था ऑटोमेटिक रजिस्ट्रेशन, दूसरा हम कह रहे हैं कि सोशल सिक्योरिटी, जो आपने भी बात की पेंशन की, पेंशन, एक्सीडेंट इंश्योरेंस, मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस, डेथ कॉम्पनसेशन, आपने इतना काम किया, इतना पर्टिकुलरली इन सिटीज लाइक दिल्ली, इस पोल्यूशन में आप 12 आवर्स अ डे रस्तों पे खड़े हैं, आपके मेडिकल एक्सपेंसेस आज नहीं है, आप पोस्टपोन कर रहे हैं, 5 साल बाद आपके आने वाले हैं। मेडिकल हेल्थ, स्किलिंग, इनका कोई स्किलिंग फ्यूचर ही नहीं। अगर आप 12 साल भी पार्टनर की तरह काम करें, आप पार्टनर ही रहेंगे, आप जोमेटो के डायरेक्टर नहीं बन जाओगे, कोई ग्रोथ ही नहीं है एक पोटेंशियल विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सो स्किलिंग, पेड लीव, अगर मैं 4 दिन नहीं काम कर सकती तो मेरे को ऐसा होना चाहिए कि आई शुड बी एबल टू अर्न माई पेड लीव। तो इस प्रकार की सोशल सिक्योरिटी के राइट्स होने चाहिए वर्कर्स को, ये कानून कहता है। और ये कहता है कि सोशल सिक्योरिटी का खर्चा कहाँ से आएगा, हमें सरकार का पब्लिक फंड नहीं चाहिए, हमें जोमेटो का चैरिटी नहीं चाहिए, हम अपनी कमाई से अपना सोशल सिक्योरिटी जनरेट करेंगे। 132 रुपीज से अगर मैं इंजीनियरिंग स्टाफ कॉलेज से यहाँ आई, बिल जनरेट हुआ, अगर आपकी क्षमता है कि आप उसमें जीएसटी काट सकते हैं, तो आप क्यों नहीं एक 2% 3% एक्सेस काटेंगे सोशल सिक्योरिटी वेलफेयर फी के लिए? अगेन द पॉसिबिलिटी इज ओनली बिकॉज इट्स डिजिटल, एवरी सिंगल ट्रांजैक्शन इज ट्रैक्ड, you are using that ability to only maximize your revenue, जो वो कर भी नहीं पा रहे, वो लॉस में चलते हैं, वेंचर कैपिटल फंड से ही पैसा जा रहा है, वो फ्री मार्केट के लॉजिक से भी एग्जिस्ट नहीं करते हैं। बट अगर आप हर ट्रांजैक्शन, हर डेटा पॉइंट इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो अपने बेनिफिट के लिए, आप उसी मेथड को क्यों नहीं अप्लाई कर रहे हो एक्सेस काटने के लिए? और हम में से कौन यहाँ पे मना करेगा 2 रुपए और देने के लिए उस ट्रांजैक्शन के लिए? तो एक वेलफेयर सेस फी पर ट्रांजैक्शन कानून का दूसरा डिमांड है, कर्नाटका, तेलंगाना में, राजस्थान में आ गया है। इसमें कितने लोगों की सहमति है? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू थिंक इट मेक्स सेंस, इट्स पॉसिबल? एग्रीगेटर्स का मत इसमें है, हम ट्रांजैक्शन वाइज, आप हमके प्लीज मत पूछेगा, हम आपको टर्नओवर में 2% दे देंगे। इसमें हम झगड़ रहे हैं आज, और इसलिए मैं थोड़ा डिटेल में जा रही हूँ क्योंकि पब्लिक अवेयरनेस भी होना चाहिए कि मुद्दा क्यों है। क्योंकि वो नहीं चाहते वर्कर को हर ट्रांजैक्शन का हिसाब मिले। वो चाहते हैं कि मैं एंड ऑफ द ईयर जोमैटो इज गोइंग टू पोस्ट अ प्रॉफिट ऑफ 250 करोड़, उसका मैं 1% दे दूंगी, कर्नाटका सरकार को आ जाएगा 2 करोड़। अभी आप जो करना है उससे करो। और हम लड़ रहे हैं कि हर ड्राइवर, हर गिग वर्कर, हर डिलीवरी एजेंट को पता होना चाहिए मेरा इस राइड से इतना सोशल सिक्योरिटी निकला है। उनको समझना पड़ेगा ये मेरे काम से निकला है, मेरा अधिकार है, और मैं इसको लेके रहूंगी या लेके रहूंगा। तो ये है अगेन अ सेकेंड इलस्ट्रेशन ऑफ डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी। व्हेन वी आर सेइंग कैन बी यूज्ड फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ वर्कर्स, दे आर रेजिस्टिंग एंड सेइंग नो, let us give you an aggregate which doesn't rely on any digital architecture. The third thing जो कानून कहता है, एक पोर्टल होना चाहिए सरकार के पास, हर ट्रांजैक्शन का ब्रेकअप हर गिग वर्कर को पता होना चाहिए। जैसे आपने दिखाया, ट्रांजैक्शन का टोटल अमाउंट कितना है, मेरे को कितना मिला उससे, उबर को कितना मिला उससे, और उस काम से सोशल सिक्योरिटी वेलफेयर फी कितना इकट्ठा हुआ। मुझे ट्रांजैक्शन के 3 भाग एज अ वर्कर दिखने चाहिए, मुझे कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं। और फिर एग्रीगेटर्स का रिस्पॉन्स आता है, ये आप टोटल प्रिवेसी राइट्स का उल्लंघन है, हम ये डेटा नहीं दे सकते। और हमारी लड़ाई ये है, और लीगली भी हम लड़ रहे हैं कि वी आर द डेटा प्रिंसिपल, हमारा ही डेटा है, हमको कैसे नहीं दिखा रहे। और हमारा कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है ये देखना कि कौन पिज्जाज ऑर्डर कर रहा है, किस माइक्रो लोकेलिटी में किस टाइम क्या डिमांड बढ़ रहा है। वो जो उनका पूरा एक माइनफील्ड है, एक डेटा है जिसको वो मोनेटाइज करते हैं। आप सभी का ही डेटा है, आपका ही डेटा इस्तेमाल करके आपको ही प्रोफाइल किया जाता है, एडवर्टाइज किया जाता है, उसी से उनका एंटरप्राइज चलता है। वो हम नहीं चाहते, वी आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड। हमें बस अपने काम का हमें हिसाब चाहिए। तो ये तीसरा प्रोविजन भी, ये भी तर्क इसलिए हम दे पा रहे हैं कि डिजिटल है भाई, आपका हर ट्रांजैक्शन, मेरा हर बिल आता तो है, तो आप क्यों नहीं ब्रेकअप दिखा सकते? तो इस पे लड़ रहे हैं। चौथा हम कह रहे हैं कि एल्गोरिथमिक ट्रांसपेरेंसी होना ही पड़ेगा। आपके पास कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स जब ये साइन करते हैं, जैसे कि आप कोई ऐप डाउनलोड करते हैं, यू सी टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस 36 पेजेस का, आप करते हैं एक्सेप्ट, क्योंकि मैं डेफिनेटली नहीं पढ़ती हूँ, आई एम जस्ट लाइक ठीक है एक्सेप्ट, जो लेना है डेटा मेरा ले लो, एनीवे है ही आपके पास तो ले लो। उसके बाद क्या आपके पास कॉपी होता है उस टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस का? सेम इनके सारे वर्किंग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स ऐसे ही है। इफ यू वांट टू जॉइन उबर, यू हैव टू एक्सेप्ट, यू डोंट हैव अ फिजिकल कॉपी ऑफ योर ओन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस नहीं है आपके पास। और एल्गोरिथम जिनका इन्होंने उदाहरण दिए थे, एल्गोरिथम चलता कैसे, एक विचित्र शब्द है, ये नया है, हम सबको थोड़ा सीखना पड़ेगा। डेफिनेटली गिग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत नया है और हम सीख रहे हैं, और हम पब्लिक आउटरीच में इसका एग्जांपल देते हैं। आप बिग बॉस समझते हैं ना, जब बिग बॉस कहता है उठो, उठना पड़ता है, बिग बॉस कहता है जाओ टमाटर काटो, काटना पड़ता है। तो जो बिग बॉस कह रहा है आपको करना पड़ता है। यही एल्गोरिथम का काम है। एल्गोरिथम ऐप का बिग बॉस है, वो आपको वही काम करने को बोलेंगे जिससे कंपनी का हित रहे। तो एल्गोरिथम इज नॉट सम एब्स्ट्रैक्ट इंटेलेक्चुअल एक्सरसाइज जो बहुत दूर कुछ चल रहा है। डेली मेरे डेली जीवन में मैं कितना कमा पा रही हूँ, कब मेरा इंसेंटिव रुक रहा है, किसी और को मिल रहा है, उसका इम्प्लीकेशन एवरी स्टेप में आ रहा है। तो कानून का चौथा प्रोविजन ये हम मांग रहे हैं कि एल्गोरिथम का ट्रांसपेरेंसी वर्कर्स के पास होना चाहिए, और उसमें बहस है। एग्रीगेटर्स कहते हैं दिस इज कमर्शियल प्रोप्राइटरी इंफॉर्मेशन, ये हम नहीं दे सकते। और हम कह रहे हैं कि आपका प्रोप्राइटरी अगर मेरे कमाई के बीच में आ रहा है, मेरे राइट्स को वायलेट कर रहा है, तो मुझे तो वो जानकारी चाहिए। तो इन 4 चीजों में बहुत विरोधाभास चल रहा है, और हम अगेन एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ रेपिटेशन हम यही दिखाना चाहते हैं कि जब डिजिटल हम काम में लेके दिखाना चाहते हैं क्या हो सकता है, तब सडनली वी फेस इमेंस रेजिस्टेंस। तो ये कानून के 4 प्रावधान हैं। अगर हम सत्र थोड़ा खोल दे, आप भी उसमें जोड़े, और किसी के कुछ कमेंट्स है, क्वेश्चंस है, तो ये हम चला सकते हैं। और मैं खुश से रिक्वेस्ट कर सकती हूँ अगर आप चला लो इस खुले सेशन को प्लीज।
हाँ, किसी को कुछ जोड़ना है इसमें, या वहां पे एक है, और इनके बाद उन तक भी माइक पहुंचा दे। हाँ,
हेलो, मैं इसमें सिर्फ एक ही चीज जोड़ना चाहूंगा। आपको एक ही शब्द जोड़ने की जरूरत है फैक्ट्री एक्ट 1948 में, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड सर्विसेज। उससे सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी, क्योंकि फैक्ट्री एक्ट 1948 में जो डिफिनीशन है उसमें 10 या 10 से अधिक पावर के द्वारा जो उत्पादन होता है वो फैक्ट्री एक्ट 1948 में आते हैं। और जहां फैक्ट्री एक्ट 1948 आता है वहां ESI, PF, वो सारे लॉज आ जाते हैं। तो वो जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के साथ अगर सर्विस जोड़ ले, उसकी मूवमेंट चलाए, तो सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो सकती है। दूसरा कि हमारे यहाँ फैक्ट्री एक्ट 1948 अंग्रेजों ने लाया था 1881 में, और 5 बार वो संशोधित होकर 1948 तक, ये 5वीं और बाद में थोड़े थोड़े अमेंडमेंट आते हैं। जब इतनी बार अमेंडमेंट हो सकता है तो एक वर्ड की भी अमेंडमेंट हो सकती है। उसके अलावा बाकी और सेक्टर्स के लिए, जैसे टी गार्डन्स के लिए, माइनिंग्स के लिए अलग एक्ट बने हुए हैं, और बाकी सारी आपको ग्रेच्युटी, ESI, PF सारे उसके साथ कंबाइंड एंड है। तो क्यों नहीं गिग वर्कर के लिए एक अलग लॉ लाया जा सकता है? या तो एक शब्द जुड़वा ले, या तो एक अलग लॉ ले आए। थैंक यू।
बिल्कुल सही बात है। और वो अलग लॉ को लेके ही राजस्थान, कर्नाटक, तेलंगाना, झारखंड सब में लड़ाई चल रही है। और आपका सुझाव भी सही है कि या तो फिर फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट में चेंज करें। सही, वहां पीछे है। हाँ, आप एक बार बात रख लो, फिर माइक चल। अच्छा, वहीं पे रखनी है।
जब ये गिग वर्कर्स बोल रहे हैं कि आप उनका पूरा एक्सपेंडिचर पे ही उनका मनी चला जा रहा, सो ये एग्रीगेटेड जो है वो वर्किंग या रिव्यूज रेटिंग पे जो फीचर दे रहे हैं, लाइक उसमें आपका कोई डिफरेंस चल रहा है? लाइक रेटिंग रिव्यूज से आपको कुछ हेल्प हो रहा है, या वो एग्रीगेटेड उनका ही हेल्प हो रहा है, लाइक ब्लिंकिट या कोई अदर यूबर एप्स जैसे?
जब कस्टमर वर्कर्स को रेट करते हैं तो उसका क्या फर्क पड़ता है, शायद आपका ये सवाल है ना, मैं समझा।
हाँ।
आप में से कोई जवाब देना चाहेगा कि जब मैं आपको 5 स्टार दूं या 1 स्टार दूं या 3 स्टार दूं, उससे क्या कोई कमाई में फर्क पड़ता है, राइड मिलने में फर्क पड़ता है, आपके इंसेंटिव में फर्क पड़ता है?
हाँ साहब, रेटिंग के डिपेंड, टोटली रेटिंग डिपेंड है। क्योंकि साहब ने अभी एक बोला कि आप कंज्यूमर को डायरेक्ट नंबर दे सकते हैं, नंबर ले सकते हैं, आप लोग रैपो के जरिए कस्टमर डायरेक्ट कर सकते हैं बोल के। लेकिन हमारा को ऐप में अभी नंबर डालना मना है। अगर नंबर डाले तो हमारा कांटेक्ट करो बोल के नंबर दिए तो वो लोग मेरा आईडी ब्लॉक कर देते। एक बार अभी आपके घर के पास आके मैं एक बार आपको चढ़ाया, फिर दूसरी बार नहीं चढ़ाया, खुद मैं आ गया, उन्होंने ट्रैक करता उन्होंने। मेरा जितने भी फोन नंबर से हर एक फोन नंबर ट्रैक करता हूँ, मेरा मैप ट्रैक करता, मेरा FB ट्रैक करता, मेरा ग्रुप्स ट्रैक करता, हर एक चीज ट्रैक करता हूँ ना। वो इसलिए कि कस्टमर कंज्यूमर से मैं डायरेक्ट हुआ तो उन्होंने ID ब्लॉक कर देता, फिर ओपन होता भी नहीं। और जो है रेटिंग के ऊपर तो 100% डिपेंड है रेटिंग के ऊपर। अभी देखिए सिटी में ट्रैफिक का तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। अभी कस्टमर आता, हम लोगों को 10 मिनट 15 मिनट वेट करा था, आके भगाओ बोल के हमारे को मेंटली टेंशन देता। वो भगाने में उन्हें थोड़ा टाइम लेट हो गया तो उन्होंने रेटिंग कर देता, कंप्लेंट कर देता, 1 बार 2 बार, तीसरी बार ID खत्म ब्लॉक। वो छोटी सी चीज को भी उन्होंने ID ब्लॉक कर देता। वो रेटिंग अच्छा चाहिए तो उन्होंने ये होता।
और अगर वो खराब रेटिंग देते हैं तो आपका ID ब्लॉक करने से पहले कंपनी आपको कोई मैसेज करती है कि
कुछ भी नहीं करते, कुछ भी नहीं, डायरेक्ट ब्लॉक।
तो अगर किसी ने 1 स्टार दे दिया 2 बार तो फिर बंद। और आपके हाँ, और इसीलिए ये सेशन का नारा भी आप देखोगे, रेटिंग नहीं हक चाहिए। आप 5 स्टार 6 स्टार हटा दो, हमें हमारे हक दे दो।
इसमें 2 किस्म का है, एक टेम्पररी ब्लॉक है, एक परमानेंट ब्लॉक है। टेम्पररी ब्लॉक 1 हफ्ते के लिए सजा है, परमानेंट ब्लॉक पूरी जिंदगी के लिए।
अगर परमानेंट ब्लॉक हो गया तो क्या
खत्म।
पर नया फोन नंबर, नई ID
नहीं, कैसा बनाएंगे पहचान तो पैसे।
क्योंकि हर एक सुबह जब वो ऐप में लॉगिन करते हैं तो उनको उनका चेहरा स्कैन करना होता है, तो नया चेहरा तो लगा नहीं सकते। तो जो ये बात कर रहे हैं वो बहुत सही है। और कोई पॉइंट पीछे लोगों के आई थिंक सवाल है। हाँ, अच्छा, यहाँ पे।
So the term gig worker only means that they can work in multiple companies at a time. So when I am working in a multiple company, how can I expect one company to assuring me some social security? Since I am working always, I mean multiple areas, how can I demand a company specifically? मैं तुम्हारे लिए वर्क कर रहा हूँ, तुम मुझे दो। But I am working for multiple companies, right?
Correct.
Applying laws also wouldn't be advisable, I would say.
मैं इस वक्त क्विक जवाब देता हूं कि जो कानून की रक्षिता ने बात की, तो उस कानून में 2 चीजें हो रही है। सबसे पहले कि हर एक वर्कर का रजिस्ट्रेशन हो रहा है कंपनीज के डेटाबेस के थ्रू। अब जब वो वर्कर का डेटाबेस आता है तो एक डीडुप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस होगा। अगर शेख सलाउद्दीन 4 कंपनीज में काम कर रहे हैं, उनका कॉमन चीजें वहां पे कैप्चर्ड है, नाम के अलावा उनका ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस होगा, पैन नंबर होगा, आधार होगा, कुछ तो होगा कंपनी के पास, तो उससे एक डीडुप्लीकेशन प्रक्रिया होगी और वो डेटाबेस में दिखेगा कि वो 4 कंपनीज के साथ काम करते हैं। अगर उन्होंने A कंपनी के साथ 100 रुपए का काम किया सेम डे पे, B कंपनी के साथ 50 रुपीज किया, C कंपनी के साथ 50 रुपए किया, वो हर एक ट्रांजैक्शन पे एक सेस कलेक्ट होगा। वो हर एक ट्रांजैक्शन का जो टोटल बनेगा, वो जब हम कहते हैं कि वो सेस जमा होगा और उसे सोशल सिक्योरिटी मिलेगी, तो वो एक बोर्ड बनेगा उसका। तो शेख की जो वो 4 कंपनी से अलग अलग सेस कट के रोज जो जमा हो रहा है, उसके थ्रू स्कीम्स बनेगी। अगर कल उठ के कंपनीज कह देती है कि ये हमारे वर्कर्स हैं, हम इन पे PF ESIC देना चाहते हैं, तो वर्कर्स चुन लेंगे उनको किनकी कौन सी कंपनी के साथ जाना है, कौन सी कंपनी उनको बेटर फैसिलिटी देती है, कौन सी कंपनी उनको ज्यादा लंबा पैटर्निटी लीव, मैटरनिटी लीव देती है, ब्रेक्स देती है, वर्किंग आवर्स कंट्रोल करती है, फेयरली राइट्स देती है। तो दोनों चीजें हैं कि अगर कंपनीज बोल दे वर्कर्स है तो वर्कर्स चुन लेंगे उनको कौन सी कंपनी के साथ जाना है, वरना अगर वो नहीं हो रहा है तो इस तरीके से सोशल सिक्योरिटी भी उनको दी जा सकती है, जिसका लॉ में प्रावधान है।
एक चीज
इसमें कुछ जोड़ना है? हाँ, बिल्कुल।
ऐसा लगता है हमें कि जो वर्कर्स है उनके पास चॉइस है, ऐसा नहीं है। वर्कर्स के पास चॉइस नहीं है, इसलिए वो 4 जगह पे काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको वो राइट्स, उनको जो वो जो भी सारे प्रोविजंस मिल सकते हैं एक कंपनी के साथ, वो उनके पूरे ही नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। उनको वो एम्प्लॉय की तरह देख ही नहीं रहे, इसलिए उनको 4 जगह जाना पड़ रहा है। तो ये ऐसा नहीं है कि उनके पास चॉइस है। यूनियनाइज जो है वो इन कंपनीज ने अपने आप को कर रखा है, और वो वर्कर्स को यूनियनाइज नहीं होने देना चाहते हैं। वो डिसाइड करते हैं कि रेट कैसा चलेगा। आप देखोगे सारी की सारी कंपनीज के रेट एक जैसे हैं, सारी की सारी कंपनीज सेम तरीके की इंसेंटिव लेके आते हैं। वो यूनियनाइज्ड हैं, इवन वो दिखाएंगे कि हम कॉम्पिटिटर्स हैं, बट हमें यूनियनाइज नहीं होने देंगे, क्योंकि अब वर्कर्स बन गए तो आप यूनियनाइज हो जाओगे फिर आप अपने राइट्स मांगोगे, आप बोलोगे कि भाई मुझे पीपीएफ भी चाहिए, मुझे डियर अलाउंस भी चाहिए, मुझे इंश्योरेंस भी चाहिए, जो कि आपको एक एम्प्लॉय को देना पड़ता है, विच इज अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर फॉर अ कंपनी, जो उनको पता है। इसीलिए वो फैंसी टर्म देंगे, पार्टनर, पायलट, और आपको ये बताएंगे कि हम उनको डिग्निटी दे रहे हैं। डिग्निटी से पहले पेट भरा होना चाहिए। तो जब तक पेट में, जब आपके पास खाना होता है, तब सेकंड चीज आपकी डिग्निटी होती है। जब आप जिंदा ही नहीं रहोगे, जब आपके पास सांस ही नहीं होगी, तो काहे की डिग्निटी।
हाँ सर, पीछे।
रेटिंग से जुड़ा हुआ एक मेरी लाइक कॉम्प्लेक्स थिंकिंग थी कि उस पे बात हो रही है क्या। हर एक, फॉर एग्जांपल डिजी यात्रा की बात कल हो रही थी। डिजी यात्रा में हम सब जाते हैं, बहुत से लोग हैं, मिलियंस वॉलंटरीली अपने डेटा देते हैं आसानी के लिए। तो एक तो वो प्रोविजंस हैं जिसका हम यूज कर रहे हैं वॉलंटरीली। गिग वर्कर्स के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हर कुछ फोर्स्ड है या इनफोर्स्ड है, उनके लाइफ कंडीशंस, वर्किंग कंडीशंस, लॉज सपोर्टिव नहीं है। रेटिंग जब हो रही है तो अक्सर उनकी पूरी कोशिश रहती है, आप नॉर्मल बिहेवियर नहीं, बहुत एक्स्ट्रा एम्पैथी ढूंढते हैं, लोगों की हमदर्दी ढूंढते हैं कि हमें मैक्सिमम रेटिंग मिले। क्या उनके उस मेंटल साइकोलॉजिकल जो स्ट्रेस है, जो पूरी डिप्रेशंस में पूरे काम का जो घंटा गुजरता है, पूरा महीना गुजरता है, उस पर कभी गुफ्तगू होती है क्या, या क्या फीलिंग्स है? बिकॉज एज ए सर्विस रिसीवर हम लोगों को महसूस होता है कि उनकी आप चेहरे को देखें, उनके जेस्चर्स को देखें जब आपको सर्विस प्रोवाइड करते हैं। अक्सर कैब ड्राइवर के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखेंगे कि वो लोन लेते हैं। दूसरा इस सवाल ये है कि जब लोन लेते हैं तो आप 5-6 साल में वो लोन को ख़त्म करते हैं, तब तक उनकी गाड़ी इतनी ख़राब हो जाती है कि दे हैव टू डिस्पोज ऑफ। नाउ व्हेन समबडी वाज सेइंग फ्रॉम, अभी कुछ पहले बात हो रही थी कि कंपनीज कहीं भी उनको सिक्योरिटी नहीं देती है, क्रेडिट नहीं देती, तो लोन भी इन लोगों को अपने ही हाउसिंग जो भी अवेलेबिलिटी उस क्रेडिट पे लेना है। तो बैंकिंग सपोर्ट सिस्टम भी इन पूरे वर्किंग सेक्टर्स के लिए नहीं है। सो हाउ डू वी लोकेट दोज वल्नरेबिलिटी? डू वी हैव एनीथिंग टू डिमांड इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट दैट दे गो फॉर लोन? एटलीस्ट गवर्नमेंट कैन गिव सब्सिडाइज्ड। आप बीपीएल के लोगों को देते हैं, सो व्हाई नॉट दीज वर्कर हु आर वल्नरेबल, वी कैन आल्सो थिंक ऑफ।
बिल्कुल
देखिए, दो चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक, जैसा रेटिंग की बात है, रेटिंग बीते हुए अगर जब आप 10 साल में देखेंगे, वर्कर्स को मेंटल और फिजिकल टॉर्चर है। आपके पास आके वो टिप नहीं पूछेगा, आपके पास आके वो पानी का गिलास, एक गिलास पानी दो बोल के नहीं पूछेगा। वो आपसे भीख मांग मांग के पूछेगा कि मेरे को रेटिंग चाहिए, सर मेरे को 5% रेटिंग दे दो। ये मजबूरन अपने वर्कर्स के रोजी रोटी के लिए जो है, मजबूरन वहां पे कस्टमर्स को रिक्वेस्ट करना पड़ रहा। वो रेटिंग के वजह से बहुत सारे जने गलत इस्तेमाल कर रहे, उसका आप देख सकते। बहुत सारे मेरे साथ भाई भी है, उन्होंने भी बेहतर बता सकते। आपको जो गैर जरूरी चीज है, वो सारे चीज आपको पर्सनल फोन करके डिलीवरी बॉय से मंगाते, नहीं तो बोलते कि उसकी रेटिंग कम कर देंगे, या नहीं तो हम कंप्लेंट डाल देंगे, या नहीं तो हम आपकी आईडी ब्लॉक करा देंगे। सेम कार में भी अगर जो आप ड्रॉप पॉइंट ऑलरेडी लगा दिए, पिकअप पॉइंट लगा दिए, फिर बीच में से आपको दोनों तीनों को साथियों को आप अपने मर्जी माफिक बिठा रहे, आपके रूल्स है कि आप बीच में कस्टमर को फिर से नहीं बिठा सकते क्योंकि शेयर नहीं है कैब में। तो फिर आप वहां पे कस्टमर को बिठा रहे, नहीं तो उन्हें वार्न करता, भाई मैं तेरी रेटिंग डाउन कर दूंगा, कंप्लेंट डाल दूंगा, तेरी आईडी ब्लॉक हो जाती, तेरी रोजी रोटी चले जाती। इसके चक्कर में जो है बहुत सारे ड्राइवर्स, डिलीवरी बॉय, अर्बन कंपनी के वर्कर्स, आप सबके बीच में दरमियान में मैं बात रखना चाह रहा हूँ। कल के दिन में, कल मैं यहाँ पे ही था, एक बुरी खबर थी हमारे बीच में। एक अर्बन कंपनी की वर्कर है चंद्रिका, वो जो हमारे साथ थी यूनियन में वर्कर है, एक्टिव वर्कर है, वो अपने आईडी ब्लॉक होने की वजह से लगातार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से और कंपनी से लड़ते गई। वुमेन गिग वर्कर है और वो जो है अर्बन कंपनी के अंदर काम कर रही, ब्यूटिशियन, और उसकी आईडी ब्लॉक कर दे के बीते हुए करीब 3-4 महीने से वो धरना भी करें हम लोग यहाँ पे तेलंगाना गिग एंड प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स यूनियन के हिसाब से धरना करे, तो उन लोगों के ऊपर जो वर्कर्स है, ब्यूटिशियन, जो फ्रंट लाइन पे आए, जो उनके हक के लिए आवाज उठाए, जो हक के लिए खड़े हुए थे, उनके ऊपर केसेस बुक करे पुलिस वाले। कंपनी ने उनके ऊपर केस करा के वो अर्बन कंपनी के ऊपर वर्कर्स के ऊपर कराने की वजह से वो महिला जाके डेली पीएस में रहती थी। मेंटल और फिजिकल स्ट्रेस हो गया उसके लिए, कोर्ट को फिरना और यहाँ पे लड़ाई लड़ना और आईडी ब्लॉक होना और हस्बैंड साथ नहीं रहना, फैमिली का बर्डन है, एक बच्चा है, बच्चे की पढ़ाई के लिए फीस, स्कूल की फीस भरना, कितनी बुरी हालत में थी होंगी समझो। कल हॉस्पिटलाइज होके डेथ हुई हो, आखिरी दम तक 2 दिन पहले अगर जा मैं हमारे हर्ष भाई हमारे साथ है, 2 दिन के नीचे हम लोग डीएक्टिव हुए तो एक्टिव आईडी एक्टिव करने के लिए प्रजावाणी में गए तो बुलाए थे हम वो वर्कर को, मैं हॉस्पिटल में हूं नहीं आ सकती हूँ बोली थी। आज वो हमारे बीच में नहीं है, उसके कौन जिम्मेदार है? एग्रीगेटर कंपनी है, सरकार है, कौन उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेगा? कौन उसकी जिंदगी लौटा के देगा? दूसरी बात देखिए, इन्वेस्टमेंट बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पे है। अगर जो आज के तारीख में आप जाएंगे, कमर्शियल व्हीकल को लोन नहीं दे रहे बैंकर्स, एसबीआई को से भी बैंक ले लो आप, को से भी बैंक में आज के तारीख में आपको लोन नहीं मिल रहा कमर्शियल व्हीकल के ऊपर। को से ड्राइवर के पास अपना सिविल स्कोर अच्छा रहता, बताइए, को से ड्राइवर के पास सिविल स्कोर अच्छा नहीं रहता। हम सबको पता है क्यों अच्छा नहीं है। अगर जब उतनी कमाई कमाता था एग्रीगेटर कंपनी से, ओला, उबर, रैपिडो से, क्या वो अपना किस्त सही टाइम पे नहीं बन सकता था? क्या नहीं बनने के मजबूरन उसका सिविल स्कोर खराब होने की वजह से उसको लोन नहीं मिल रहा, उसको कौन जिम्मेदारी लेगा? सरकार लेंगी, एग्रीगेटर कंपनी लेंगी। जो वो एग्रीगेटर कंपनी जैसा हमारा संतोष बताया, 1 लाख रुपए 1.5 लाख रुपए के बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स लगा के जो ड्राइवर्स को ख्वाब बताए, जो डिलीवरी बॉय को हर पिलर पे आप देखो, आप ऐप में जाके देखो, महीने को आज भी बोल रहा है आप 60,000 रुपए तनख्वाह कमा सकते। क्या वो डिलीवरी बॉय, क्या वो ड्राइवर, क्या वो अर्बन कंपनी के वर्कर जो जितना आप ऐड दे रहे उतना कमा पा रहे? क्या नहीं कमा पा रहे। वही तो मजबूरी है। और आपके प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतनी भीड़ लगा लिए, एक रेस्टोरेंट पे 100 जने की जरूरत है, आप 1000 जनों को वहां पे लगा दिए, वर्कर के बीच में लड़ा रहे। आपको कैब की कितनी जरूरत है? आप वो कैब एडिशनली आपने आपके खुद की दुकान खोल लिए, उबर एवरेस्ट, उबर मूव, फलाना फलाना। तो कहां पे रोजी रोटी दे रहे, किसको रोजी रोटी दे रहे, किसका पेट भरना चाह रहे? एक वर्कर का जितना उसकी जिंदगी में चाहिए, रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान, वो तो मिलना चाहिए ना, वो नहीं मिल रहा। वो पेन है वर्कर का। वो बीते 10 साल में लड़ते 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 यहां तक आए। जैसा रक्षिता जी बोल रहे थे, हम राजस्थान में पहला कानून क्यों जीत के लाए, कितना उसके पीछे मेहनत करना पड़ा हम लोग को, सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को, एज ए यूनियंस को। अब जाके कर्नाटक में देखे होंगे आप, फिक्की गिक्की, इंटरनेट क्या क्या की बड़े बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जाके जो है दीवार बन के खड़े हो गए सरकार के सामने, क्योंकि उनकी नीयत ही साफ नहीं है, देना नहीं चाह रहे कुछ वर्कर के लिए। जब सरकार देना चाह रही, कुछ करेंगे चाह रही, तो उसके लिए आड़े बन रहे। इसकी कौन जिम्मेदारी लेगा? ऐसी हर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कब है? 2020 में कोड ऑन सोशल सिक्योरिटी पास करा, हम 24 में हैं, 4 साल हो गए, 4 स्कीम अभी तक नहीं आए। अब बात कर रहे कि सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स देंगे। हम सिर्फ स्कीम देके भगाने से क्या होने का है? हम 3 चीज पे बहुत लड़ाई कर रहे हैं, इंडियन फेडरेशन ऑफ ऐप बेस्ड ट्रांसपोर्ट वर्कर्स के और तेलंगाना गिग और प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स के हिसाब से। एक, कानून चाहिए। दूसरा, वेलफेयर बोर्ड विद सोशल सिक्योरिटी। तीसरा जो है वेज इंश्योर चाहिए। फोर्थ वन जो है डेटा ट्रांसपेरेंसी चाहिए। ये 4 चीज के ऊपर लड़ाई हमारी जारी है। हम लड़ेंगे, जीतेंगे, इसमें हम कामयाब भी होंगे।
नारा भी लगेंगे। थैंक यू। अभी बहुत पावरफुल, जीतेंगे, लड़े हैं, जीते हैं, जीतेंगे। तो खूब पावरफुल कॉन्वर्जेशन पे भी एंड हुआ है ये, और लड़ेंगे जीतेंगे। विकास को 2 मिनट अपनी बात रखनी थी और फिर पारस, हाँ नारे चला, उनका भी आई थिंक नारा और मिक्स है।
मैं 2 नारे लगवाना चाह रहा हूं, और ये बहुत बड़े समूह की बात कर रहे हैं हम। लगभग देश में 80 लाख से ज्यादा गिग वर्कर्स है, उनके राइट्स और एंटाइटलमेंट्स की बात कर रहे हैं। तो एक तो ये नारा आपका लिखा हुआ है, क्योंकि आप बहुत रेटिंग की बात हुई, उन्हें रेटिंग नहीं हक चाहिए। आप हक दे दो तो रेटिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। तो मैं बोलूंगा रेटिंग नहीं, आपको बोलना है हक चाहिए। रेटिंग नहीं, थोड़ी आवाज पीछे से भी आनी चाहिए। हाँ, आप आंदोलन करने वाले नहीं है, लेकिन कम से कम इन लोगों के लिए बारे में सोचना बहुत जरूरी है। रेटिंग नहीं, रेटिंग नहीं। और ये जितने गिग वर्कर्स है, ये इंसान है, ये गुलाम नहीं है किसी के। तो मैं कहूंगा इंसान है हम, गुलाम नहीं। इंसान है हम, इंसान है हम, इंसान है हम।
हेलो, आज हमारा हिसाब, हमारा हिसाब। मैं सिर्फ 2 मिनट लूंगा, सिर्फ 2 मिनट। मैं एक कविता कहना चाह रहा हूँ। मैं अपने आप को लेखक तो नहीं समझता, लेकिन गुस्सा आता है तो थोड़ा बहुत एक्सप्रेस करता हूँ अपने शब्दों में। तो 2 मिनट का वक्त ले रहा हूँ आपसे। तो ये पूरा जो हम बात कर रहे हैं गिग वर्कर्स का, तो उसके ऊपर एक छोटी सी कविता लिखा है जिसका नाम है हम हैं शहर के रोबोट। हम हैं शहर के रोबोट, पीठ के ऊपर एक बड़ा सा झोला टांगे हुए और 2 पहिए पे सवार। अगर हमारे इंजीनियर से हमारे बारे में पूछो तो वो कहेंगे कि हम आधुनिकता की एक मिसाल हैं, हम उनके सबसे बड़े हथियार हैं। लेकिन सच तो ये है कि हम तो वही गरीब और नीची जाति के लोग हैं, पहले गांव में थे अब शहर बुला लिए गए हैं। पहले पैदल और साइकिल पर चलते थे, अब 2 पहिए मोटर पर बैठा दिए गए हैं। पहले इंसान थे अब रोबोट बना दिए गए हैं। हम हैं शहर के रोबोट, पीठ के ऊपर एक बड़ा सा झोला टांगे और 2 पहिए पर सवार। हम खाना पहुंचाते तो कभी घर का राशन, धूप हो या बारिश हम कभी नहीं रुकते, दिन हो या रात, गर्मी हो या सर्दी, हमें इनका कोई असर नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे शरीर में खून नहीं, हमारे इंजीनियर का कोड दौड़ता है। हम हैं शहर के रोबोट, पीठ के ऊपर एक बड़ा सा झोला टांगे हुए और 2 पहिए पर सवार। हम मिलेंगे तुम्हें शहर के हर कोने पर, रेस्टोरेंट पर तो बड़ी दुकानों पर, रोड के हर चौराहों पर तो रेड लाइटों पर, फिर आपके दरवाजों पर। दिन में भी रात में भी, हम तो महामारी में भी शहर में यूं ही हमेशा की तरह दौड़ते। तुम संडे और बाकी त्योहार की बात तो छोड़ ही दो, हम लाल जर्सी में रोज शहर की रक्त बनकर दौड़ते हैं। हमारे खुद के अंदर के रक्त की जगह तो इंजीनियर के कोड ने ले ली है। हम हैं शहर के रोबोट, पीठ के ऊपर एक बड़ा सा झोला टांगे हुए और 2 पहिए पर सवार। कहने को तो हम मोटरसाइकिल पर दौड़ते हैं, लेकिन इसका हैंडल तो आपके हाथ में है। तुम्हें लगता होगा कि हमारी मोटरसाइकिल पेट्रोल पर चलती है, लेकिन सच पूछो तो हम इसमें रोज पेट्रोल नहीं अपना खून डालते हैं। हम हैं शहर के रोबोट, पीठ के ऊपर एक बड़ा सा झोला टांगे हुए और 2 पहियों पर सवार। हम घर से तो रोज खुद की मर्जी से निकलते हैं, हम घर से तो रोज खुद की मर्जी से निकलते हैं, लेकिन घर वापस तुम्हारी मर्जी पर ही जाते हैं। हमारे रास्ते कौन सी होंगी वो तुम चुनते हो। कहने के लिए तो हम खुद की जिंदगी जीते हैं शहर में, लेकिन सच पूछो तो ये तुम हो और इंजीनियर जिसकी दी हुई जिंदगी हम रोज जीते हैं। हम हैं शहर के रोबोट, पीठ के ऊपर बड़ा सा झोला टांगे हुए और 2 पहियों पे सवार। थैंक यू।
बहुत ही शानदार कविता थी। और अभी हमारे सत्र का टाइम भी हो गया है, तो सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आप सबको भी धन्यवाद कि आप सब ने इसमें इतने अच्छे से पार्टिसिपेट भी किया, सवाल भी रखे। और लड़ाई जारी रहेगी, रेटिंग नहीं हक चाहिए। जिंदाबाद।
I request everyone to get seated first, please. We'll have a lighting session at 12. We are already running a little late. Please get seated. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please. I really request you guys to get seated. Yeah. Hi. Can we all get seated quicker? Like, and also if you can just come to the front because there's no one actually in the back, and so should I start?
you decide. I mean, I'm okay. Just
Yeah.
give it till 12:15.
ठीक है, okay, yeah. So I don't want to waste the time. So right now we have the lightning session, which is titled Digital Transformation and Labor, Continuity and Change. This will be given by Professor Anirban Dasgupta from Triple IT Hyderabad. He's a professor at the Triple IT Hyderabad and is also a development economist trained at Calcutta University and the University of California, Riverside, where he received his PhD in 2006. Before joining Triple IT Hyderabad, he's also taught at South Asian University, New Delhi, and the International Institute of Social Studies, Erasmus University of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. I invite him, or he's already on stage, sorry, but just waiting for a couple of minutes or for more people to join in, okay? Yeah. And the format of this lightning session is such that it won't have any Q&A basically. So it's mostly a talk by professor, yeah.
Yeah. Hi. I see some people walking in even now. Well, after the previous presentation or previous discussion that we were having, I really feel that this will be very academic and therefore not very interesting also. But since that's the only thing I can do, I'll have to do it. In terms of the format, this is my first lightning talk, so I really was not sure what the lightning aspect is supposed to be. I don't think I can speak very fast. So the only other thing I could think of is giving some insights, pearls of wisdom that strike you as a lightning does. I'm not very sure if that's going to happen either. But in a way, this presentation is very much and very intricately linked to what we were discussing in the last session on the gig economy. And I am intentionally, and partly because that's the only thing I can do, I'm going to take a slightly broader, wide-eyed view of the relationship between digital technology and labor that we are seeing around us evolving in India, but pretty much across the world. Although I would argue that in countries like India, it has certain special connotations that we need to be aware of. So I'm not going to waste too much time, but since my talk is titled, it has a subtitle of Continuity and Change. These are all well-known facts, but I would still want you to quickly reflect on the fact that this kind of an antagonism between labor and capital, or labor and technology even at times, or owners of technology to be more specific, is not new at all. It has at least been with us since the beginning of the 19th century. And some of you would be aware of the very famous instance of the Luddite movement, where textile workers actively protested and ended up destroying part of the new technology that was coming in, which they feared, and not, I would say incorrectly, would cost some of them their jobs. So this kind of anxiety and resistance to new technology, fearing that it's going to come for our jobs, it's going to cost some of us at least our jobs, is not new, and I would like to also emphasize, not necessarily incorrect. There are always narratives put forward, and again, they are not necessarily incorrect as well. I think it's the perspective and the context that matters. That it's true certain new jobs get created when a new technology and a major, you might say, technological disruption happens. But it is also equally true that a lot of older jobs get lost. And this is precisely what I think is happening at this juncture, where digital technology is taking over pretty much all aspects of production of goods and services in a big way. And gig work or platform work that we have been talking about is only one such instance, and that we see all the time around us. And that's a good enough reason also for us to be more concerned about it. But my sort of purpose here in this really short session is to make you aware, or to kind of reiterate the fact that this is part of a more general process of new technology coming into production, which almost necessarily brings about major disruption and actually job losses as far as labor is concerned. Of course, certain specific classes of labor get affected more, as you would know. Now, I just want to also, there's a way I should be able to, yes, I'll have to see what I'm putting up there. So a couple of things, and I don't want to take you through a lot of numbers, but certain things I feel you should be well aware of when we are discussing the context of digital technology and labor in India. The fact is, and this is important for us, given, I hope I'll be able to explain clearly why this is an important fact to understand the kind of digital transformation and its relationship to labor that's happening all around us, and the kind of stories we were hearing repeatedly in the last session. So India has a current economic structure where even now, as of 2023, we have an agricultural sector that produces only 18% of the total GDP in India, and it takes account or provides employment to nearly half of our working population. As you can see, there is an obvious disjuncture in the dependence of labor on agriculture versus the kind of value that they are able to generate. And it is my position, and I share it with a lot of other economists and other policy watchers in India, that this is the fact that India has a lot of what we call in the language of economics surplus labor available for low productivity work, which is also getting demonstrated by the fact that informal employment, essentially employment without proper rights, without any access to social security and any other kind of rights which we expect in the formal sector, is denied to anywhere between 85 to 90% of our labor force. And the germ of this problem is also, and that's why I start with agriculture, is because agriculture works as this reservoir of labor that's always available to come out and work in any kind of informal employment, both in rural areas as well, very much in urban areas. So this is the context in which we have to see so-called digital employment. There are many problems in properly defining digital employment even, but broadly speaking, this is something we can say, and we have some information on, that the core digital sectors, mostly ICT and allied sectors, produce only 8.5 to 9% of our total GDP, and employs at this point, according to the latest numbers we have, it wouldn't have gone up a lot given a lot of job losses which have happened in that sector, less than 1.5% of the total workforce. If you add the estimated number of gig workers, about 8 million is what we are told, we will still be at less than 3%. So my point here is not to say that gig workers are not important to think about. or to be concerned about. I'm just trying to say that most of the gig workers at the lower end of our employment ladder that we have been talking about today and in other venues, it's the tip of the iceberg of this enormous pool of surplus labor that's there in India, and they don't have access to productive employment. And this is something we have to understand to better fight, I would say, for the rights of the gig workers, or any, actually, we should be able to extend that fight to other informal workers as well. But this context is very, very important, because you cannot think about gig workers as a separate class of workers without realizing their connection to the larger workforce in India. Now, what is at stake in India when we talk about the new, will somebody tell me when I have 2 minutes, 5 minutes? Yeah, okay, because I have no way of knowing. So there has been a lot of conversation, especially in English media, on how job losses are coming our way with AI taking over a lot of tasks which are currently performed by reasonably trained, skilled, maybe middle skilled workers, many of them Indian in the global market, and a lot of those jobs will be lost. Without getting into the details, there are a lot of finer points here, but without getting into that, I would just like to make this point very clearly, and I have no one less than a major official or a high official of the IMF to support me in what I'm saying. It's very rarely that I agree with somebody from the IMF, but here I do. And the point is, the fear of job losses due to automation through AI is only one of the larger set of concerns for developing economies as a whole, and definitely for a country like India. So Geeta Gopinath, who is the number 2 in the IMF, has recently said this, that since a majority of India's workforce is in labor-intensive agriculture, the impact of AI is going to be lower here. Well, as I said, this is one of those points where I agree with the IMF or the IMF's position, but that doesn't make me very happy. The fact that AI itself is not going to lead to major job losses in India is something that I don't see as a necessarily positive thing, because again, in the larger context of what we are talking about, that automation is clearly going to come our way. And we are, as Indians, because a lot of our workforce, whether they're working here in India or elsewhere in the international market, doing tasks which can be replaced by AI, they're going to lose their jobs. They're going to lose their jobs. Some of them will be able to retrain for other jobs and get something else. But overall, in a net sense, there is going to be a job loss for many people, and some of them will be Indians. They're not going to be a huge percentage. They cannot be, because they're not anyway a huge percentage or even a significant percentage of the total Indian labor force. They're probably a very high chunk of people you and I know, or people here, who are seated here. We might be knowing many of them, but that doesn't make them a big chunk of the Indian workforce. But the fact that they're going to lose their jobs makes me, 5 minutes, yeah, I'm going to finish, makes me concerned for the precise reason that 10 years, 15 years from now, given the kind of skill addition or skill, the kind of skill, the kind of skills that are being acquired by a lot of middle tier, in terms of education levels, Indian young Indian workers, these were the kind of jobs they would have come into. So I'm not so much concerned about the 1% or less than 1% of the Indian workforce who are going to lose their jobs. I mean, don't take me literally. I'm not that concerned. But in the larger scheme of things, I'm more concerned that the kind of sort of employment, decent employment, that a lot of newly educated, newly skilled young people were hoping for, and they have been their predecessors, their brothers, elder brothers, sisters, maybe even some of their parents have got in the early or mid 90s or early 2000s. These people cannot expect those jobs to be there for them 5 years, 10 years down the line. So that's going to just make our employment problem even more pronounced. In the international discussion on AI and jobs, there is this vision that's often put out, and there is this position also held by some people, that certain other kind of jobs will be created. These are going to be highly skilled jobs, which will get created because AI will be used in interesting new ways. But these are jobs which are, number one, going to be much less in number than the mass IT jobs that we are so used to. And they would require extremely specialized skills. And there, of course, some Indians will qualify for those jobs. But there they qualify, I mean, they compete with a global workforce of such highly skilled people. So some Indians will clearly make it. But in terms of the size of the Indian workforce, that is really going to be negligible. You know, some of our IIT or triple IT graduates are vying for those jobs. So they will be fine. In fact, they might expect a better career waiting for them. But that's hardly going to do anything to India's employment problem. 1 minute? 2. Okay. All right. 2 should be enough. So I think it is important for us to understand a lot of jobs that we consider as related to the digital economy and which are going to possibly increase in numbers in the coming years, which are going to be the lowest tiered jobs connected or empowered or facilitated by digital technology, but which are essentially the kind of jobs that we know as gig work or platform work. And my point here is to make you aware that I can see a situation where more and more people get absorbed into this digital economy, but as informal digital labor, simply getting converted from non-digital informal labor to digital informal labor. And therefore, some of the questions, some of the concerns, some of the challenges which the Indian labor movement has been facing for the last 40 years about informal labor is going to now just literally be transported into the digital space. And we cannot expect a separate, distinct, somehow independent solution for digital informality in a country where informality is more the norm than an exception. So that's my simple point. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anirban. I think we had like 2 interesting sessions where, one session by MKSS actually spoke about what is so distinctive about the digital platform labor, and another one which is also tracing the continuities of informal labor in these new forms of labor. We now move on to another session which is discussing an aspect which is not discussed quite a lot, which is the relationship between AI, the data, and the environment. The session is titled Thirsty and Power Hungry Understanding the Environmental Aspects of AI. As the title suggests, the session will explore the intersections of emerging technologies and their often overlooked impact on the environment. This session will be moderated by Anshul Tiwari. Anshul is a social entrepreneur and the founder of Youth Ki Awaaz, India's largest civic engagement platform that uses polling, surveys, and storytelling to transform youth voices into actionable insights for social transformation. We also have two panelists joining online, Professor Radhika Krishnan and Deepak Krishnan. Uh, Professor Radhika Krishnan is a faculty member at IIIT Hyderabad. Professor Radhika's research interests lie in political ecology, labor and technology, environment and politics, and just transition. Deepak is the Deputy Director for WRI India's Energy Program. Currently, he leads the work on industrial decarbonization, EVs, and provides expert support to colleagues working on urban energy and state energy transitions. We have Amrita and Ananya here. Amrita is the research and program lead at CIS, Center for Internet Societies. Amrita's research focuses on areas such as gender and technology, digital cultures, ethics in research methods, digital access, algorithmic biases in tech design, and sustainability. Ananya, a rest of world reporter based in Mumbai, India, has over 9 years of experience writing on India's tech sector, global economics, and South Asia's startup scene. Ananya has also written a brilliant article on the data emergence of the data centers in Hyderabad, which you can read from rest of the world. I request Anshul to take over the session and
Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining this session. I know we've had so much conversation about AI and its innovation potential and threats and so on and so forth. This is a topic that I haven't seen too many panels on, especially in the Indian context yet. There is definitely a lot of conversation happening. So if you go on Twitter, X, and you go on other platforms, you'll find a lot of it. But what does it really mean when we talk about AI, its impact on climate? How do we even make sense of it, especially from the context of India? We're going to tackle a couple of these, aspects today, and yeah, we'll get right in. Before I get started, I just want to check if Dr. Radhika and Deepak, you can hear us. I'm not sure if you can see us, but if you could just confirm that you can hear us clearly, and then we can just get started. Okay, I think, yeah. I think you can hear us, but we cannot hear you. So we're just fixing that issue real quick. But meanwhile, we can maybe just get started. And I'd like to start with you, Amrita. I just want to understand from your point of view, where is the AI and climate discourse at right now? And how do we even begin to understand, what the implications of AI on climate change looks like? What does it even mean when we say that, AI is negatively impacting climate change? How do we even begin to understand it?
Thanks so much, Anshul, and I'm really glad to be here today and very glad that we have such a diverse panel and a great audience. So maybe what I'll try to do, Anshul, is just essentially create a framework for understanding this question of AI and environment because it hasn't been spoken about enough. So I have a few slides. Maybe if we can sort of bring that up, I can, kind of, is there? Okay, cool. I think while we're waiting, maybe I can just get started thinking about like what is the structure of AI where there can be climate or environmental concerns. And when we think about AI and climate, we essentially think about two things. One is the energy consumption of AI, and the other is water consumption of AI. And I'll talk about it a little bit more if the slides come up. Otherwise, I'm going to go impromptu. To start with, even before we, talk about artificial intelligence, we need to understand somewhere what precedes artificial intelligence, right? There is this computational power that is powering the training of AI models. When a lot of us probably have used ChatGPT. If you think about ChatGPT, what it is a large language model, and what it does is that it uses tremendous amount of power for you to be able to get that information, get sentences, get images, and so on. And what is powering that is essentially compute. So if we can move to the first slide, which I think I can. So this is essentially a software and hardware explanation of what compute is. If you look at it, essentially there are chips, which is what are the graphic processing units. We will talk about it a little bit more in the preceding sections, but that's the hardware part of it. And then there is the software and the infrastructure. So if we think about the software, there is essentially the software that enables the GPUs to do what they're designed to do. There are certain languages that are optimized for machine learning. There are essentially large data management softwares through which a huge amount of data on which AI models are trained are stored and processed. So that's the data management software. And under that lies the entire sort of infrastructure, or one could call, like, if you were to think about it in the analogy of a restaurant, the infrastructure is the restaurant, the chips are essentially the ingredients, and then what lies in between the AI models is the food that we consume, essentially, if you were to think about it in that. So that's really like the structure of it. Now, if we, okay, this doesn't seem to work. The next slide. So now if we then think about what are the environmental sort of impacts under each of these broad sections, perhaps we start with, maybe if you can move the slide there, I can just, oh yeah, it is working, thank you. So then the compute power, and then what is the sort of environmental intersection here, right? So the GPUs and TPUs are essentially chips and things that allow us to handle and train AI models, and it requires a huge amount of sort of energy intensive computational power. And the high demand for GPUs is what we are seeing now, because there is such a sort of global shift for working on AI, doing AI. Microsoft, Google, all the big hyperscalers have been investing heavily on data centers. I know, Ananya, you'll also talk about this a little bit more, but that's also where this conversation of environment is becoming important, that with more and more investments in AI, the energy consumption is going to increase. And where is that energy going to come from? It is going to be taken from some grids which are either currently not optimized or are being used for other purposes. So that's where this sort of conversation becomes especially important. And then particularly if you think about sort of AI resources in themselves, when we are also training these large language models, especially like NLP, computer vision, again, it is continuous, it is non-stop. You need power 24/7, which is why this information again is critical within the environmental questions. I want to speak a little bit about data centers, but I think Ananya, you'll cover that, so I'll skip that in the interest of time. But essentially, energy consumption and water consumption are two big questions. In 2021, Google's data centers consumed approximately 4.3 gallons of water in that year, and on average, Google data center consumes about 450,000 gallons of water a day. So we can imagine the scale at which these data centers are operating. And this is currently the sort of landscape of Google data centers. As you will see, a lot of it is concentrated in the US and Europe, but increasingly there are conversations of these moving to global south countries, moving to other geographies, and that will have impacts for all of us. And I also just want to quickly kind of share a little bit of like what has been the reportage around AI and its environmental impacts. If you see, already there have been in Chile, in Uruguay, there have been issues where people who have become aware of how their resources, their communities are potentially going to be negatively impacted with data centers have protested, have raised concerns, and Google had to halt their plan for a 200 million data center in Chile. And similarly for Uruguay, the issue was that essentially they were planning a very huge data center leading to toxic waste, leading to create sort of emissions of greenhouse gases as well. This essentially talks a little bit more about that. And this problem is not just in global south countries, but even in global north, which are usually cool places, or you don't need water to cool. You don't need as much water for cooling the data centers or cooling the systems, have been saying that this is going to be critically damaging to our environment, and they have also started putting in legislations in place to think about this. Briefly also, I think Ananya will also talk about this, but there's also been a little bit of conversation around India on the use of data centers and how it is going to sort of further accelerate climate crisis, especially for India, given the kind of climatic conditions that we're in. And I want to lastly talk a little bit about chips and water. No, I'm not going to make an Uncle Chips joke, but this is essentially about the graphic processing units we spoke about earlier and how intensely water consuming they are. Taiwan is one of the countries which has a very large semiconductor industry with a very big semiconductor player who essentially produces these chips, and they have faced severe water security concerns within their within their spaces. Particularly, I want to talk about two things: that chips manufacturing needs water in two spaces. One is to essentially cool the systems, because it's running on very high power, it is requiring a lot of energy, so you need to cool it. The other is to actually clean these chips. These are very, very small, very highly efficient chips that need very high maintenance, and actually the water that ends up getting used for cleaning these chips is like so many times cleaner than the drinking water that we have. So essentially, we're going to take drinking water, we're going to process it further, and we're going to use it for cleaning the chips. So this is why this conversation is super important. And I think with that, I will pause. But briefly, just on GenAI, because we've been talking a lot on GenAI. GenAI has just whatever I said, just triple that or many folds, and that is the kind of power and water consumption that generative AI is going to have. There is some data points that I'm going to leave here, and we can get into it a little bit more later.
Thank you for that, Amrita. And actually, one of the things that really jumps out to me is that we are living in a time when most of these tech companies have made net zero commitments on one end, and on the other end, they are also making commitments towards, increasing their emissions in some way. And you mentioned about data centers, so I do want to come to you quickly. You've done a story about Microsoft's data center. And the way I see it, it's not a new thing, right? A lot of these companies, they pick a small area somewhere. The consequences of it are borne by the people who live in those areas. Often it's positioned as an opportunity, but the outcomes don't really seem like it creates any opportunity. The cost far outweighs the kind of benefits that people get. So can you tell us a little bit about the story that you did, what you saw, and if you have any reflections on what Amrita already shared?
Hi, I'm Ananya. I'm from Rest of World. Also, the story is not a story I did. I did it with Almas, who is, can you wave for me? Almas in Hyderabad. She's an amazing reporter. And I think it really needed that person on the ground. And it kind of speaks to what you were saying, this idea of bringing promise, but also having an opportunity cost for it, right? So when you set up a data center, you're of course, adding to India's compute power. You're able to do a lot of things locally. We have dreams of data sovereignty, data localization, all of that. It ticks the boxes, right? But then the cost is, of course, on one hand, your employment, job loss that we talk about in a very non-tangible sense, that AI will replace X people. But even on the ground, when these companies come in, they want to employ people, it's a very different kind of skill level that they're looking for, right? So in Mekaguda, for example, where we did our story, it's mostly agricultural, dairy farmers. They are not the ones that are going to get the jobs once this is up and running in 3 years, right? So that's one part of it. The other thing is the environmental damage. Of course, they don't have the typical industrial waste that we're used to. Also, they're building on, years of sort of development that's happened in this space. So the data center, when it's come in, this land is not pure, right? There has been a Natco there for 36 years before that. There's probably something else before. So holding these companies accountable becomes really tough, because Microsoft, A, will say, we don't have that traditional waste, and B, they'll say, well, it's not all us, and you still can't see the impact, right? Environmental effect is something that plays out 10 years later, 20 years later. It's not going to show up today. The good thing is, when you ask the questions today, everyone thinks about it, right? So Microsoft will come back and show you, hey, we have the environmental clearance. Then you get to look at it, and then it says something like, there are no significantly large water bodies, but the residents say that the lake is shrinking, right? It's present, it's shrinking. So it's very interesting to see that language. What does significantly large mean? If you go to activists, the other side is, a lake is not a lake. It's all interconnected. So it doesn't matter if you're a big lake or a small lake, it's upstream, downstream, it's all affected, right? So it's interesting to see the language the companies use. They might be operating in the ambit of law. I'm not saying that every company is kind of making promises and breaking them, but maybe the laws need to evolve, because the way the data centers are going to proliferate is really big, right? Like today, we have about 6,500 GPUs in India. We already have ambition of 10,000 more. There's a tender out there. That's a very low number. In 2023, NVIDIA sold about 3.7 million GPUs. Just for context, that's one company selling in 1 year, which is also the year before this one. India is going to 3x its capacity by next year, and God knows how much more later, right? So I think asking the questions now is very important. And someone actually from the India AI mission said this to me, but they said the good thing about India is we think we're kind of behind in the race. US and China have way more, as Amrita pointed out, right? They have way more data centers today. They are ahead of us in that sense. But the good thing is, we might not need to retrofit if we ask the right questions, right? We can build with renewable and sustainable and energy efficient at the center of it, right? Of course, the application is different. Our renewable capacity is very different to a lot of these countries. But we can at least ask the right questions and sort of start early on. So I'll stop there. But if you have any follow-ups.
Sure, I think it's a lot. I mean, what I'm also hearing from you is that there is a big role that regulations can play in, because we now know that this is going to be the impact. There is enough to sort of, say that. So there is a potential for good enough regulations to come in and already have those accountability measures built in. I do want to talk about the resource consumption point that you mentioned, but I'll just, before we go to resource, I do want to go to Dr. Radhika very quickly. And Dr. Radhika, I'd love to ask you about where is, so we heard from Amrita to just sort of, a lay of the land, where things stand at right now. Ananya very, eloquently talked about how in the Indian context, what is really happening. When it comes to the academia and the academic research, the work that is happening on that front, where is the discourse at right now? What is being focused on? What should we be focusing on? And so on. If you could just give us an idea, I think that'll be wonderful. I'm so sorry. I think the audio is still an issue. I'm just give us a moment. While we fix that, I think I'll just add one thing, which is that the challenge with climate related conversations in general is that there is so much that happens on the industry front that general public does not find out about very often. So of course, stories like the one that you and your colleague worked on are absolutely critical, but often we only view AI as this massive innovation potential opportunity and not necessarily all the things that come with it. And I think okay, I think we have the audio working. Dr. Radhika, do you want to just quickly check?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Perfect, we can hear you. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Amrita and Ananya, for this wonderful introduction. So a lot of my work is already done. Now, I'll come to the question that we're looking at right now. now. See, within academia, of course, we are in the job of looking at a present moment as a continuation of sorts of what has been happening over time, right? So, uh, environmental studies in particular has done a lot of work in tracing these continuities and disruptions that have happened over time, especially in the technological domain. And I think within AI, you see very similar patterns. There are, of course, disruptions, technological disruptions, social disruptions that we're seeing, but there are also those continuities that constantly come up. So I was looking at this with great interest at that map that Amrita showed us to begin with. Where are the new data centers coming up? What's the nature of these data centers? Why are they coming up in specific countries and continents? Why not elsewhere? And so on and so forth. Now, I think academia is just beginning to focus on this specific area of, what AI is doing to the environment. It is not particularly, especially in India, and not a lot of academic work has been happening, unfortunately, though some work has happened outside, and we really need to start working on that. But if you ask me what we need to work on, I think three questions. Ananya spoke about legislation, is very important, but the devil is in the details. So, what sort of legislative framework will help us to not repeat the continuities and the disruptions of the past? How do we not reinvent the wheel? How do we not reinvent patterns of exclusion and patterns of marginalization that we've seen in previous waves of industrialization and technological growth? Second, again, the devil is in the details. How do you bring in more accountability on part of all the actors involved? So this will, of course, require legislation which sort of ensures a certain amount of transparency and a certain amount of sort of participative decision making. And the third, and I'm going to end here, I think I've already overshot my time, and this is the toughest. We are unfortunately in a time and age where tech solutionism sort of influences our public narratives. There is this very strong notion that technology will provide us solutions to all the big problems of the day, including climate change and greenhouse gas emissions and so on. And I think it is the job of academia to explain to everybody how technology can also be part of the problem. And that is something that academic research has to bring to the table and probably work a little more closely with both policymakers as well as journalists to talk about this and make this a public narrative, that technology and tech solutionism also needs to be critically analyzed.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Radhika. I do want to ask you a little bit more on the policy intervention, but I will come back to you on that, because I want to just quickly go to Deepak. And Deepak, a lot of your organization's work is in assessing as well as, working at the length and breadth of India's energy and resource needs. So given what we've heard right now, can you tell us a little bit about what this means for India as a country in the Indian context, given the water and energy needs that India has in general, and what this, setting up of data centers, GPUs, etc., might require? Can you just give us a kind of a lay of the land and also share your perspective on this as well?
Sure. Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. So I think I'll build on the points which Amrita, Ananya, and Professor Radhika also spoke about. But in a way, this conversation about AI demand growing at a rapid rate and the need to meet that demand, growing demand with renewable energy is a sort of deja vu back in 2013, 2014 when the IT companies in India were looking to sort of green their existing, so basically their office spaces spread across the country. They were looking for options to shift to renewable sources of energy. And that was the time the power markets were also evolving in terms of different contracting structures. So in a way, they're back at square one with this exponential demand. And Amrita spoke about it, but estimates say that it is going to be about 7x to 10x of the traditional typical data process and search engine. That's the kind of demand growth that we are looking at as far as AI is concerned. What this means for a lot of companies is they have made some commitments already. Looking at earlier load, for example, Infosys is a signatory to what is called as Renewable Energy 100, where I think by 2030 they had committed to green their entire mix and run only on renewable energy. And similar commitments have been made by even the organizations which are setting up these hyperscale data centers like Amazon, Google's, and the Microsofts of the world. But what this demand growth means is that, for example, in the case of Microsoft, their 2023 emissions is 30% more than what it was in 2022, and already there are murmurs about not being able to meet their commitments that they had made a few years earlier. And people who are actually saying that they are meeting their commitments, there are questions about how they are meeting them. Are they contributing to setting up of additional renewable energy projects, or is it renewable energy projects that have been set up for the regular growth patterns in the country? Is that getting diverted for supplying solely to these companies, or is there there is also a renewable energy certification market where there are questions raised about whether the certificates bought and sold are you can identify them to one source. So a lot of those kinds of questions have also started coming up. Now the other aspect to consider is that overall at a country level we may we may be well past the days when we had significant demand shortages, long power cuts, but we are still not completely out of the woods. There are on and off, we do see stories of energy shortages. And particularly when you start moving to the distribution grids, typically in places outside the city limits where data centers are set up, the grid there is a little weaker compared to the strong urban networks or the high tension wires. And data centers are when you look at that localized network, they start to contribute very significantly to the electricity demand in that region. So planning for that puts additional stress on the utility, and they will need to adopt maybe a 5 to 10 year vision to plan for it. So that is one aspect. And the second aspect is the Indian laws allow for companies and the folks setting up these data centers definitely meet all the threshold criteria for separately contracting with renewable energy generators, bypassing the utility, maybe paying some grid access charges and using renewable energy, which then means that the burden of power that the utility has already contracted for say 25 to 30 years, that burden starts to fall on residential consumers, below poverty line consumers, and that is another challenge as these companies start to move out and look for sources on their own. Now that's the electricity story. On the water side too, there are estimates saying that for every kilowatt hour of energy that is used, 9 liters of water is needed, both for cooling towers and the air conditioning within the data center itself. This is a huge strain. India's freshwater resources are limited, and whatever is available, there are priorities. For example, drinking water needs to be prioritized. So this definitely will add on to that stress. And the last point I'll add on is that there is also a growing heat stress that we are facing as far as climatic conditions are concerned. So the cooling demand is going to increase significantly, adding further strain to the grid as well as water requirements that are going to be there. I'll pause here, see if there are any questions.
Yeah, I'll just quickly ask you a follow-up question as well, Deepak. So, I mean, there is what you mentioned is absolutely critical in the sense that one point that really jumped out to me is that at some point, given this situation, there will be some amount of responsibility that might be put on personal consumption, which we've seen is often the case with climate related conversations, that it all boils, at least in the public narrative point of view, it often boils down to personal consumption, personal responsibility. Very often it's not about corporate responsibility. When it is, it's about celebrating corporates who are doing good. What I really want to understand is that, could you share anything about how we could create an effective mechanism to actually measure the impacts, of such energy consumption on climate change?
Sure. So as such, there are reporting mechanisms also which exist. For example, number of these companies, voluntarily, submit data, and that is certified by the Climate Disclosure Project. So they look at, electricity consumption or on-site fuel, for example, given the reliability constraints. There is use of diesel gensets at some point or the other. So how much of that is being used? How much of water is being consumed? So in a way, these are being captured, and definitely, I would, I'm sure that even these additional loads like data centers are going to, that data is also going to be captured in all these reporting mechanisms. Plus, the other aspect is that if these companies are also listed, there is additional responsibility that is expected of them under SEBI's business responsibility. I'm forgetting the last two terms. So there is a business responsibility regulation that SEBI has also mandated that top 1,000 companies, I think, who are listed need to report all these environmental parameters. Now, reporting is one thing, but at the same time also committing to targets which can be tracked not only by auditors who have will sign NDAs and all that, but it should also be available to the general public, in my view, because these public resources which are being used. So, for example, if somebody is drawing water, not only how much did they draw, for example, how much did they draw and release is one question, but what is the effective quality of the water? For example, once you withdraw it, are you releasing it with a higher temperature, therefore causing challenges to the marine life in that lake, for instance, that Ananya spoke about. So these reporting considerations apart, what I would also want the government to do, or as a society, what we need to do is to understand these environment and social impacts better. And it's not just a problem with data centers. There is also, for example, even renewable energy projects, which in the first glance people would say there is no CO2 emission, so it is benign. But no, a lot of these projects actually take up a lot of the sacred forests, sacred groves, and pastoral lands access is cut off. So I think having that holistic understanding of what an environment impact assessment means, what does a social impact assessment means, that also needs to be captured and built into this reporting framework.
Got it. Thank you so much for sharing that, Deepak. I'll take from that and come to you, Ananya. I know we're in the middle of the audience and the lunch, so I want to also keep time for audience questions as well. But just one quick question I have from you is that given what you saw when you did the story, given what Deepak has shared about policy frameworks that can hold, that can build certain degree of accountability, what do you think, or what recommendations would you have from a policy point of view that can help us not just measure but also hold accountable for the environmental impacts of AI?
Sure. So I do want to refer back to the example that I think Amrita had in her slide about the Google project that was stopped in Chile. I wish you'd used our screenshot. No, I'm kidding. But I want to point one thing out. So in 2014, there was a Google data center that came up, and their sort of documentation said they'd be extracting, I have this notebook only for the numbers because I can't get them wrong, 50 liters of water per second, right? And this was approved and done. In 2020, it actually said they wanted to extract 228 liters of water per second. So now that kind of detail makes a difference, right? And that is what basically got it stalled. But how that happened was because of transparency. So one of our reporters, Daniela in Latin America, I asked her this question because I think there the activism and the regulation push has been a little, bigger, and it's also achieved something that we can see, right? So what happened there was the transparency of it was very different. So I'll take you back to the Make Aguda story. We did this story in 2024, and it was actually triggered by a July press release from Telangana, basically talking about resolving problems. So we went back and we said, what are these problems? And it turned out there was a PIL filed in 2023 for the data center approved in 2022. So that goes further back. And to get a PIL, which is a public interest litigation, we didn't have a public way to get it. So we had to kind of figure out how to get our hands on this 400 plus page document. Whereas in Chile, the one good thing that these people found was that you could get this information without any kind of right to information or any barrier. It was just there. And the people who actually found this discrepancy were activists, school teachers, housewives, because often, like Professor Radhika mentioned as well, you need academicians and journalists and lawyers to act upon these things, but you also need citizen participation. People are curious. People might find things, they have the scale, especially in India, we have so many people, right? Maybe you're interested, but maybe you're not able. And if you're not able to access information, how will you then figure out what is kind of going wrong there? So I think the one key thing is transparency built into, I would even say, corporate policy, and then comes government policy, right? And corporate policy as well, maybe we need to be more mindful about what we celebrate as well. So same going back to Chile, there was all this water concern, right? What they did was they decided to plant forests so that they would fight air pollution. That's great, but that doesn't get us anywhere on the water conversation. And often in a country like India, what I'd add is, we don't have a sense of emergency. So like with Chile, they had less rainfall than usual since 2010. They're going to have a drought till 2040. We don't have these kind of looming threats as an entire country. Of course, there are portions, but we need to look more regionally, exactly like how Deepak said, look at the localized implication, right? And act on that maybe at a localized level. I think going really, really big might not be the answer in a diverse country like ours, right? So that's another part of it. And I think the last thing I'd say is sometimes the government needs to take a stance on what they want this development to look like, right? So we did a really nice story on this boom of data centers in Johor in Malaysia. Why that happened was actually because Singapore decided we're not going to allow data centers that are not energy efficient and not sustainable. It's a small country, it's a very different country, I understand that, but they took a call, right? Now Malaysia has this boom. What they decided to do now is they've realized that this is an unchecked boom. So what they're going to do is they've said the same thing. They said, we also want energy efficient data centers. We want sustainable data centers. And for them, it's not like a drought or like a big crisis. They're saying our infrastructure is aging and climate change is happening. And that's enough to make that decision. So I think that's my roundabout answer. Take the lessons from everywhere else.
Sure, thank you. And I'll just quickly ask the same question to Dr. Radhika as well. Dr. Radhika, what would be some of the recommendations that you would have for, accountability of these technology corporations, but also potential policy interventions that you see, effectively being implemented in the future?
I think the key phrase here is effective implementation. And as we know, this is the toughest thing to achieve, especially in a country like India, where our implementation track record has been fairly not so great. I think the key is I'm just trying to build on what Ananya said, is to bring in more people into this whole process of ensuring implementation and the whole process of collecting information. So possibly one way out would be to make, say, the EIA process decentralized. And there have been some examples of this happening in Latin America, for example, where the data collection for EIAs and the implementation of the post-EIA process is by law meant to include local communities. So, a new regulation framework, which by law involves local communities in data collection. Now, Ananya mentioned this whole question about per capita, what were the water consumption that's required per minute. Why was this discrepancy ever there, and who is there? I think the question we need to ask is, how do we get this discrepancy into the right place? Like, how do we get the right attention here? And who has, and therefore, from a political ecology point of view, we need to ask the counter question: in whose interest is it to bring this discrepancy to the table? And we need to make sure that we get the right people and empower the right people to talk about this and put them in places where they can raise these questions. And therefore, we need a more by law, by the legal regulation has to be that, say, EIAs are community run, community driven. The verification process has to be up out there so that anyone and everyone can have a look at the data that on the basis of which policies have been driven and so on. So, but ultimately, at the end of the day, again, to paraphrase what Ananya had to say, it's a decision that we collectively have to take. What is the kind of development that we want to see? And who are we trying to develop, and for what, in what direction are we going to go? And I'm just going to go back to something that I said previously. We have seen over time in history certain patterns and certain continuities and disruptions. We need to ask ourselves what we learn from that, right? Which model do we want to follow? Do we want to leapfrog and learn the best lessons from the mistakes that have happened across the globe and make sure that we don't reinvent that? Or do we want to be the next sort of dumping ground where mistakes that have happened elsewhere are just repeated here? And it is up to us as, I think, public intellectuals to make sure that the former happens. But the devil is in the details. Ultimately, we have to engage in the very, very boring task of actually looking at the details, exactly the kind of details that Deepak was talking about, which is, who's going to verify water consumption? Who's going to verify electricity consumption? Is the water source going to be upstream or downstream? What's the temperature of your input water? What's the temperature of the water that you're throwing out? Whose data are you relying on? Is there any counter data available? Who's collecting the counter data? Is there any way of making sure that local communities' knowledge about water and so on is incorporated in decision making? We need to keep fine-tuning these questions so that the decision-making process is a lot more, it's broadened and made a lot more transparent.
Absolutely. And I think one point that you mentioned, which, leads me right into the question that I have for you, Amrita, the inclusion of community is absolutely critical. Your story also highlighted the fact that the community itself was suffering because of the wastage of water, waste in general, and so on and so forth. What is the role of public awareness in all of this, and what can we, learn about that, especially given the findings that CIS has? Yeah.
Perhaps in the interest of time, do you have the slides? Or I can just quickly show like 1 minute of the slides, but we did a study. We tried to understand public awareness around issues of data centers and environmental impacts of climate. And what we saw was that the awareness in India is right now very low, and rightfully so, because we don't really do a lot of work on data centers. Okay, so okay, sure. So so essentially the study was to understand, we surveyed 1,500 respondents across 9 cities, 48 states, trying to understand people's perception of like climate and AI, trying to get a sense of how, the AI impacts environment. Okay, maybe if you can move the slide, then we can move quickly. I don't want, yeah, okay, cool. The next slide. Next. And the next one we can, yeah, so just this, so this, I'll just show this one slide that actually we did this across age groups, and you can see that younger respondents are more likely to believe that tech can have negative impacts on the climate as opposed to slightly elder audiences. If you could see here, the question we asked was, can technologies have a negative impact on climate? At least 50% in the 18 to 25 categories said that yes, but 60% in the 55 plus category said no. So that's telling that there's also something in the demographic that we could potentially explore. And if we could move to the next slide, I want to also, maybe the next slide. Yeah, so this was again a question on data centers. And again, this was something we did by age. And if we move to the next slide, I also want to show the data by cities. So yeah, so this is an interesting one because we asked, there is no negative impact of data centers on the environment. And actually, if you see that least number of people in Karnataka believed so, and the highest number of people in Gujarat believed so, we can make the deductions we want of that. But that was quite an interesting finding for us. And then if we go to the next slide, it also shows us the current data center breakdown in India. So as we can see that currently it is sort of concentrated in certain cities. Again, one thing to consider is that not all of these data centers are AI data centers. This is just overall the kind of data centers that we have. But again, if this is going to increase, what are the impacts it's going to have? And therefore, I guess this session also is kind of sort of an intention to kind of bring more public awareness. And just to add to the points that Radhika and Ananya also made, were that I don't think that regulations in themselves, regulations take time, regulations are very slow. I think there are existing regulations that can be used for better transparency and accountability. There is the environmental impact assessment. There are corporate disclosures that organizations are supposed to make, but we know often those disclosures can look anything. They're often in PDF files. They're not in interoperable formats. So even if researchers want access to that data, we don't get it. So I think to start with, I think data is really essential to get behind this. Yeah.
Absolutely. And with that, I'll just open it to the audience. If there are any questions, yes, there is one over here. Are there any others? There's one over here and one over here. So we'll start with the three over here. If you could introduce yourself and ask your question briefly. Do we have a mic? Okay. Maybe we'll start from the front and then we'll come to you. And if you could also mention who your question is for. If it's for anybody, you can mention that as well.
I am Ram Mohan Namile. Anyone can answer. My question is that, are we properly using, misusing, or abusing environment? And if we are misusing and abusing, what could be the invisible impact of the environment on us, though not immediately, at any point of time, if it bounces back on us. Number two, across world, particularly in our country, are people societies on one hand, industry and business on the other hand, and the governments, state or central on the third hand. Are we well structured, integrated, at least to the extent of minimum requirement? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we can take the question there and then we can go.
Thank you. I'm Akanksha from IIIT Hyderabad, and we recently did a workshop on this AI and data center and got to learn about like interesting developments happening all across the world. So we'll build on invisibility argument that he's talking about, that how all of these data centers are given a lot of exemptions, thinking that they are critical infrastructure, what Pradeep Thomas has also argued in his research. But the benefits are not visible essentially to the large population, but to the big tech corporations. And the way at the scale that this is developing, it's it really requires the attention. But I wanted to place the question in the framework of AI colonialism. Do we really need to see all of this from the frameworks that who is providing minerals for the chip, who is providing water for the data centers, who is providing data for these data centers, and who's getting benefit out of it? So do you think we need to put it together in one framework, or it would be better if we go into a very specific understanding of AI's cost to environment?
Sure. And there's a question over there.
Hi, my name is Azam. I'm an independent researcher. So recently, in the last month itself, we saw that there are news that Amazon and Microsoft are planning to shift a lot of their data centers for nuclear powers, which also counts as a renewable. So my question is to Professor Radhika and Ananya, that how should we look at it in the sense that unlike other renewable energy, which usually just takes up land and these kind of resources, with nuclear power there is a lot of issues which could percolate into a wider ecological imbalance. So how should we look at it, and should corporations be encouraged to see that as a possible way of transferring their responsibility by saying that we are going to go nuclear now?
Okay, so maybe we can start with that question, and then there's the question of invisibilization, efficiency of resource usage, and you also asked about whether we view it as something that is, do we take the concepts from the West, do we view it differently, and so on and so forth. So do you want to, yeah, Professor Radhika, do you want to take that question on?
Okay, I'll give it a shot. See, the question of nuclear energy, I think that requires a good deal of attention. To begin with, and I'm really glad this has come up, because see, you always have patterns that you see, and political ecology in particular, environmental studies in particular, they have identified these patterns. And what is the pattern? You find new solutions coming up which obfuscate of sorts certain important things that the technology is actually doing. And look at nuclear. You have a narrative in say the European Union which says that we're going to move out of nuclear power. We are going to decommission our nuclear power plants. And at the same time, the global south is now saying we're going to depend on nuclear because it is the new green. So what do? The problem, I think, is exactly what all of us have been saying. The devil is in the details. What exactly constitutes green energy? How do you define green energy? And is nuclear really green energy? What are the environmental costs of building a nuclear power plant? Forget about the environmental waste and so on, the dangers that can emerge from leakages and storage of nuclear waste and so on. That apart, the sheer energy that goes into setting up a nuclear plant, into running it, and sourcing the raw materials and so on and so forth, one needs to do that mathematics very well, that the cradle to grave analysis very well. And I would argue that nuclear power is certainly not the greenest possible source of energy, and it comes with severe problems, and therefore one has to be very cognizant of the fact that don't take any text solution at its face value. Now, critical minerals, I think Akanksha or someone also mentioned that, yet another narrative that's now coming. So, okay, you need new sources of energy, so critical minerals. Now, sometime back, an excellent study came up, done by some GIS researchers, which I thought is one of the best examples of, in fact, computing being used to produce knowledge that is really useful. It's an international group of GIS researchers who showed us that the areas of the globe where critical minerals are currently available and being harnessed almost seamlessly match with water stressed areas, with energy stressed areas, with land conflict areas, which means that the use of critical minerals isn't really going to solve our problems of water crisis, land conflict, energy crisis, and so on. If anything, it's going to increase that. And I think we just need to, we shouldn't throw away any idea that comes to us, any new technology that comes, but we really need to do our homework to figure out what exactly, say, critical minerals and the encouragement of critical minerals is going to mean for the problem at hand. What is nuclear going to do to our problem at hand? Sorry for the long-winded answer, but just going back to what Akanksha said, she spoke about data colonialism and, sort of colonialism forms. Absolutely, that's something, and I didn't want to use the word colonialism in my initial comments, but that is basically what I was getting at. We see continuities and disruptions, and those continuities come in the form of new forms of colonialism, right? So you had an era where the global disparities worked out in certain ways, and now you have those disparities showing up and playing up in completely in slightly different ways, but also retaining some of those old problems of disparities of power, disparities of decision making, and so on. And the only way to counter it, I would argue, is exactly what Ananya was saying, Deepak was saying. The devil is in the details. Let's make sure that our governance systems are more robust and more creative, and we create them. We together works to make them work a little better.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Ananya, do you want to take the question of the invisible impacts along with Deepak? Maybe both of you can reflect on. Sure. So Deepak, do you want to talk about the invisible impacts that all of this will have on the environment?
Sure, I can try. So I think the question was more about how are these technologies harming environment, and whether people, industry, and government are in sync. See, harming, again, it harming or not harming. It really needs. We haven't understood the broad spectrum of environmental impacts at all. That's my view. So, for instance, we are able to say that a data center is drawing so many liters of water. It is there is evaporative loss within it, and therefore it releases less than what it consumed. What it withdrew. So it starts to affect the water balance for others who might be using. Now, if you only look at it from a quantitative perspective, the solution will then be that let's find some way of making this data center water positive. Bring in some technology so that they don't they put back what they withdraw. But as I was mentioning earlier, there are also these impacts of how higher is the temperature of the water that is released back into the same water source. So therefore, are there impacts? So we, as a society, we haven't figured out how to look at the full picture. There is always some element of interlinkage which we miss out, and it's not just restricted to data centers and AI, for example, even renewable energy projects. I bring this example again because many people renewables are benign because there is no carbon dioxide emission, and this also ties into the question Mr. Azam asked about the use of nuclear, because it's a carbon dioxide driven conversation. All our climate negotiations are about amount of CO2 released. All emissions are converted to CO2 equivalent, and that's how the calculations are. All these aspects tend to get missed out. For example, if you set up wind farms, there are and not just the farms themselves, even the transmission lines that transmit the power. You must have all read about, or if you haven't, please do check out the story about the Great Indian Bustard and how these transmission lines are actually affecting their flight routes. So a lot of interlinkages which we really don't understand, and because there is also this pressure of economic growth, which the parameters and narrative has been set by the global north, so to say. I think we are also having a situation where if we, even though we want to do something different, demonstrating those different models takes time, but that means you get left behind in the race. So those are the kind of challenges which are there. Yes, and that's why energy is called a wicked problem. So any solution that you find out is also going to lead to more problems. So the only way around it is build this culture of systems thinking. So and that needs to inculcate, question, widen the horizon. So if it's a data center, don't just look at the localized water source. Look at this critical minerals linkage. Look at all these questions that Akanksha also raised about who is supplying the data, where are the minerals coming in. So that's my view on it. It definitely needs a broader horizon, but yeah, overall we are following growth patterns which lead us into this race of extractive minerals usage, extractive electricity usage, etc. So yeah, I'll pause there, and I hope I was able to provide some.
Thank you, sir. That was really helpful. I'll just come to your question, kind of connected with what Deepak said, and the idea of who is the decision maker and who is, monitoring. Couple of things. I think even this conversation that we've had in a silo, right? Now, of course, there are concerns with AI, but one thing we don't know is how it stack ranks versus other industries, and also the consumption. So when you look at resources in India, you want to look across all of that. So that's just a thing I want to flag, not to downplay what's going on with AI, but generally to look at how bad it is. Now, the reason I say that is because if you talk to a techno optimist, right, I'm as neutral as they come, but what they'll tell you is AI will increase efficiency in other industries. AI will increase efficiency in its own data center. So your consumption might be a lot, but whatever it is for 15 minutes today may go down to 5 minutes later. So you have to see it relatively in that scale as well. The second thing is about these players that are in charge today, right? There are OpenAI, Meta, Google, Microsoft, all of them have kind of established themselves and they kind of get to play their cards, and then people want them to come. Indian governments want them to come set up because you want to be part of that transformation, right? But at the same time, India has also been kind of the application layer. So are we trying to build hardware? Are we trying to use other people's hardware to build our own software? Those are again questions that are not environmental questions, but they will inform your environmental decisions, right? So I think taking into account that and the fact that we are also consumers. So before these data centers were built here, we still had access to internet, AI. We are consuming information from data centers around the world, right? So how much of a part do we play? So to say, okay, data centers cause negative environmental impact, so we won't have them is not an answer that you can have in a global village, so to say, right? So I think weighing your pros and cons and what exactly you want to, feature as in this AI world is going to inform a lot of those environmental decisions. And I think if you play in an area where maybe you are not as well versed, you might make more mistakes. So today, a local company, can it compete with an NVIDIA? I don't know. That's a question we need to answer. And can they do it better?
No, absolutely. And we're very short on time. So yeah, just last comment.
Just also quickly respond to that. And I also attended that session and I thought the session on water was great at the university. So we've been doing some work. I think it's critical to understand the AI supply chain in general. Where is the semiconductor industry placed? Where is the data center being placed? Where is the consumer being placed? And I think there are definite like power hierarchies that are emerging already. Like we see that, a lot of these semiconductor industries are now in Taiwan, and we know the big players are. And what we're also seeing is that the big tech players are now funding startups which are also getting into generative AI. So there is the whole funding ecosystem where businesses are being incentivized to do more and more AI. So it is definitely, I would say, one important thing is to follow the money trail, because that will tell us what is happening in terms of global economy. But in India, I think there's also, because the US-China the AI market is so saturated by US-China players, smaller players or even BRICS countries are trying to do more of AI work and get some amount of AI sovereignty. So a small, things that are happening is, for example, there's an open cloud compute that People Plus AI are doing. Essentially, the idea is that we will put smaller data centers on this platform, and we'll see if there are, it essentially acts as like a platform where there can be buyers and sellers. So it becomes a B2B platform where you don't have the hyperscalers, but you provide opportunities for smaller data center providers. Now, again, the question will be, how can you optimize? Because these large data centers can really give you that compute at a lower cost. How do you work on the cost will also be a question. And to the last bit on data flows, very important. I think we've had cross-border data flows for a long time. Where does the data go? Where is the data being collected from, and where the data is being used? We did a study on AI data supply chain in healthcare, and what we're seeing is a lot of AI models are now being trained from TensorFlow and Google data that's publicly available. And those models, when they are used on India, they don't work, because you can't do a diagnosis for cancer in India if the model is trained on Caucasian males, for example. So those questions will also be increasingly important, even in the context of this economy of AI.
Absolutely. We're on time and we're going to end at this panel at this point. It's very difficult for me to sum up all the discussion, but I think there are a couple of key areas that jumped out. Of course, there is existing regulation and how that can be used. Both Deepak and Amrita highlighted that. There is also potential for us to demand more accountability for companies themselves to have certain parameters that they should be meeting. One thing that I think jumped out a lot was community intelligence. How do we tap into that? And also get a sense of the impacts on the communities around these data centers, because often those are the kind of stories and narratives that completely get missed out. Of course, journalism plays a key role in bringing that out as well, and strengthening the discourse, keeping this conversation going. I think raising the level of public awareness that already exists out there, especially in the Indian context, becomes absolutely critical. Thank you for joining us today. Please do follow each of the panelists' work. They're all, putting more and more out on this, every single day. So please do that. And thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you at lunch.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Ananya?
Should have received it, right? Kit, you have received, right? Kit. I have received.
So lunch is at ground floor. Kindly, yeah, move to ground floor. running a little late.
దానికి పవర్ సప్లై ఎత్తలేదని దానికి పెట్టిన బ్రో. అది తీయకూడదు, దానికే ఉంచుర్రి. ఎందుకంటే అది లేదు పవర్ రాదు కదా.
ఫస్ట్ దాంట్లో కింద ఉంటుంది.
Uh, start for after 5 minutes, maybe. That's fine, right? Because the next moderator has agreed to give us a bit of time also. That's fine. So. Where I people in the back, can they also come to the front, because it's easier to, I think, for the yeah, couple of you can, if yeah, just fill in the first few seats, but it's nice for the speaker also to see you guys. Yeah. So hope you had a good lunch. Very good afternoon to everyone. This is also a lightning talk that we are having, and this is titled Mainstreaming Accessibility in Digital Transformation in Indonesia. This will be given by Rehma Utami, who represents Suarise. She's the founder and accessibility director of Suarise and the initiator of the Allied community, which has promoted and accommodated disability inclusion in the digital sector since 2017. Over to you. But if you want, you can wait for 5 minutes, or maybe you can start also. I mean, it depends on you. Okay, yeah. You just come and check the PPT, maybe. Yeah. As you know, the format of the lightning talk is basically that you don't have a Q&A from the audience. So, yeah.
Check, check. It's fine. So like 5 minutes or now?
I think
5 minutes or now?
maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, yeah. Okay. Wait. I will have to fix. Yeah. 2 minutes. This. Good afternoon. Because I'm usually cannot stand still, so I will walk around on the stage, and it helped me to relax a bit because this is one of the biggest stage. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're getting refreshed after the lunch instead of getting sleepy. And I'm here today will presenting, as you can read on the screen. So what is the topic on the screen? Are you having difficulties in reading this? Can you read this? What is the topic for today? Well, it's called mainstreaming digital accessibility in Indonesia. Can you read that easily? Okay, you have to imagine. Okay, you're reading with your heart, and so yeah, this is the topic of the day. And I think if you had a hard difficulty in reading this, do you have any disability? Are you sure? You cannot reading this. Are you sure you're not having any disability? Okay, good questions. So yeah, um, actually, in terms of accessibility, there are three definitions of disability: permanent disability, situational disability, and temporary disability. What happened right now is actually you experiencing situational disability. You are able-bodied, nothing wrong with your body, but the situation and the environment making you unable to read. And this is called contrast. Color contrast is one of the part of digital accessibility, and it's easy. And you don't have any disability, right? But the good accessibility implementation is definitely affecting even non-disability. So actually, that is one point I want to highlight. So this is the writing. Clear, right? So color contrast supposed to be a common sense, right? So, but it's also part of digital accessibility. So okay. And the real is disability is not the question of if, but when and how. Some acquire their disability since they're born, sometimes some people later in life, but eventually, if you live long enough, you will acquire one. Either your eyes getting lesser, your hearing's getting lesser, or you're gonna use cane or like wheelchair. So it's a certainty. So it's everyone issue. It's not someone's issue. So, and in terms of Indonesia, the result is still work in progress. So we're also progressing. But what I want to share here is how we started and how it rolls so far. So mainstreaming, I will break it down from the title itself. So what is mainstreaming? Mainstreaming is basically collectiveness of awareness and actions. So if you don't have this collectiveness, well, it's exclusive. It's not mainstream, right? But to be in the collective awareness and actions, you have to have this trends, usually fear of missing out, or top down like the reinforcement. But the problem with the trends is like temporary. So if it's not cool enough, well, people are not joining. And for the top down, Indonesia doesn't have the regulation yet. So how are we gonna mainstreaming if we don't have those two? And the way we're gonna approach this item is use transcendence. How gonna be? And the later is digital accessibility. If you don't know what is digital accessibility yet, so it's refers to how usable a website, an application, or basically digital content or experience can be accessed by anyone with any ability, including disability, whether they use assistive technology or not. And the essence is enable the community to search, find, access, explore independently. So I think I need to emphasize that independently, because especially in Indonesia, the disability community perceived as people that need to be helped every time. So they have caregiver as such. So independentship is not a value in terms of we talk about disability. And they expect people to help each other because of its disabled populations. So because of this, the disability community usually just wait the information to coming instead of reaching out or proactively. So there's a lot of time in terms of the waiting of something to happen. So in Indonesia, we have 26 million person with disability, and I think it's almost equals with the whole Australian populations. Yeah, I mean, it's like the whole Australian from the airport to the beach is disabled. So if you can imagine, and how to mainstreaming in like 26 million, and we have almost 300 million population in total. So what we are going to do in terms of building this collective awareness and actions, we're targeting this to the producer, which is the platform creator. Is it a website, app, and digital content? So it can be a developer, it can be designer, it can be any people who create digital documents, basically, and also the public as the enabler. And we highlight that we need to address the mindset first before we do some of the actions. And in terms of this, the producer and the public, we target to non-disability. Because usually when we talk about disability empowerment, the target of the literacy and trainings, etc., is the community of disability, right? But the problem is, in terms of the social model disability, the one that make the community disabled actually those who non-disability. Because these people create the platform. These people create the content on social media. These people create the document. And if it's not accessible, and the person with disability cannot read that, cannot access that. So that's why we target to mainly non-disability. And we cannot avoid the center and the core of the activity is the participation of the person with disability themselves. And what I want to highlight is the person with disability as the users of the digital platform, as the consumer of the information, but also an actor. And the participation level of Indonesian disability usually at the end of the period when the platform already released. And it's also not of the many, it's just attending the launching and then said, we already involve people with disability. Well, actually what they do is just inviting to the launch and done, and nothing improved actually. So what we are trying to do is immerse the person with disability in the process using our activity and to the whole software development lifecycle and introduce the workflow systematic to the community themselves. And as explained before, Suara started in 2017. So we are progressing throughout the years and evolving. We start as a digital content writing training for the blind community, and then we discover about digital accessibility in 2017, directly after we do the trainings, because it's not about the competency of the community to write, to create an article, but we discovered the issue when they tried to search some reading resource. They trap in the menu button, there's a pop-up that cannot be closed, and there are paragraphs that cannot be read, or the website itself cannot enable the keyboard navigations. So we discovered the problem, and we just realized that, oh, there's something called WCAG. We also just realized it in 2017. And we do some research and to the community, because I have quiet friends in design and technology, and none of them can answer accessibility correctly. And the problem even worse that we didn't learn it at the university. So basically no one knows about accessibility. And then what we're trying to do is we create a video comparing between two applications with the competing application, which one is more accessible, this or that. And that kind of gets some tractions. At least it gets some traction for the team, although it's not really until to the decision makers. But the research team development have the initiative internally to explore more about digital accessibility. And they gave feedback to us that even though they want to create a study case, they cannot recreate a better video than the one that we created. So regardless the visual quality, the storytelling fits so much. But the problem with that methodology is every video needs a robust productions at least, and it needs to be the person with disability themselves demonstrating, and it's not scalable. But we already get the right story to deliver. And then in 2020, definitely after on the pandemic period, we create a accessibility community in Indonesia. Actually, in the early years, we have idea to have this activation in the car-free days and invite people to do this and that. And then pandemic hits. So basically everything goes online. So it's becoming a concept. And we have lots of idea. And the thing is, with lots of idea, it's need a lot of resource, not only people, but also capitals. And this is why we finally submit to ICVIC and IPNIC foundations for those ideas. And then thankfully we got it. So there are 3 key activities that are supported by the ICVIC and the IPNIC Foundation. It's activations, collaborations, foster local talents and evangelists, and enable meaningful participation, with this I will explain later. And also we got a chance to be part of Open Government Indonesia in Open Government Partnership. So actually, in terms of transcendence, we do this one, but in terms of top-down, we involve in the national guideline and regulatory creations, which hopefully next year will be released as the Ministry of Communication and Informatics decree, hopefully. So this is one of the projects that we have delivered. It's called Accessibility Empathy Lab Pop-Up Experience. So this is the large setting when we collaborate with 2 universities in Indonesia, one in Malang, East Java, and another one, BINUS International in Jakarta. So we involve like almost 300 people or more. And we have like 30 volunteers. Each volunteers engage in particular scenario. So because of accessibility and disability is such a robust topic, and it's too many to get at one time, so everyone just focus on one thing. And they try to deliver creative experience. So when you come to the table, you will explain a little bit about what is the certain challenge of this particular disability, and we will ask you to do some activities. So it's not only telling something, but doing activities. And there's a lot of them, like this one, is, if you see it, using keyboard that has been changed, all the keycaps. You need to write things here with a screen reader, but the keyboard will be closed, and later the document will be closed as well. And then this is Danny, he is blind, and he will also demonstrate that he can type correctly. So it's also like giving the witnessing that and breaking many stereotypes that blind people unable to interact with technology and such. And this one is like demonstrating how to use Altex in social media, and this one how to operate a website without any mouse or keyboard, and it's Top Thursday. This one is like playing PlayStations without seeing the screen. So you are playing PlayStations, the Last of Us game, without seeing the screen, just using the joystick. And the good things about this is since we collaborate with the university and it's very supportive that they give the guest lecture, so we can reach up to 300 people at one event. And we also have a pop-up event in Urban Social Forum in Solo, Central Java. So this is some activity. It's smaller scale, so we deliver, or if the first one is like 50 scenario, this one only 10 scenario, but we also involve volunteers. So if you're interested, you can try this simulation class later outside in our booth. So we explain about there are spectrums in the blindness, and then we interact in how the blind people using technology, and try it on your own. I mean, everybody here have phones, right? You can open now, settings. Please do, open settings or our system preference and find accessibility. Anyone find it? So there's a lot of features, and it's assistive technology. And we basically getting introduced that many assistive technology already in our hand, already in our computer. It's not something added. What you have to do is understand how the community use it and how we can contribute in making the digital ecosystem more inclusive. Yeah. And then we also have some infographic that you can read in terms of best practice and tips. And this is Bayu, he's blind, and this is the challenge of you have to write a song without seeing the keyboard. And we are not only on the setup of the booth, we are in the beach. So even we open on an event in the beach, and it's an Indonesia Opinion Festival. So basically we are bringing us some experience. Like you can see, he using the glasses and try to type, and then playing PlayStations in the beach. So it's pretty fun. And this the later is to foster local talent and evangelists, because you cannot advocate accessibility and say no one cannot build it, right? So we have to foster some talents locally, and we held the first accessibility bootcamp in Indonesia. The duration is like 3 months with 20 sessions. It's hybrid, and it engaged with 40 people in 3 cities. So we collaborate. So this is in Jogja and another one in Malang. And this is the activity where Juwita, she's also a blind person. She teach how people use a screen reader, and they bring like scarf to close their eyes. So they're like that. And this is the demo day in Apple Academy. So we also work together with Apple Academy for the demo day. So those 2 activities so far resulting, it's Apmatilap about 7 times, 5 cities. This is that the feedback that we got from our forum, but basically the people that has been engaged is more than 700 with 64 volunteers. And for the Ali Bootcamp, it's 40 participants, 3 cities. And this is our product designer, UX writers, developer, UX researchers, and also some stakeholders in the study case. We also still have some tool approach that we still unfinished yet. So we built a BI11Y, which is called Bali, like the Bali Islands. It's a crowdsourced accessibility reporting platform. So we want to engage more with the community instead of just creating a video like comparing before. The community can directly report any website, any application that is not accessible, and they will get some questions depend on their disability and their assistive technology. And those data we will gather and aggregate and public and publish in the public. So it becoming a peer pressure for the company or the reported website to make it accessible. And they can also acknowledge those, so the community know whether their voice being heard, or the company or the organization have a plan to make the website or the app better. And also another one is design challenge. Because this is quite connected to each other, because sometimes when we deliver our surfacing problem, they will ask how to solve the problem. So we also engage people in terms of creating the solution in terms of design, but these 2 haven't been launched yet. So this is planned to be this year's. So to conclude, basically, it's still a work in progress, but hopefully we are setting up a good stepping stone because previously digital accessibility almost never been heard in Indonesia. So every single person that involved in the process matter, from the volunteers to become evangelists, and then the expertise of a professional that becoming further speaker, further evangelist in the office, and all the knowledge of accessibility is basically point of no return. So if they already know about the technicalities, they cannot ignore it. So that they want to make sure it happens for the later website or apps. I think that's all. If you have any questions or if you want to experience some of the empathy lab pop-up, we are available outside. We will wait for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rabat. So next we have a technical session, which is called the Future of Digital Society. This will be moderated by Akanksha. So we're just waiting for 1 or 2 minutes for her to come, and she will introduce us panelists as well. Yeah. Maybe people at the back can a little come in the front because it looks a little weird. Like all these seats are empty, and I mean, this is not a class, so you can come in the front also.
Hello. Thank you to the team of SOARISE for explaining their initiative. The next session is going to talk about the future of digital society, and I would like to call the participants for it on the stage. Can we have Professor Atul Negi from the School of Computer and Information Sciences, University of Hyderabad. Can we have Professor Salman from the School of Computer and Information Sciences, University of Hyderabad? Can we have Dr. Madhvi Ravikumar from the Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad? Thank you so much for joining us on the stage. I am going to be moderating the session, so I'm coming to you. Hello. Okay. Um, so, when we talk about the digital society, we've had 2 days of incessant dialogues on what it means to be a part of the digital society, what it means to be included, excluded, what it means to have access, what it means to not have access, what it means to be marginalized from the system of the digital society, right? So, before we actually start the panel discussion, I would like to understand everybody's thoughts on what it actually means to have this access to digital society and then get into talking about the future of it. 2 minutes to each panelist, and then we can come back to me moderating. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Of course, it's an interesting topic. Okay. The digital era has posed us several challenges. So I'll start with the diversity because that was a real issue because I was just studying that more than certain percentage. I'll not be biased with the percentage also. Okay, because I think sir agrees with that because again those numbers are important. So again people will quote me, how did you get that percentage? So even during the pandemic, it happened that probably people with some X percentage of the people could not access the digital devices, and probably we used to get the challenge because I'm also representing the Internet Society, so where we used to say reach the unreached, and there we saw this particular thing, and of course there was a lot of digital divide there, where for example in a particular home we have one device, and the entire thing was education to be online. And I'll not say gender divide, but yes, it happened. For example, only one of the person in the family was given access to that particular device. So others were not having any access. There was a great digital divide. There were a gender divide. Okay. And a lot of students has discontinued their education. Similarly, there are a lot of people who lost their job in that particular place where people have to do online things. At that time, of course, because this is very easy to discuss, but again, you get a question, what you want me to do and what you have done. So at that time, we went with a particular thing, a particular project, though it could not reap all benefits, but the project was something like this, like, everybody has multiple devices with them. So like we got that initiative from a medical stream. We have one of the medical shop in city where it says that if you're not using any medicines, give it to them. So what they do is they will circulate to the people who are needy. So we thought the same as an input and start with this particular thing where we collect those particular devices from the people and give it to the people who are reached. But we had even connectivity issue. We are very fortunate enough to sit here and have this discussion going online and so forth. But even today, my statistic says we are improving, but about 45% of the Indian population is still not connected. Okay. So there is a big digital divide and we are moving very fast in pace. So there is, of course, a lot of ethical issues and so forth. Moderator has given me 2 minutes. We're going on discussing it. So meanwhile, I'll give it to the other speaker.
Just a minute. There's a request from the photographer to shift to the left because you're not coming to the frame properly. Yeah. 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 That would. You say, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You say, no? Hi, you come, sir.
So
Thank
that
you
is the
so
first,
much, and sorry
first
for
challenge.
interrupting the flow. Yeah.
So basically, we should be left of center. That's the ideal spot. Yes, yes. Okay, so let's start with something which is very personal. I am privileged to sit here with my colleagues who are from the communication department, and I will say that I am also a communications guy. Basically, because I did my bachelor's in engineering from electronics and communication engineering. All right. So, but although the word communication is common, but I think so we have been doing entirely different things in our lives. What I would like to say is that the technological domain has leapfrogged several kind of ages, and maybe I'm amongst the unique set of people who are knowing some things which is from which is from the 1900s domain, which is like valves, electronic valves and tubes and all that for the radios, and then nowadays to the ICs. And so means there's a huge very wide technological spectrum which the world has undergone through. Okay, now this is from the technological aspect. So um, what is now the most important thing is that how does the divide happen? Okay, the divide happens because it's not just the mere possession of a device. My mother also has got one of the devices, but because of her age, she's 82 plus, her accessing the full capabilities in the device, it is a challenge. All right, so it's not just about the privilege of having devices, it is also about knowing and how to use the technology available to its proper extent. Okay, so and that's okay, that's that's a more difficult thing because it is unique to the set of individuals. And here when we talk about the divide, it is like you would say have and have nots, which is say like a polarization. But when it comes to actual usage, you will find a huge spectrum. In fact, there may be some of us who are from the technological field, but they may not be using the devices as creatively as say somebody who's more on the street, the common person whose livelihood is really dependent upon exploiting the best applications from the device. Okay, they are the ones who are telling us that okay, this is another feature which you can do, and then that's going to make your thing feature better. So maybe say like let's say that there is a street vendor. Okay, the street vendors are also now having certain devices in their hands, and but they are the ones who are really going and pushing the frontiers of whatever is available in that. Okay, so at the other end, there are people who, because of they're not being able to spend time with the device, they're really so busy that okay, if you go to an ultra rich person, he'll just hand over his device to another assistant and say okay, you take care of it, right? So these are two extremes wherein it's not just about the economical aspects. Okay, this just I'm trying to bring out certain nuances which can also be possible, which is also causing a divide. Yes, we accept that these things are also causing a divide. Okay, we can still talk a bit further about that. Okay, I move on to the others.
Thank you. So both of them talked about digital divide and what it is going to do. But when I saw this topic, initially I thought what the future of digital will be for us in our society. When we are so divided in many aspects. See, we all are talking about digital India, the initiatives, digital literacy, everything, but we are forgetting that there is large percentage of people who are completely out of this frame, actually. I'll just give you a simple example. See, we all do our financial transactions now with UPI. It's so easy, and nobody has cash in hand. Yeah, but my problem is when my domestic help, she isn't completely literate. She doesn't know how to transact, even how to use the mobile phone, smartphone, I mean to say. But every month, whenever nowadays it has become a norm that we will just transfer them. You give your number, we will transfer the money. But because she was forced to do that, she has given her son's number to transfer that amount. But she was not telling that earlier, because I used to get physical money. I used to be empowered with that. Whatever I want, I can do with that money. But now, because she has to depend on her son, whatever she wants to do, even if she wants to help her parents, oldest parents, she has to get permission from her son to get that money to help her. So, like her, I think millions of people are there who are just completely out of this frame. So, when we are talking about any policy, any this thing, I think we should always keep in mind about this sector and how to empower this sector and how to enable this sector to come bring in this circle.
Thank you. I mean, the conversation very naturally came to what I wanted to talk about next. The topic itself is a conundrum. It says the future of digital society. But we also want to talk about, do we need a digital future, for example? Because there are so many people who are still on the margins, who are excluded from everyday digital presence. And in fact, yesterday we did a session with the community, like we did a session on the community in Jharkhand who are coal miners, right? They don't even have a fingerprint to get their wages. But we are talking about a digital society. So what do you think, according, like, if I could just pick your brain on that, when we say the future is digital, and this is a pre-assumption, we're assuming that everybody will be digital, which is why the future is digital and we want to talk about it. What are the things that are missing from a digital future that is very important to be included before we actually start having conversations like this or start making policies that are inclusive? I'll start with Salman.
Of course, the future of that is digitization is indispensable. It is going to happen. But we have a lot of challenges which we need to deal with that. I'll talk about, because the buzzword where I have seen artificial intelligence. Okay, where probably again I'll not quote. Please don't ask me which country, though I could quote it, but bit reluctant to do it at this public forum. So there is a country where people from the prison are freed based upon the AI outcome. Okay, hope some of the people sitting here know that very well. So in that particular country, what happened is there was only one sect of people who were always that is relieved from these particular prisons, but people even whose attitude was good, who were very good, but still they were not removed from these particular jails. This is because this was not a person who was monitoring, it was AI system which was giving this particular outcome. So when things went on very badly, then somebody challenged this AI decision making in the court of law. And finally, it was got to know that the data which is put onto these particular systems was totally wrong, because this was biased data. Number two, they were also taking the input for a particular community, particular category, particular sect from the internet, messaging system. Either you call it as a Twitter or something else. Even that was going as an input. As a result, a person who was really a good person was not relieved from this particular jails. So first thing is, even the data what is coming up should be kept it right. Okay, till then it should not be trusted. Second, number two is, like so-called, I'll quote it again, like I got to know a news through a newspaper probably a couple of years back, where it said in the newspaper that 7 lakh ration cards were cancelled. Now the question is, on what basis these 7 lakh ration cards were cancelled? Okay, I don't know that. But what I got to know from later on is nothing but this was the input which was given through AI system. And there were a lot of people who should have a valid ration card, but this got cancelled because the data which was provided was like this. So here, the last point which I would like to say, that these challenges has to be addressed, and yes, we need to move to the digitization. There is no other thing through that. And of course, if you talk about that, today, probably you might have seen that particular ad where Google says, okay, we want to hire you, but we know everything about you. I think you heard about that ad. Google is hiring, okay, you just walk in, we know everything about you. Now, is this right? Is that correct? Absolutely correct. Okay. This again I quoted one of my very good higher ups. I sent him his CV. I sent him his CV through email, and I got it through ChatGPT. Okay. And these days I'm telling you that somebody is asking my profile, I'm not giving it. I said, please ask ChatGPT. Okay. And you can try it. If you want to know more about me, please go and ask ChatGPT. That you want to know more about Salman Abdul Moiz, who works at University of Hyderabad. It gives more better details. But there is a challenge, let me tell you. I think in probably 1.5 years back, I wrote to my ChatGPT to generate my CV. It generated 2-3 points which should not be there in public platform. It said that you are a member of a selection committee since 5 years. My goodness, people will shoot me. You are a member of grievance committee since so many years. Who has provided that information? Any idea who has provided the information? It's me. And I'm targeted. And I'm saying that why I'm targeted. Okay, so then what I did it, I Googled it, I found those particular things, went to that portal and got it removed. I'm not saying your data should not be there on internet, because today you are recognized by your digital prints which are available on internet. But see that they are well properly maintained. So in summary, what I would like to say is we need to address these challenges. We'll again come back to ethics later. Probably you will put a question. Okay, we need to address these challenges. We have to have a digital society, but yes, everyone has to work. And I think this is the right platform where everyone becomes a stakeholder. Either if it is a student can take a research challenge, community person can take as a community service. And we need to come forward so that, we make a very good digital society.
Okay, so it's a excellent narration, but about the divide, what I would say is that the progress of technology is inexorable. Okay, right now, in terms of the hardware, that is the chips and other such things, and the recent hardware innovations which has come from the very famous NVIDIA company. No, as you know, it's really on the top of the kind of market valuations, and that is spearheading the technological advances. And so far, nobody is able to put some kind of a real hard limit that where to what extent will it go. But we are already seeing the effects of whatever technologies are available. So like I think I need not tell everyone about the dangers of the deep fakes. Okay, that is maybe on the negative side, but on the positive side also there are quite a few advances in applications with respect to, say, medical imaging, diagnostics, and such kind of things, which can really help people. All right. So what basically, but the technological advances are going to be inexorable. Okay. What will it imply for the digital divide? Say, let me give you another technological advancement, which is like, has anyone heard about what is called as Neuralink? Anyone here heard of that? Neuralink. Okay, maybe somebody is nodding, but actually, what is Neuralink? Neuralink is when, see, right now we have to carry a separate device. All right, but and your phone vibrates or such kind of things, you get to know that there is a message waiting for you. But what if the notification was embedded into your hand or palm, and then you get to know through that, and nobody else needs to know that you got a message waiting for you. Okay, so this from, of course, none other than Elon Musk, who has sort of talked about this Neuralink. And then this is going to be a set of people who are going to go around with they do this operation by which they embed the Neuralink into themselves. And now this is not so new. It has been there for quite some time. Like this, there is a English professor, his name is Warwick. almost more than 10-15 years ago, when I had met Professor Warwick, he was here in Hyderabad giving some talk and all that. He was really at the cutting edge, bleeding edge, literally, let us say, in which he had such a thing installed into him. All right. So now you imagine that what kind of differences in the society would come when there are a set of people who are having the neural link communications, and then there is another set of ordinary people. Okay, maybe let us say lesser mortals, and then let's forget about those who don't have any access whatsoever at all. All right. So with this, what I'm trying to say is that the spectrum of the divide, or if you want to use another term, chasm is going to widen. This is my prediction. It's not that whether it's going to be there or not. I'm saying that the chasm will be there, and the chasm is going to widen. Okay. How are we going to cope with such a type of huge kinds of iniquities? Okay. I think that is where the social challenge will come in. That how do you first of all have and have nots, but then even with those who do have, between them also there will be going to be a huge spectrum. Okay. So I don't know how it would be. Maybe economists who are dealing with concepts of how to look at the wealth inequity or something like that, they might have some way of at least understanding it. But for the moment, I'm not able to wrap my head around such kind of things.
So I think we can't say no to the technology advancements. But what I can tell you that when we got social media, for example, social media platforms, so we all enjoyed to connect each other and all. When we created that monster, now we say that it is bad for the health, it is bad for the children, it is giving lot of mental health issues, all those things. So, but who created that? We all accepted that, we created that, we accepted that technology. Because now when we talk about, because we have learned something from the social media platforms and social these things, it has done to our society. I think when we are accepting AI in our in everyday life, I think we have to be a little bit careful about that. See, for example, I'll give you if any one of us visited a hospital, and just after that, if the doctor asked you to take some tests or something, and immediately see your social media platforms, your email, everything, that you can go to take this health insurance, you can go to that diagnostic centers, there are so many suggestions. But what is happening to our data? So without feeding that data, we are not able to get access to that. But when we feed the data, our data is everywhere. So I think unless until those things are in place, it will be difficult in the future also, if you are only talking about digital society.
Thank you. So I'm going to do something crazy and write a line this conversation, right? The future of digital is also, it's bad. It's panopticon, it's big data, it's commercialization of your data, it's selling of your data on platforms that should not have anything about, like you mentioned, your data was available because you put it somewhere and now it's available on every platform about you. It's AI that brings a lot of regulatory problems, that brings in deep fakes, that brings in a lot of issues that come with it, plagiarism, ethical problems, right? So when you have a digital future that also is coming with so much and you don't know how to step back from it anymore, the only solution that is left is also understanding the policy framework that's being built around it, and the fact that the policy framework and the kind of technology that's being built is being built by that 1%. It's being built by men sitting in a room in Bangalore, it's being built by tech bros. So how do we see this, this kind of digital framework that's also being built? For example, AI. I come from an organization that works with the most marginalized and vulnerable communities. They have no knowledge of AI, but they're consuming deepfakes online and it's changing their community's voting patterns, right? So how do you see this tangible effect that it's happening? It's not online anymore. The effect of being online, the effect of digital society is also tangible. It's physical. How do we see that shift? Like, what do you think are the problems that are coming with the digital society, the future of the digital society, and how do we focus on the policy changes that we need to work on?
See, that is more important. Like we of course we do not have a very tangible policies as of now. Even if we talk about the policies which are there in WHO, that is US. Like we talk about HIPAA laws, okay, Health Insurance Protection Act of US. Even we do not have such acts here. So we need to first start up with those particular policies at the lower end, because as the madam was talking about health doctor patient record, even those particular records are now available. And of course, as per law, actually these records should not be seen to others. So probably that is first thing is we need to have a proper secure mechanism where privacy and security should be a part of these particular data. And whenever we are signing up those particular particulars, because we have a general tendency, specifically we as Indians, that whenever we have to study, that is read some agreements, we just say I accept and sign it. And later on we blame the systems. So that is what it is. Because if you see today, the major problem with these digital devices, specifically if you talk about my mobile or any laptop, and whenever I access any particular portal, the big problem for me is the cookies. And whenever I open a new portal and it says accept, if you just go into that, just take a minute and just go into that, you will be surprised. I'll not talk about a very fake website. I talk about a very international website, which is IEEE, okay, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. When there, if you see accept cookies, it says that we are taking all your personal information. We are going to take all your payment information. We are going to take your all photographs. We are going to take all your contacts. And we said accept it. So the very first thing is whenever we are signing to these particular terms and conditions, that be aware of it. But I'm not saying that you should not just reject it because you cannot access that particular portal. So you just say that what is strictly accessed is required cookies only, you set it. Now I'll tell you an example which happens on my laptop. So I, again, don't be biased on that because I use two portals very frequently. One is Rediff, another is Times of India, because I want to see what is happening. So very frequently, this Times of India puts me cookies accept all. But I'll go and say I want only necessary cookies. Every 2 days it gives me. Maybe one fine day I'll get fed up and I'll say, yeah, accept it. There I have given access to everything of mine to Times of India. Next is today, like we are fed up with opening so many email accounts and so many accounts. I still do not remember, I may have 200. The question comes, what is your password? We will not discuss on that at this moment of time. But the problem with these particular portals is we have so many portals available with us. Now, here the security of that becomes a very big challenge for us. So do we need to keep so many portals with us? Is it really required for us? Because we are giving so much of our information. So sometimes what we do is, since we cannot, that is, remember those username and password, we'll say login with Facebook. When you say login with Facebook, it says you are giving access to everything to this particular thing which is there on my Facebook, which are my friends, which are my contact details. And probably this Facebook is also connected to other parties. If I have booked a travel from Delhi, it will give me all advertisement back to Delhi to Hyderabad. What are my travel plans? That also goes to that person. Though we said that these are implicit imprints, but these are becoming explicit imprints. Because the person on the other hand has got to know that I am in Delhi. Okay. So these things are happening because the policies which are there already in place, we are not reading them. But coming to the actual digital divide, we require a lot of policies. One is with respect to medical, we require policies with respect to use of AI tools. Even in education system, we used to have only plagiarism. Okay, till now we had plagiarism tool, of course, like academia like us, we say that a student thesis should not have more than 10% of plagiarism. But this plagiarism till now was not having a AI. Now we have an AI part also. But right now, there is no policy on that. I asked a particular person at the government level, sir, what is the policy as of now? So the government official tells me that there is no rigid policy as of now, but you because I am a committee member of that particular so-called plagiarism, whenever you feel that it is greater than certain percentage, please ask that particular person to address it and send it. But right now, there is no policy on that. So of course, government is coming up with those particular policies. There was one bill passed, probably will be passed. There were some medical bills and digitization bills are there. All these things need to come into picture. But till then, whatever things are there in our hands, just like accepting those terms and conditions, we need to be really careful on it. So what we are doing is we are giving our own data. Okay, we are accepting it, and tomorrow we blame that these are being taken by somebody else, and you are targeted for that.
Okay, very good. See, we are talking about policy and legal frameworks. All right. For this, there is only one thing which I would like everyone to remember, which is that in it's best said in Hindi, चोर पुलिस से ज़्यादा तेज भागता है. Okay. Basically, what that means is that those who have crooked minds and mentality are all the time pushing the edge to find out new ways to exploit something for their benefit. And as always, policy frameworks are trying to play catch up. Okay, so here it is a universal observation. It is nothing to do with technology and other kind of things. Okay, but what is also the problem is that when certain practices are being introduced, there should be some kind of checks and balances which should be there when they are being introduced. All right. So what has happened is that the Western world, the technology companies, they were given totally a free hand because of the implications of profits, and they're distributing money over, as we all know that the money is used for lobbying and things like that. All right. So that is basically to give you an idea that what has happened, that what has happened with respect to the policy frameworks. Let us just look at something which is that nowadays, which is very innocuous and which might be there in almost every house, is that the small kids, they don't eat their food unless they are entertained. What generally happens? All the grandpas, grandmas, etc., they just give the kid their mobile phone, and then they show some YouTube or whatever something, and then the kid is happily eating, everybody is happy. But then what is the long-term effect? The long-term effect of that is that the children are addicted to having that phone and the YouTube and all that with them. All right. Now, that is a kind of a permanent behavioral modification which is going on. All right. We as a society, we are permitting, we are enabling, and we are actually using that. All right. So now that is there. And then some people have said that now let's talk about social media accounts for those who are not, let us just put it very mildly, as not of the drinking age. Okay. So those people who are not of that age, but yet they have social media accounts. In fact, parents are making Facebook and other such accounts for newly born kids and all that. All right. Now the newly born kid has no right, has no way to stop their parents from putting all these kind of things onto the social media, where for it may be there forever, or who knows that when the person is going out for perhaps seeking a match or something, then he or she may be embarrassed at a very inopportune moment. Okay. So these are the kind of things, but which it is, it is really happening. All right. So it's not at all a simple thing. It's a very complex thing which we need to understand, that where or how the policy framework line should be drawn as to what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. All right. And it's a very very tricky ethical issue which is there. Okay. So like let's say, if you wish to be puritanical, I'm sorry, I don't get that word right, but if you wish to be very kind of purist, okay, and then say that, then you will have to say that no, sorry, you just have to go back to the pre smartphone era or ages, and then just you need to just and you can actually tell people that you will not die without having that kind of instant communication thing. You can still live a very good life without that. And in fact, if you remember, I'm of the days of the era where only my brother, because he was a big business executive with Satyam, had a mobile phone. Now nobody else in our family had a mobile phone. If they were to be given a call or something, then we would have to wait for, or we would have to go to some PCO, or we would have to call from some person or somebody who had actually a landline phone, and then you would connect to another landline phone, and then from there maybe, I don't know, these younger kids wouldn't know of that PP era. Okay, PP era would be that you are going to a phone call booth, and then from there you'll call the booth, and then you'll call it to some, not to the person who you are wishing to speak, but to some neighbor who is kind enough to bring your person back to their phone. All right. So if you look at that kind of era as compared to what we have, is that we have simply some kind of friction-free communications all around, all throughout. And as a teacher, I really find that very, very horrible, because the texting is going on constantly in the class, and the people are always looking distracted all the time. They cannot connect with they cannot focus on what I'm teaching in the class. It's really a mess. Okay, so as I don't know where I mean, what is will as a society itself, we have to start thinking that what all are the things which is acceptable, not acceptable, and it has to be like universally discussed, universally talked about, and we have to come up with ways of sharing and accepting and propagating these social norms.
So sorry. I just want to talk about here. See, when we are all now use the convenience of technology, like if you want to order your food, if you want to book your tickets, if you want to do anything, actually, if there is Swiggy, Zomato, and all those things. But with this convenience, we all also have to see that what kind of employment we are creating and economy we are creating. When we talk about the gig economy, there is no assurance of job for them. Their salaries are dependent on what the algorithm talks about it. And so this is the era we are entering. The job market is completely like it's not, there is no permanent jobs, there is no policies for them, firm policies for them. And in the same way, when we talk about online business, see, we all now prefer to order everything online. Already we are dealing with so much of waste management in our country, and we are facing a lot of environmental issues. With this online, we are also creating the package waste, which is huge. It is happening, and how we are going to deal with that. Is there any policies for that? Because all these are spreading so fast, but still we are discussing what kind of policies are needed for this. I think by the time the policies comes in place and put in place, I think the most of the disaster will happen already. So we have to be conscious about this, I think.
Thank you. I think with like Professor Madhvi said, it's very important to have this conversation as well, where you understand that, you mentioned that students are constantly texting in class. Like, I remember talking to a friend who told me that they are now reading 7 books a week because they just put the entire details on ChatGPT, tells them to give them really long summaries of every chapter, and they get through the books, right? But the idea also is that, so let me come back to my humanities conditioning and, talk about ethics once again. But think about it in this way, for a working class family, for two parents who are working 10-hour shifts every day, coming back home to a crying baby means giving them a phone and saying, go to, go to PUBG. Because you're exhausted. You're stuck in a capitalist structure where you're working constantly. But you're also stuck in a structure where you have children and where you need to have a family and where you need to, present your social identity in this community. And these are very tangible issues that people are now solving with technology because it's very accessible for some and very inaccessible for, a lot. So how do you kind of figure your way through these nuances? It's very easy for us to say that don't give your data, but if I don't give my data, if I don't accept all cookies, I can't read articles online anymore. If I don't give my data, I can't sign into accounts. If I don't give my data, I can't do any of these things. If I'm a PWD person sitting at home and I can't get a Zomato delivery, that means mobility issues for me, right? So how do we figure out our way through these nuances?
No, no. As I said, I'm not saying that you do not give the data. You have to give the data. Okay, the common data which you have to give it, because without that there is nothing available. But you are in a payment information, your family, full inner details of the family, of course, to be avoided. Now, as far as probably you have raised a good question on the Chat GPT and so forth, the LLM models. We have a different challenge which with our students. Probably I'll tell you the latest things which happened with me, because I was a teacher for teaching this publication ethics, and in that I used to take a model on ethics in AI. So probably in those particular classes, I used to first go and tell what are the all ways to cheat. Okay. I think I took a 6-hour session. In that 4 hours, I told what are the various ways to cheat. So even students were surprised, right, sir, no, so many ways to cheat. Okay. Then the last 2 hours, I said, how do we catch? Okay. How do we catch was my next question. Okay. So the thing is that I'll tell you that, of course, the technology has to be used. The Chat GPT, I'm not saying it should not be used. Okay. But it should not be misused. The problem is, like I give an example, we need to make our people understand about this, that everything which is coming to these LLM models is not correct. I give an example. I think my colleagues are also sitting here. So what we do is to make a difference among students. In the question paper, we give a particular question which is really, which they require to think about it. Okay, which is not a direct answer. If they have been present in the discussions, they could answer that. That question makes a difference among a good, bright, and those students. That's what we do it. So this happened 8 months back. Okay, please don't ask me where, which course, and so forth. I don't want to be biased there. So there was an examination which I was conducting, and when I was correcting these papers, I found the answers of those 3 logical questions. That is, for 3 students, these answers were same. I was surprised. When there's a logical question, the answers will not be same at all, because this requires thinking. So I was wondering, first of all, the answers were wrong. Please make a note of it. The answers were wrong, but this was, getting in my mind that how come these answers are same among all those 3. So what we do, we give a feedback session back to the students. Before that feedback session, what I did is I asked this question to ChatGPT and it gave that particular answer. Okay. So what I did is, of course, I smiled at it. I said, I got a very good thing today. Okay. I went to the class. I said, today I'm going to give you the answer sheets of this particular last examination. These are the 10. Before that, I'll give you the feedback of this, what you have written. So I said, in this last question, I found 3 people who have written answers which are very common. I don't know how they got the access, but they have copied from ChatGPT, but please mind, all those answers were wrong. Okay. So I said, please don't trust on that directly. But yes, I want to check my grammar. If you see, I probably took some 3-4 sessions in the very last few days on how to use the LLM models for literature survey and research. I myself give the list of tools for that. Now, these tools are very good enough. For example, if I want to search for particular research papers in a particular area, it takes a lot of time for me. But when I use these LLM models, it gets everything at a quick crux. But what it does is it also gives the summary of everything. I'll tell them, don't take that summary. But at least it got the list of all the papers at one place. Use the technology. Use these tools. You got everything at a place. It gives the priority order also based upon your search. Now you start reading those papers. Okay. So I'm saying that this should be used, but there should be proper use, and this should be, of course, told to the people that everything what you're getting may not be correct. Don't trust on it. But of course, it has tools. Okay, that will be a very big session where even I demonstrate those particular tools, how to use it, and people really say, "Wow, so many things are available within touch." And recently, probably because a lot of students are there, researchers could also be there. We did one thing, probably again with respect to same question. We had an idea, we had a problem in our mind. We had an idea, we implemented it. Right? We didn't see what are the literature survey available. After doing everything, we told that ChatGPT, "Bhaiya, kya hua hai isme batao?" So fast. So probably we need to get this culture. We require a lot of motivation to the people, give so many sessions on them to get into these particular things. And let me also talk about, there is also a language diversity there. I was giving a talk in our university on how to use AI for Urdu. And there I told them that you can also do a Urdu search, because I used again Urdu and showed them how it is happening with the ChatGPT. They did not know that. So even those particular Indian language contexts are available, but yes, we require these things to be trained. These ethics should come into picture. Thank you.
Okay, since now we are into one of the important questions which was raised about financial empowerment. Okay, let us because I have personally seen this before my eyes. So here in Hyderabad, there is an institution which is called as Institute for Development of Banking Technology, IDRBT. It is research. It's there at Castle Hills near Wasap Tank. And University of Hyderabad offers a joint program of MTech in in information technology, along with that research institute, which is from the RBI. Now, one of our colleagues there at IDRBT, he was there in one forum which is called as that there the RBI has put this challenge to them, that how are you going to increase the financial access to a very large set of people. That was the question given to them. All right. And this was somewhere around the year that is around 2004, 2006 or so. Okay. So basically, you can say that it is at the cusp of where Reliance came up with their those mobile phones which were not like smartphones, but they were the mobile phones with and they came up with a very good, very accessible kind of packages and all that. All right. So that was at that time. Okay. So what we should see on a positive aspect is that yes, every day we are using online sites, we are using UPI payments and all such things. But I would just like to let everyone know that the UPI payments design was actually for the precursor for that was the mobile payments forum, which was developed at the IDRBT, and that was in consultation with IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, and many such people. And there, what they did was that they did not go for the very most advanced technology. They actually went for the most basic technology, which is the messaging technology, which is now even now it's a very base technology. It doesn't need any 5G or 4G or anything. It is really that even from the 2G level days onwards, the messaging technology is available. So what we have to understand is that we have to learn that if we are building digital empowerment platforms, we should look for and design and build for the lowest common denominator. Okay. So if you want to say that how come that UPI and all such things is a great success, it is because at the basic level of the design, they said that it is a messaging platform. Okay. After all, for banking systems, the most important thing is just a message about debit and credit. Okay. And then they found that the basic messaging which is there with the 2G systems is the easiest one. And if we want to see that and if we look at it, in fact, that has empowered and enabled a very large number of people who are somewhat outside a banking system, outside a financial system, to have access to the transactional payments, okay, which were not the very big transactional payments, which the more you can say that the more entitled people were having about so hundreds or thousands of rupees or lakhs of rupees. This is about the everyday they say that tea stall kind of 5-6 rupees kind of payments, or even that 1 rupee kind of 1 or 2 rupee kind of things, which if you wish to use some amenities at a metro station you would want to use, that is also there. So what I'm trying to sort of imply with this is that we have it within us to design technologies wherein if we look at and think of the common denominator, so we should think of and design technologies which is useful at the common denominator, and those are the ones which we should really look for and see that how that is going to help and so empower more lives. Okay, I think from positive aspect, that is the way we should be thinking about and planning these things. Okay, because as I said earlier, the growth of technology will be inexorable, but we have to look at and see and design that what should be the future in which there is a place for everyone who are going to benefit from these technologies.
Um, so if I, as a teacher, if I talk about ChatGPT the way the professor has spoken, because now ChatGPT is there, it is with us, and whether to use it or not, it's a big question mark. So can I tell my students not to use the ChatGPT? It is not possible because I can't supervise and see that whether they are using it or not. But I think with every new technology, we faced this problem. See, when calculators came, we thought that we will lose the power of calculating numbers, all those things, but we accepted that. I think with when computers came, we thought that most of the jobs will erode because of that, and we accepted that, and we progressed with the computerization of many fields. In the same way, I think when we look at the ChatGPT, it is going to be with us, and it is going to become more powerful in the coming days. So now what I thought is, instead of giving direct questions or direct assignments to the students, I make them, in one class, previous class, I just experimented with my students that how you can use ChatGPT to produce a good assignment. So how they can make it as their personal assistant. Instead of just copy and pasting, just give the assignment title and it will give you the write the entire assignment, and you just paste it. And instead of that, how you can develop that. So that session was very useful for me, and even now few of the students call and tell that ChatGPT has become a big personal assistant for me. Because in journalism, for example, if you see, ChatGPT can write you a story, but ChatGPT can't go and do the ground reporting. So still, you can use the ChatGPT to write your story, but the essence of the story, you have to get it from the ground. So still that human angle and human aspect is there in many areas, and we should think about that. And the other thing, not only the ChatGPT, but when we talk about the other technologies also, see UPI, we talk about the positives of UPI. See, now we all do that. We don't even handle with the cash. But with UPI, there are, you would have seen, there are number of cyber frauds which are happening through that particular platform. So there is positives and negatives in that. I don't know how to navigate through that and come out of it. It will be a big challenge in the coming days, because earlier the new technologies used to come at a different periods, but now that if you have to proficient in one technology, and within that there is a new technology to understand that is becoming a biggest difficult task for all of us, I think.
Thank you. I think we have, yeah.
Okay, since it was about ChatGPT and the results from ChatGPT and all that, I will go a bit technical. What I will say is that when we have what is called as large language models. In the large language models, we have say, like, let's say millions and millions of documents have been inserted, and the model has been trained for that, and the training is not on one particular word or one particular term, but it is statistical. Okay, it is statistical in the sense that when a large number of documents have been referenced and we try to get the word in context, what words had preceded it, what words have followed it. Okay, that's how we get in context what that. And the large language model is, you can say, it is some kind of a storage and retrieval. You give a query, based upon that it tries to look and find is a good statistical match, and then it retrieves that. All right, so in this kind of large kind of language models and their training and all that, what happens is that the retrieval is not exact and correct. In fact, that when this term in the technical language, it is called as hallucination. the generative AI models, they are prone to hallucination. So as what Professor Madhvi has said, that in journalism and other such things, you have to get the facts right. That's the first principle. So if anyone who's say just going to sit in an office and write their report using ChatGPT, you can see what is going to come out from that. Okay, so this is the thing which, in fact, this is a very current topic of research, wherein I'm advising a student who is supposed to come up with a research method and algorithm to stop the hallucination of the large language models. Okay, that was one of the things which I wish to intervene about. The other thing is which I wish to say, for every technology, which is that uh, there is a human being behind the technology. So if there are frauds happening, there are people who are sort of working for the fraud for to make those frauds happen. Okay, we are if you are going to use a technology, there will be something which is there with respect to that. It is still a human problem. Okay, the technology is a tool. Everybody should know and understand that, like, or maybe the famous laws of against arms in the United States. People used to say that the person who is behind the gun is more important, like that. So it is, yes, it is true for any enabling technology as well. All right, still it's not that the fraud should be allowed or they should be permitted or anything. We have to find out, things are still very new. We'll have to come up with ways and now to find out how to block such kind of things. And in fact, one of it was a eye opener for me when I visited along with my colleagues from our school and department. We visited the Telangana police cyber security cell, where they have a center of excellence for the cyber frauds. And then they came up and have shown that what type of modus operandi and all those things which they have uncovered. And like, there is a measure, there is a countermeasure, and so on and so forth. The warfare continues. Okay, so and I'm sure that although we are not going to stop using certain technologies because of somebody else's misfortune with respect to the technology.
Thank you. I think I would like to, come to an end to this discussion with asking a very important question, because all of you are working with very young minds, right? You're shaping the future of tomorrow while we talk about the future of digital society. And these are students, unfortunately, who do not have a choice but to be digital. They're making friendships online, they're dating online, they're constantly online, they're texting, they're doing entertainment, they're learning things online, like you said. So now that you have a generation that is online all the time, what does the future look like for them? Like, what is the future of digital for students? Yeah.
Yeah, the first thing is probably there are certain drawbacks to that also, because lot of emissions coming out of these particular devices and usage of the electronic gadgets for that particular moment of time. And of course, there is a real need to restrict that. Recently, I was doing one of the session to some of the people, and I gave them first assignment that it was a gathering like this. I said, please stop usage of your mobile for 3 hours in a day. For 3 hours in a day, not during sleep. Okay, because these devices we give a lot of emissions, and of course there's a lot of side effects to that. And now even therapists have started to stop these particular youngsters. Okay, and of course, as you said, people are very much to it. I'll tell only, forget about others. I'll tell my own, okay, younger son's case, where mother asks him to please get the notes and study, and she asks question and he answers. So where is your notes? No, I don't have notes. From where you got it? I asked Google. He says. No, but see, the thing is, people have missed writing, because after the pandemic, we had a tough job in our university system. So I did one thing, probably my dean also knows that. Like, I told the students that, you have to just write for 3 hours. Sit and write for 3 hours. Okay, don't think also. Okay, see some paper, see some textbook, get some textbook, sit and write for 3 hours. Let me tell you, nobody was able to sit even for 2 hours. So we need to, of course, not totally go online, but we need to have a balance between them. And of course, just to extend that question of ChatGPT, that also generates a lot of source code today, programming. But of course, it cannot give the logic. So we need to ask them at least, no, okay, you have generated the code through it. Please tell what it does. Please debug it like this. So we need to get a balance between them. We should not be totally online. Otherwise, probably they'll not start thinking about it. And of course, some of these particular hazards has to be taken care. Okay, like, probably we have a rule at our home where we switch off Wi-Fi at certain particular moment of time. It becomes very difficult though, but we need to come up with certain strategies like that. And of course, at local level and probably see what can be done to the society.
Okay, this is where WhatsApp Academy is very useful. The WhatsApp Academy tells me of how a mom is controlling the dinner time. So the pictures show that the mom announces, dinner is ready. Nobody comes. Okay, then she switches off the Wi-Fi and says, dinner is ready. Next moment, everybody is there. Then this is one of the stories. Another story from the WhatsApp Academy is about two people, how they met online. And once they met online, and then they had their romance online. Okay. And then they decided to get married. But because they were really too far apart, so they decided to do the marriage online. And afterwards, later on, they had the lover stiff or whatever, and then they thought that they are not good for each other, and then they split the two online. So what is the meaning of this type of a kind of a engagement? I don't know. Okay, whether somebody finds that it is meaningful or what, I don't know. Okay, so but this is it is happening. It is a kind of a byproduct of that, and I am a big fan of science fiction and all that. So all such kind of experiences will make me lead to one of the you can say epic movies, which is The Matrix, right? So if we extrapolate some of these things, it will lead us to The Matrix, and then we need to think that, okay, are we in that matrix now? Have you already entered the matrix? All right, it's really we have to think about that. And the philosophical further philosophical things is like, I'm told, I'm not very sure about that, but those people who have written the Matrix scripts, etc., they were heavily influenced by our Indian philosophical thing, or that Maya. Okay, so sa ma ya Maya, meaning what is not is Maya, right? So if we start thinking, this is all kind of Maya, some kind of Maya. All right. So if we are able to get that much of wisdom to distinguish between what is and what is not, okay, so maybe then we are better human beings.
So I think that the future will be, because this generation has tested everything. Like they have become an experimental field for all these technologies. Now see, recently what has happened in a class, I just asked, because I teach digital and interactive media. So in the beginning of the class, I asked how many of you are in the social media platforms. So in a class of 26, 18 people said they are on the at least one or two digital platforms, and 6 to 7 people said that they are not in any digital platform. That was really a surprising thing for me. So then I called them individually and asked why you are not there. So they said that, ma'am, enough of it. It's waste of time. I can't project myself in a different this thing. And if I project myself what I am, people are not accepting me. So it is creating a lot of health issues and mental issues for me. It is better that now I am happy with reading the book. and going to the library and referring whatever I like. So I think slowly they are also realizing it. After that, I'm a little bit hopeful and a positive this thing, that at least next generation which is coming, they will be very careful with what they want to access and how they want to access it.
Thank you to Professor Salman, Professor Atul, and Professor Madhvi. I've had a really good time moderating the session for you, and I think we leave the audience with the question of whether you want the red pill or the blue pill. The choice is yours. Thank you.
Kangsha, please. This, yeah. Thank you so much, Akansha, and all the panelists. We have the tea outside, so I know it's a long day. So you can have a refreshment outside. Yeah, thanks.
to discuss more than expected almost a decade because of this lie. We are about to lose another $500 billion in the next 5 years just in knowing of
Admiration started at the time of actually make sense of, us as a society, right? We are so diverse, so many languages, so many cars. So this categorization and classification actually started at that point of time that, putting people as backward classes, or putting together people as scheduled tribes over different self-identification which they had as Adivasis, or like the names of the communities which they identified with. So in a way, looking at people as data numbers which can be strictly categorized as a particular category has emerged from there, and still remain a practice in a country like India, where you cannot really understand people as numbers or categories. And that is where the importance of qualitative research come, even when we are looking at digital as a space or connectivity as a space, and especially when you're looking at gender, where gender, we always try to reduce it as a singular category, but also has a spectrum of differences within ourselves. So that is the starting point. I could also speak a bit about the research, the qualitative part of the research, which was done both in India and Philippines. And both the researchers, Lisa from Philippines and us from India, we actually interviewed the indigenous communities and people there. And one thing which that I can see that common emerged from both the countries is that the experience of indigenous women in both countries when it comes to connectivity is similar. So while there are differences, there are also similarities in these global experiences of being connected. I could get to the details of the study later. Yeah, but
Yeah. Thank you, Jenny. That's really good to hear. Nitesh, we have you here on the panel for a couple of reasons, but the most important one is that you work directly with rural communities, marginalized communities, and you understand their realities, their lived realities, and how, first of all, is technology important for them? That's the first question. And when it's important, how do we make it possible? How, to what extent, not just you as a community worker, a community mobilizer, how do you make technology relevant for people's lives? But to what extent are people responding to those efforts from your organization? So share a little bit about that reality from the community, and then we'll go to another one, please. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So I'm Nitesh and I work in Nandurbar district of Maharashtra, which is considered as one of the most underdeveloped districts in India. So just to give you some facts, that we run a YouTube channel and we have a subscribers of around 25,000. We are working in a population of around 1.9 lakhs, and all our subscribers are from the same community because we are making content in a hyper local way. Now, around 70% of the issues which we cover or which we highlight are the issues which are directly related to women. Around 80% of our beneficiaries are women. But when it comes to YouTube data, 90% of our viewers are male, only 10% are female. We have an average viewership of around 0.6 million, out of which we have 0.54 male and rest are female. On an average, we receive around 4,000 comments and no comments from a female. Now, what it shows is that, so there are only two things. A, either we are not making good content for the females, or B, they are watching it, but they are not watching it through the devices which are logged in their name. It's either logged in the name of the husband or father or any other person. But when we go on ground, we also screen all these films and all these videos in an offline mode. And whenever we go there, we realize that women have seen all of our videos. And they are the one who comes to us every time and say, okay, आप इस चीज पे film बना सकते हैं क्या? Can you make films on this issue? Can you talk about this issue? So, and see, we are working in an area, in a community which is fighting for the basic things like water. Women have to go, there are many villages, around 20-25 villages are like that, where women have to go around 10 to 12 kilometers every day just to get water. Maybe we'll show a picture where women, we have in last 2 months we have covered around 25 cases. Okay, yeah, second. Yeah, so this was a new thing for me, which is called bamboo ambulance. So you can see that in these two photos, they are pregnant ladies. We have received around 25 such cases in last 2-3 months, where a pregnant lady has to have carried in a bed sheet, and they were taken by the male members through a river because there is no any road connectivity. So this is the reality. And we have received only 25, but there are other cases also which has not been reported to us. Then you can easily see these two villages where women have to get down around 200 meters just to get water. So these are the basic things, and every year 2 to 3 accidents happens where they lose some of their bones just to get some water. So this is the place where we are working, and these are the basic things: water, having water, basic necessities like health, education. We are not even going to the education. We are still fighting for the water, still fighting to live. So I think this is the reality where we are working.
Thank you. So these really tells you that here we are talking about technology and technology solutions, but these are the realities, right? And you know very well, many communities here in your country, those are some of the realities that we have to tackle. If technology is going to be at all useful in people's livelihoods, it needs to somehow make sense, right, in this context. And I'm sure you have many ideas, so keep them, because we'll ask you a couple on what does it mean? You know, how can technology facilitate or not people's livelihoods? So, more research that many of your partners do, and I think lack of data. People keep talking about lack of evidence, lack of data. I don't necessarily agree with that.
equality that women face. I mean, they're systemic drivers.
Thank you so much to the panelists for coming on the stage and having the last town hall for DCS and CNX this year. We just wanted to say a formal thank you to all the partners who collaborated with us this year and the session hosts. DCS and CNX would not be possible without you. Thank you to CDPP, to the government of Telangana, to T-Hub for hosting us and giving us the food that they did. Thank you to AP NIC Foundation, APC, GDIP. Thank you so much to all our session partners for collaborating with us. Thank you to Siddharth and CCE team. They really did wonders with the mobilization. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you to Internet Society, to Purpose for hosting this session, and thank you to all of the people sitting in the audience today. You guys have listened to us, have had conversations, have been a part of these dialogues for 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We didn't actually speak, so I'm large. But Ramon, I did see you Monday. Is there anything I can ever do?
He wants to talk to you, I'm supposed to finish.
Oh, okay.
No, please stay because.
I would love to introduce you to my colleagues as well.
Yeah, and she came to the, I think they both were in the YDF session as well.
Oh, were you at the? Perfect. But we're always in the marketing with partners. And
डिजिटल हाँ डिजिटल ओहो डिजिटल अपने देश को कर रहे हैं हम डिजिटल हाँ डिजिटल हर नागरिक को बना रहे हैं हम सशक्त अरे